Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. If you all can hear me outside, say hello. Oh, you guys are so helpful. If you can hear me, say Lawler Bears. Oh, you all are biased.
Hey, got him.
Okay.
The volume. Up the volume.
Hi, kids. I'm underage too. Welcome to the AsiaFortress Community LAN 2018, boys! Oh, the amount of hype is overwhelming. Thank you, guys. Very good morning and welcome to the AsiaFortress Community LAN 2018. Up on stage, we are going to be having the Asian Monks facing off against Subnoob Bots. First map of the day is going to be CP Gullywash, followed by CP Snakewater. So those are going to be the two maps for this first round. We will be having two concurrent games going on at the same time, so please feel free to watch either one. The live screen one will be showing Subnoob against Asian Monks, and of course on the floor we will be having Leopard Corner facing off against onliners. So please feel free to move around. If you want drinks, there are some drinks in the refrigerator, help yourself. And once the teams are up and ready to go, we can actually start straight away. So please ready up, boys.
Yeah, just waiting on the teams right now. So not much to say about these two teams. They are basically just created for LAN, but still a lot of Division 1 and Division 2 heritage on the team. On the side of Subnoob Plus, you obviously have the really experienced and overpowered scout of TJ. He's definitely going to be their primary win condition if they hope to actually make it far in this LAN. Obviously, they're going to be a really top seed, so it's actually a bit unfortunate that they're playing this round right now, but it doesn't matter. With their experience of players like the Pulse and like former CL player and Division 1 winner Cuteman, even up-and-coming players like Altair and Apples, I guess, they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. They're definitely going to be like trying to challenge for their top 3 spot. For Asian Monks, there are also another team formed for LAN, a lot of familiar faces with Hamari and Kui and Chongi. There's still Fossil Fuel, Starbucks here. If TJ, yeah, he's going to be turned into Fossil Fuel by TJ and other scouts on that team, so yeah, just going to be a lot of high-stakes TF2 action. Hopefully going to be a really fun, interesting, fast-paced and aggressive Asian TF2 match. So that's just what we're hoping for right now.
Yep, so for those of you who are just tuning in, a very good morning from GMT plus 8. And welcome to the AsiaFortress Community LAN, almost said AsiaFortress Cup. And here we are, we're just waiting for the teams to ready up. When once they do, we can actually start the first map of the day. I'm actually really looking forward to it. You can't hear it, but my hands are shaking because there's quite a lot of stuff that we have to fix before. We were actually delayed almost an hour, but that's going to be fine. So just hang tight once the teams are ready, which practically all of them are in the server already. So we're just going to wait for them to start the game. And sound cut off. Which sound? My mic got cut off.
Default? Test. Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, I think we don't need to go that close to the mic. Right, so we can just lean back and cast from the comfort of our gamer chairs.
Oh yeah, we turned it off.
Yep, so music is off, my bad. I totally forgot we were playing music at a live venue. This is my first time, please.
One man, like 5 people doing production. It's pretty hard for us. It's okay, we're just gonna do our best. Hopefully gonna produce the best LAN we can for the Asian TF2 scene. It's obviously been 4 years since our last AF LAN, back in 2014. Now it's 2018, a new generation of Asian TF2 gamers, a lot of up-and-coming talent, like really talented players, and still a lot of like old faces like Starbucks, the Fossil. Anyway, we're just hopefully gonna be starting live soon. And yeah, we're just gonna cast the action on the stage and it's gonna be awesome.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the AsiaFortress scene, I believe Kill did go through a brief introduction of the players, but do you have any particular players that you would think stand out in a LAN setting when everyone is playing at 5 ping?
Well, obviously, when you talk about 5 ping, the biggest thing that jumps out is projectile classes. And while obviously players like Cuteman who are Singaporean, they've already been playing at a high level at 5 ping for a really long time, in a LAN setting, especially the experience and the tenure that comes from playing for a really long time and playing at the highest level of Asian TF2 for years upon years and seasons upon seasons. That's the kind of thing that really matters the most, especially on a LAN setting where the nerves are starting to come out. You're playing in a really unfamiliar environment, and thus the more you can rely on your experience and your good foundation, the better you are. So we're obviously talking probably about players like TJ, who've been playing since they were 13 years old at the highest Division 1 level. TJ, in fact, has even played competitive Overwatch, like LANs at a higher level, so he's definitely no stranger to LAN experience as the majority of players are in this server. On the side of Asia Monks, yeah, players like Starlocks, like Himari, like Chongi, they've obviously been playing for years, but new players like Cider and Greenland, we're really not sure whether they can even hang at the top with these sorts of players with the tenure, or if they can even perform at a LAN setting. These are the questions that will have to be answered by their gameplay, and these are the questions that we have to review after the closing of this map.
Yep, so I actually want to point out as well, for the players on the side of Asia Monks, they actually had some roster issues where they actually had to bring in Greenland at the last moment, so we're just gonna have to see how Greenland plays along with that roster, and yeah, we've got people shouting Greenland's name in the background, and we're just gonna have to wait and see if they actually have that cohesion and they can play together.
Yeah, they usually have star demo man Shinko, who outputs tons of damage and kills and impact, while also being a bit too aggressive at times, but still, he is a very tenured Division 1 demo man, and unfortunately he's a bit busy at this moment. I think that he's going to be coming for LAN later at other stages, but right now they're just going to have Greenland subbing for him right now. I'm not really sure how much they've scrimmed at all. I know Subnu Plus, they've been regularly screaming teams like TCF, like Cell, like R%, and they've been having a really decent showing. Their cohesion is good. The Subnu Plus team has come in many iterations. In Division 2 and Division 1, they've gotten 4th before. A lot of the standard players like Harvey under, but they still have players like Repulse and Cuteman and Apple, so I'm definitely expecting Subnu Plus to come out on the top, just based on how good these players are, how experienced they are, and how level-headed and smart they are. Asia Monks could come out with an upset potentially, with the precondition that their players all have to go huge. They need to be playing on their A game, absolutely. And on the LAN setting, on the stage even, with tens of Asian TF2 fans gathering around, it's really going to be a question of whether they can step it up when the time matters. So yeah, that's my expectations. And I really am half expecting a role for the side of Subnu Plus, but as long as it's a interesting match and it's exciting and there's tension involved, that's all we hope for.
Yep, so once again, just gonna have to wait for the teams to ready up and then we can start. We got Starbucks just hanging out inside spawn, as will Himari go in and start joining him hanging out inside that spawn. We got a couple of players AFK, probably just sorting out the last minute stuff before they start the game proper, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can actually start the game. We got people coming off and talking to other people.
Yeah,
Starbucks,
it would be really nice
stage.
if they could just start as soon as possible.
Yep. Hi Starbucks.
Well, we could just talk a bit more about the game, I guess. One thing that's really up in the air right now is Chongi. He hasn't been playing a lot, but when he has been a very experienced Division 1 soldier. And one thing that's definitely of note for Chongi in particular is his running of the direct hit. He has submitted tons of clips to Moments of Glory where his direct hit prowess has definitely shown through. Not sure whether he wants to run something like the direct hit at LAN. I know at DreamHack 2015, Tech even ran it, and it actually did work out due to how experienced and how good Tech was at that LAN, that he was still able to make something like the direct hit work. So I'm not sure if Chongi is going to be bringing that out. They might do if they tilt. Because something about this LAN roster and the players, they definitely have a reputation throughout the Asian community for being a bit of tilters. Everyone knows about the Himari Rage Crit, so we're just gonna have to see how they, especially because this Subnu Plus team is definitely gonna put them under pressure. So under pressure, we have to see how they step up, how they're gonna adapt their gameplay, and whether they'll either crumble or whether they'll step up when it matters. So 70 viewers right now, that's pretty good for Asia.
That's pretty good indeed. Yeah. So I believe there might be a slight roster shuffle for the side of the Asian Monks because I don't see Greenlight in the server anymore.
Is that Shinga?
Oh, do we have a new gamer on stage?
Who's that? I have no idea who that is. Someone just slid into Greenlight's face on stage. I have no idea if it's Shinga. I don't recognize his face.
Just gonna have to wait and see. That also means that my binds are useless right now because we've got a new player coming in. So we're just gonna have to wait for him to come in. We can just sort that out really quickly and we're gonna get the match hopefully going soon. But most of the side, for the players on the side of Sub Quad, they're already in, they're ready to go. They're all on their own team. So I guess we can go through the rosters really quickly for the side of Sub. We've got TJ and Apples on Scout, of course, very, very familiar names. Repulse and Altaria on Solis, and of course we got your Cube Man on that Demo Man, and the medic is going to be Smezzo. So that is going to be the roster for Subnip Quas, and for the side of the Asian Moms, we are currently still waiting for them to get their final player in, and then we can go through their roster really quickly. I would like to ask for predictions, because that's going to be pretty interesting when everyone's playing at 5K.
Yeah, predictions. I don't really think this will turn out any differently from if they play online, just simply due to the enormous skill gap and experience gap between these two teams. Let's face it, Samlu Fast is a top C team, gunning for a top 3 placing at least. It will be disappointing if they don't make it that far. And the expectations set are really high, especially for players of this caliber. Asian Moms, I think that they're just here to play it out and see what happens. So to a certain extent, maybe they have less pressure on them because they're not the favorite. But regardless, I do think it's going to be something like 5-1 or something for us or something like that. Especially due to the map. Because being Gully Rush and generally speaking more projectile and soldier and demo dominated, players like Cubeman who have been insanely good at what they do in past seasons, these kinds of things, especially on Gully Rush where soldiers and demo men have these choke points to just tunnel in and slash damage on, this is where the prowess comes in, and I think this will be the deciding factor. As long as Cubeman and Repulse and Aldara can really shine through, especially with the solid backing of TG and Apples, there's no way they can lose. For Asia Monks, it definitely has a lot of prerequisites for them to win. The scouts have to at least be on par with TJ and Apples, or not surpass them. Chongi, I can already see is running the direct hit. I'm really not sure how that's going to play out. Chongi running the direct hit is a tilt factor for both teams, so we're really not sure how that works out. The players are a bit inexperienced, but maybe that adds into their favor. No one really knows. This is the first AF LAN in 4 years. We have literally no idea how a LAN is going to play out. No one except TJ's perhaps has even played out the LAN setting. So this is going to be the first LAN match that we're ever going to see in 4 years. So really excited for this.
I honestly have no predictions. I really don't know what's going to happen. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Who knows? The direct hit may be the key winning factor for their team. And as it stands right now, we're just going to have to wait for the final player. I don't think they've confirmed who the final player is.
Yeah, I think it's still playing his conflicts. I can see from the casting booth right here, he's wearing a red shirt. He's like plugging in his peripherals, trying to get into the server. I'm hoping it's Shinka. Can someone yell out who that guy is? Thanks. I have no idea.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait because, you know, things like this is going to happen. There's really no choice. Thank you for showing us that, Chongi. Just need some flavor in our life.
Basement dwellers gotta get what they get.
Yeah, so there's really nothing else that we can say at the moment until they get their final player in. But for today, we are a little bit behind schedule, but that's fine. We're going to have a lot of matches queued up. Concurrently, I believe we have another game that will be running at the same time. We're just waiting for them to get into their own respective games as well. Not too sure if they've already started the other concurrent game, which is of course going to be the left corner facing against the onliners. Then after that, we will be having My Gaming Edge facing off against High on Drugs. And following as well at the same time, it's going to be the Improvised Shenanigans facing off against Herbal T. It's called Herbal T because of the typo error that they had when they registered the team name. And I didn't allow them to change it. So from now on, they're known as Herbal. So the winners of that, of course, will be moving up into the next bracket as well. The losers will be tossed down into the lower bracket. We are going to be playing a double elim for this AF LAN. So we're just going to have to see how the teams work everything out, and in the meantime, we really just have to wait for the final player to come in.
Yeah, maybe we should just explain how the format of these matches work. It's just going to be due to the time constraints and lack of stuff in general. It's not going to be a best of 3 for every round like we could have hoped for. It's going to be a best of 2. I'm not really sure what happens when either team ties a map. What happens in that situation?
For the best of 2, we are going to go with a very special way of deciding who wins the games. So if a team wins the first map and they win the second map, clearly they're going to win the entire round. So that is the winner going to them. If they win one and lose one, we will take the winner. The winner will be the one with the most amount of rounds won. So for example, if you take the first map 3-2 and the second map you lose 1-0, you are still going to win because you got that very juicy 3 right there. But if we get everything up together and it turns out to be a tie, then we'll just play a golden cap on the second map, and the winner of that will be the one that will move on into the winner's bracket. That is pretty much how we're going to settle the best of two.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate just due to time constraints and lack of funding in general that we've had to resort to this sort of format that's really untested, and we're not really sure whether the results are going to be a bit unfair. That is definitely a bit of a concern, but I don't really think that's the point of the AsiaFortress Community LAN. The whole point is just to bring the Asian TF2 scene together.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we don't have the Japanese or Korean players just due to the money and stuff, but we do have a really large percentage of the player base, especially because it's held in Singapore. We have players coming in from Malaysia, from Hong Kong, from other places. A lot of people out even Indonesia. These players are flying in just for the purpose of this LAN. Players like Lo, like Banana, like Maurice, like Sezi, they're just flying in from all around Asia just to come and compete. And not just compete. Some people are even just coming just to hang out, to get that juicy medal, basically just to have a good old time and to interact with the people you've known for years but never really seen or interacted with in person. So this really is the highlight of the AsiaFortress Community LAN. Everyone, if you're here, just say hi to us, or like just meet as many people as you can, because we never know when we're gonna have another one.
Yep, and I know that people in Twitch chat are talking about the audio. I'm really sorry, there is nothing that we can do about this at the moment. But you know, hey, it's a learning experience. You know, it is the first LAN in 4 years, and everything it's you know, then you can't plan for everything. So this is how it is, you know?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. We aren't at the level of the Lang or the Dashner Productions or even the Essentials TF production. They just have more money, the people with the correct peripherals and equipment. We're just like a 5-ish man show with not much money, equipment or experience producing any kind of professional gameplay at all. People like Lang and Dashner in the past, they've had years upon years of producing LANs at a really high level, and that's resulted in stuff like care camps, like all the skits and the memes, all the SFM segments. We don't have time or money for that. But really, as long as we have the proper LAN experience, I think everyone's going to go home happy. So that's really what we're just aiming to accomplish at this LAN right now.
So yeah, once again, for those of you who are just joining us, very good morning. Welcome to the AsiaFortress Community LAN 2018. The first LAN in 4 years, and of course we are actually celebrating AsiaFortress 10th anniversary. So we are 10 years old right now. Well, AsiaFortress is 10 years old, I'm pretty sure. Well, who knows, there might be players who are 10 years old here right now actually. But yeah, so AsiaFortress is going to be 10 years old. We are going to be having this LAN as a sort of celebration. It is, you know, we are a decade old right now, and I'm just excited to be here. We have issues with audio, I have a little bit of choppiness coming out on stream, but you know, it's all about the venue, everyone is here, it's all about the community, and that's what in general we are trying to do.
Yeah, what's really interesting about this LAN is that the top 3 seeds and the top 3 placings in the really recent AFC 14, yeah, I think it's AFC 14, the top 3 placings for Division 1 in the AFC 14 lineup, which is R%, TCF and Xiao respectively on 3rd, 2nd and 1st placings. They are all coming at this LAN with their full rosters. Yes, TCF is going to be losing low on the 2nd day, but they do have a really capable gentleman in Tachi replacing them. And adding to that, a really tough seed in Sanu Puras, who've definitely been around the block a couple of times. It's going to definitely be a really interesting LAN, especially at the higher levels. It's essentially going to be a replay of AsiaFortress AFC 14 playoffs, and it's really interesting to see whether the results will even pan out, whether Xiao will continue on their reign of dominance, whether R% with their LAN roster can even come up with an upset or win perhaps over a topper seed like TCF or Xiao. These are the questions that really I want to be answered. Like, I want them to be answered, especially because this is LAN. It definitely matters here more than online due to just the rawness of the experience, playing side by side with your teammates, looking at their stream, getting hyped up with them, cheering each other when you're down. These are the sorts of experiences that are, while they're admittedly lackluster and perhaps non-existent online. So really happy that we have a LAN finally to decide who is the best team in Asia.
Yep. So I do believe they're going to check on if the Asian monks are going to be ready up soon. I do believe they just need to sort out the final configs and stuff before we actually come to the server, come to the Discord and do whatever that needs to be done. And then we can actually start, hopefully soon. Hopefully we can start at 12:30, which is about 7 or so minutes time. And once everyone is in, then we can start. I Still not too sure who they're going to get in on their demo role right now, because that is the person that they're going to be missing. Not too sure if Shinka was able to make it in on time to join back his team, because Greenland's not on the server. And as you can see, everyone's got that very, very juicy 5 ping. Repulse is a magical 4 ping right there. I call hacks. Oh, Repulse.
Yeah, I see. The audio thing where you can hear us twice, there's really nothing we can do about that. Just bear with it if you want. If you just wanna, there's just nothing we can really do to the audio.
Yeah, so we have received confirmation that Shinka will be the player coming on for the side of the AsiaFortress. Right now they're just trying to get everything set up for him. He will be the demo man for the side of AsiaFortress, and that is definitely going to be something to look forward to see him play. So he's going to be the confirmed demo man for the side of the AsiaFortress, and I believe they should just try to get all his gear sorted out as soon as possible, and that should be Gucci.
Yeah. So having Shinka replace Greenland, no disrespect to Greenland or anyone in particular, but Shinka is just a more experienced, better mechanically, everything you can think of, every variable. Shinka's probably like at least a bit better, if not attitude-wise at least. I mean, Shinka, he's been around the block. He was on Putis on his kill at AFC 11. He was on Anuj fan club. He's definitely known for outputting a lot of damage, a lot of frag, a lot of impact. He has this really aggressive style of leading pushers, being the first guy in despite being a demo man in this day and age, getting the 30% kills, even going for uber trades at times, this really aggressive playstyle. Higher tier teams have been able to catch this sort of playstyle off guard or been able to really manipulate his gameplay due to it being so obvious how he's going to play at times, but against some who haven't really screamed this team before or have even played against Shinka that often, it's going to really be up in the air whether they're able to hard counter Shinka or whether Shinka can be the primary carry / win condition for his team. And it is interesting that it's Gully Wash where, especially on the mid fight, the demo man can have so much impact in the first 5 to 10 seconds on the mid that as long as the demo does a great job, he's already single-handedly essentially won the mid fight for his team. And that goes without saying for even pushing second or last or holding anywhere. Demo man is a force on this map. It's precisely why insane players like Habib and Kiers, they've been known for having the best maps of their career on this map. Habib averaging around 400 DPM per map whenever he's playing Gully Wash. So if Shinka steps up, we might be seeing a closer map or even an upset. So I'm gonna have my eyes on Shinka throughout this entire game.
Definitely. So we've already got Shinka in the server right now. Hopefully everything's gonna get sorted out very soon, and they should be able to start momentarily. I know the microphone's going to be picking up a lot of keyboard clickety clacks. That can be helped as well. So
it's the Razer clickety clack.
just listen to that juicy clickety clack.
I'm not sure what the Razer keys are called, but it's the clickety kind. It's not the soft kind.
The more clicky, the better. I heard if it's more clicky, you get higher DPM. I believe that's true.
Yeah, the harder you press the buttons on your mouse and keyboard, the more DPM you do. So
the harder you click, the more damage you do. Especially if you're a scout.
Easy.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
If you look at the side, some cross for the time being, they're gonna have cute on a scout and apples on demo. I'm not sure if they're just warming up in the server or if they're just throwing or treating it like as an easy match, quote unquote, just because it's Asia monks they're facing off against. I wouldn't put it past them. R% also has a plan to put Barn on demo just because they think their first match is easy. I'm not sure if they necessarily want to underestimate other teams, especially because they're playing on 5 ping and they're literally across the stage. So I don't know if this is going to be the final roster. Cuban is definitely a very capable scout. He even played scout for Xia, I think in AFC 12, yeah. He was the scout before Fushi joined the team. And they still won that season against the TCF for that season. So Cuban is a Division 1 winner on both scout and demo man, so he's definitely not inexperienced on that role. It's apples that I'm more worried about on demo man. This is going to be a manga-esque for sure. I'm really not sure how that's going to play out. If apples is on demo, hopefully that won't be too much of. And it looks like they're going live.
It looks like they're going live. We're going to be going live for the very first match of AFCL 2018.
Thankfully, Apples is on scout, Cuban on demo. They're just going to be rolling out to mid-fight. Cuban is going to be really fast. doing a lot of damage onto the people of Big Door. No one's jumping just yet. It's a bit of a slow mid, but health is in the favor of Subnu Cross for now. Cuban with an insane pipe takes down Shinka. Really big demo pick from the side of Subnu Cross right now. Soldier Bomb goes in, actually takes down Cuban in return, but the frags are going in the favor for Subnu Cross for the time being. That's right, only Hamari and Silo left on the side of red team. But look at this, Mezzo and all the kills actually went down. Now it's just going to be a fight of whether AsiaFortress can keep the medic alive and how good of a job they can do it. If they can secure this Uber advantage, that just means they're going to be able to push into mid-fight and potentially take control of the round.
Yep, so we got the spoilers coming in for the side of Subnu Cross right now, making their way back to mid. Does look like they've already got mid actually, and they're not too keen on pushing forward because you do have that full charge for the side of the Asian Monks, and they look very, very keen on pushing back out. Shinka gonna lead the charge with the rest of his teammates, getting really low. Pumped it with just in time, so I'm going to be able to save his life, but this is not going to be doing much for the side of the Asian Monks, and they're not going to lose. They're going to lose that entire Uber ad. It's only going to be jumping straight in. We're getting absolutely denied.
I mean, Shinka actually just tossing out pipes upon pipes of damage, taking down the players of Subnu Cross. It was actually a pretty bad Uber by the side of Asian Monks, but somehow Subnu Cross totally over-eager in their attempt to re-push the mid-fight. They're just going to lose 3 players on the back of that really over-eager aggression, and on the back of that, they're just going to be taking second for free. They do have a strong Uber disadvantage. Shinka is going to get caught out in a choke, and they actually haven't forced out the Uber of Subnu Cross. It's looking pretty good for them. Double scout Uber, Apples and TJ leading the charge. If they can get a frag or two, it's going to be great. They take down Cyrus super easily. The players of Asian Monks, they're just dropping like flies. They're all trying to collapse onto Spencer, but they just can't find that pick. A really almost a full wipe for Asian Monks and a really bad turn for them.
Yep, so Shinka's gonna be doing what he does. Gonna try to be sneaky right now. Everyone's gonna be coming at Shinka. Gonna get smacked out of the sky into the shadow realm. And of course we are gonna have the Subnu Cross players moving forward, trying to gain even more ground into the riverside right now. We're gonna see Repulse trying to see if he can get some ground for his team. We got Q-Man right there as well by his side, laying down some traps, trying to see if he can prevent anyone from pushing out from last point. Of course, we're gonna see some scout grinding action going on. You're gonna see the scout Starbox try to grind out that will be charged for the side of his team. 72% facing up against 57 for the side of Side as well as Smezo. And this is actually looking up for the side of the Subnu players, because once they get an Uber charge, I'm pretty sure they're just going to come charging straight in. But 20% Uber ad, that's not too much at all.
It's about less than 10% Uber advantage. It's not an advantage at all. They even have a heavy and sentry setup for the time being. They've actually already grinded out that Uber. They're still pushing in with that Uber charge, assuming it's an advantage push. And Uber gets popped out by Asian Monks in turn, but Chongi going down to the trap of Cuteman, and Altara just jumped in, actually gets taken down by the sentry. They didn't really know it was there, and it's going to be a 5v5 fight right now. TJ doesn't really look like he wants to push in. Repulse going to be in that riverside area, just going to be jumping out for the time being. It's probably going to be a reset considering that it is land. People are going to be hopefully playing a bit more conservative, so it's just going to be a stalemate right now, a slight Uber advantage for the side of Asian Monks, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. It's probably going to be the first stalemate we're going to see in our team, and we really want to see how Subnu Cross approach this, if they have any interesting sex ideas as to how to break this stalemate.
Yep, so Repulse just going to be watching the riverside for the rest of his teammates. We got everyone trying to get buffed up and healthy. They may try to go attempted dry push or potentially get a force for the side of the players on Asian Monks, which does seem to be like what Repulse intends to do. Altera, of course, going to be right there trying to see if he can get anything done as well. Was Altera on? Because I don't have his mind.
Yeah, I'll first right there.
Yeah, Alpha's going to be fighting on the point against Alpha. 21 health facing up with a very pretty healthy scout.
He doesn't go in the end! Insane 1v1 face. Hamari was actually on sniper throughout the entire time, and he actually gets dropped. Human actually goes in and takes down Side about what? And he didn't see this. Did Smezo drop his Uber? Somehow Smezo is dead in the chaos of that fight. Even though Side got forced off, it's heals versus no heals. They're just going to be pushing out. Subnu Cross 2 down. Repulse going to be hiding in lobby. Going to be facing a 1v1 versus Scout. Isn't actually going to win it on 17 HP. He's probably going to get cleaned up. Actually, no! Shinko just walks in, takes down the man of Subnu Cross. He goes down for his shoulders. But now it's just a really chaotic fight. 5v3 fight. Frags going in the favor of Asian Monks. And it's a full wipe for Asian Monks. They successfully hold off the push onto Cider, and they're just going to be taking the second point and probably mid.
Yeah, so this is pretty much going to be an easy move for the side of the Asian Monks. They're already at 60% overhead. Smeso is just starting to build his Uber right now, so players are slowly making their way to it as well. Doesn't like they intend to try and contest this, but it's already going to be in the hands of the Asian Monks. So far we haven't had a round yet. Both teams are pretty much still on 0-0. And the Asian Monks, they're standing strong at this point, and some of them are just trying to see if there are any openings whatsoever for them to push on through.
Yeah, they're gonna have a really sizable Uber advantage. They're just moving on through the big door. No one from Summer Class really actually aggressing onto the combo. Now they're just gonna be popping up the Uber. But they're already so deep in the lobby. The entire combo of Summer Class could potentially be caught out here. Kamari gonna take that Uber. That's actually gonna frag with it so far. Probably gonna take down the soldier of the pulse. Probably. Okay, Shinga goes down. The pulse actually does go down, and it's a 4v5 fight. But look at this, they have a full Uber. Even though Asian Monks have kept up that second point, a huge Uber advantage for the side of Summer Class. They're waiting for the soldiers to spawn. I'm not sure. They're being a bit slow. They're carefully pushing out. And this is really weird from Asian Monks. No one's playing aggressive enough. Oh! Soldier tries to go and Chong is gonna be stuck in the skybox. How? No HP, but he doesn't go down amazingly until he health is gonna get out. But it's a bit for naught because they did not force out the Uber. They still have this Uber advantage, only on 70% Uber for Cider. They still have an Uber advantage if they're quick enough, but they're actually a bit slow right now. They intend to push. That's a pretty sizable Uber advantage that they just lost right there. So maybe a bit of a stalemate. The combo of some squads actually congregating around big area. Not really sure if they're trying anything, so I think it's just going to be a stalemate once again.
Yep, so we're just going to have to wait and see if how they decide to play this through, because currently there is going to be 100 Uber both sides. And it is just going to be the classic standoff. Everyone's just going to be watching those corners. We've got Repulse trying to see if he can do something sneaky, but he's just going to back up and get some more heals from his medic. And so it's just going to be right there to kill them on through. They do have equal Ubers, and I think we're going to see something interesting come out.
Altara and the drop down Uber, no one spotted him yet. He gets a pretty decent shot. The temperament of Shinga just goes down eventually for his efforts. Nothing really lost there, but because it's nothing really lost. It would be interesting if Asian Monks actually send out a counter strike of their own. It's kind of interesting that they are the ones who are defending on their second, and they are the ones who send the sack first. Could be liable to a push right now, as you can see. Really aggressive play by the soldiers of Asian Monks and big dog area. Nothing's going to come of it in the end. Chongi goes down to 20 HP. So it's just going to be another stalemate once again. If they don't punish some Lupas for sending that one player sack in, then Alta might as well just keep trying that. And look at this, Kamari goes in for a kind of a play, goes down for his efforts right now. And let's see if Subloop Plus are gonna do anything with it. They actually pop up that Uber. It's gonna be an Uber trade with TJ leading the charge. Manages to get a meat shot onto Shinga. He's doing so much damage, and Shinga gets dropped from the Uber. A great air shot. Insane punch coming out from the demo man of Cuban, and they just screen up everyone on Asian Monks. They're gonna be taking this midpoint. If they manage to deny the forward spawn, they could get into the lobby. Altara maybe a bit over eager, tries to go in for a big play, but Subloop Plus, they're just going in anyway. They're taking control of second. Asian Monks don't look like they're contesting. They're all at river. They still have players if they want to. It's a 6v5 fight to BH. And they don't look like they want to aggress. I guess that's fine. A bit conservative from them.
Yeah, the Asian Monks are, they do have 30% Uber right now. That's slightly above what Smezo has, about 20% or so, but it's really not much to work with. But then again, they are going to be grinding it out compared to Smezo, who is just healing his players. Well, they are grinding it out as well, so it's pretty much going to be equal Ubers for both sides. I don't think the Asian Monks are going to... Oh, hello, Chongi! Gonna see if he can get some sneaky nonsense coming in.
Pyro main Chongi. Let's see whether he can do anything. He's interestingly enough on the back burner and the Scott shot. Not really sure if they're doing anything. But look at some Lupas. They're actually trying a coordinated sack. They have apples on point. They're probably trying to sack a soldier in. Repulse dies a bit prematurely. Chongi actually gets traded out for that kill. Apples gets out of water. The standard play would be to send a scout back and have a sniper and try to work a play from that. But actually on Gully Watch last, getting a sniper, it's kind of a hard pick to get. Because even if you get a soldier pick, it's not worth much. Because you just need to send your sniper to get a hero pick, and that's not really reliable. It's 0-0 right now. They need to get around on the board. They're turtling up really hard. They're gonna have a heavy, they're gonna have a sniper. They're gonna have a sniper of Chongi, interestingly enough. We have Kamari on the sentry class as well. And like I said just now, they're gonna have Apple sniping from main. If he can get the medic pick, that would be a crucial kill.
Definitely, that's what he's gonna be looking out for, Chongi. Trying to see if he can get those heads up in view. Spots the Solly, doesn't quite land a shot. Can see that little wiggle and he swaps back off to that Solly row. And right now, both still holding on to that Uber charge, and we are going to be seeing some other sniper action coming in from Apples.
Yeah, all eyes on the sniper of Apples right now. He's gonna get fully buffed, gonna peek around River. Obviously, with how conservatively that they're playing, I'd say that. Oh, close range headshot from Apples. Hamari, not really sure what he's trying to do on the engineer class. Apple's just gonna be going and rotating off to another view, maybe trying to go for a hero shot. There's no reason why you can't try that. Subnoob Pro is not really trying anything off of the back of the Hamari pick. They're sort of just spamming around, waiting for waiting for Apples to get a pick. You know, if they're turtling up this hard, it means they can't push out easily at all. So maybe they could try a 2-man sack or something. Apple's just gonna go down to stickies. He wasn't with the combo, he wasn't fully buffed. Chongi goes down, was that a counter set? Who knows? Q-Man gonna be padding his damage stats, takes on Chongi with pipes. It's gonna be another reset. I think it'd be interesting if they sent a 2-man sack or maybe even a 3-man sack, because Asian Monks turtling up, they can't push out easily. They have a sentry, they have a heavy, they need time to switch off classes to get fully buffed. That's more than enough time for those 2 or 3 players to spawn up. Q-Man's actually playing really aggressively. And look at it, Mario was standing at the balcony just now. You know, Q-Man's not fully buffed, could have been taken down right there. So Asian Monks not really trying anything, they're just playing super passively. Apple's gonna be on the point, gets a good leech out of the soldier, gets taken down. Altara tries to go in for the sack at the same time. That was coordinated play I was talking about.
Choi just matrix dodges that rocket coming from clean across the map at the balcony. I do believe we're going to see some maybe some action. No, they actually drop Apples as well as Altaria, and this is definitely going to spark a little bit of a retreat coming out for the side of Subnuquas. They don't seem too keen on going in. I believe the medic is still going to be right there, keeping the teammates buffed and healthy. This could have been the point in time where the players of the Asian Mons could actually have pushed out. They do have a sentry watching last. They still have that heavy. And right now it's just a standoff. We are already 12 minutes into the game. Nobody has capped a final point yet. And it's just going to see how to play through this. And Ubers are going to get traded out of the shutter. We're going to see some scouts running in. Apple's going to be right there. TJ going to be the shiny scout of choice. But the Uber for the side of the Asian Monks is going to be much better. And it's probably just going to spark another reset unless they can get some crucial picks. But it's just going to be another reset probably. Just going to grind out the Uber with that Uber charge for both sides. But for the side of something, they're actually going pretty far out. All the way out actually.
Yeah, the players of Asian Monks, they're taking their time taking this lobby. As I said before, they had all those defensive classes, so it's really not good for them. Chongi actually goes down to a trap by Cuteman. And that's it, they're just gonna have to retreat all the way back to the last. Ubers are gonna be built up again, and like I said, due to the defensive nature of these classes, they really can't push out easily enough. Hamari down to 9 health, it's gonna go down. His sentry is still up, but it's just gonna go down once again. Altara was on 60 HP, gets arrowed, he's playing really aggressively near the shutter. Shinka, he's just trying to spam pipes for some reason. I'm not really sure. He's just trying to play really aggressively near the shutter. He's actually a man down, but they do have that 7th man of the century, so I guess that's why he's trying to take these aggressive liberties.
Yeah, so they're just hanging back at the last point. They really don't seem too keen on pushing out whatsoever. So they've still got a heavy who's running Brass Beast. And he's just going to stand his ground. We got some action going under the point once again. Apple's trying to go for the distraction play. Getting Nietzsche
but they have a Brass Beast heavy on point. Apples goes down to 15 HP, but the heavy... It's a Brass Beast! He can't grab up quickly enough. Shawnee actually goes on to Pyro, gets a bit of cap down with the front. But apparently that's enough for them to push on. Human gets dropped in the Uber. He goes down, but look at this. It's a turnaround. Chongi actually takes down Repulse with the flame. Smezzo really low HP. Might have been a bad decision for them to initiate the Uber trade in. But TJ, you never know what he can do with the DM and experience of that player. But look at this, the back cap gets taken down. Tara trades with Chongi, and it's probably just gonna be a reset after all that. But as I say that, the players of Asia Mong, they're actually playing really aggressively near River. The players of Samupua, they aren't in position. TJ goes down to a roller pipe from but a really nice air rocket midi onto Quay by Repulse, and I think that's gonna hold up the push, and it's gonna be another stalemate.
Yep. So well, it actually looks like the players of Sumner don't want to give them any breathing room whatsoever. We got Q-Man already going to start spamming down. He knows where the main hit is. He's just going to start spamming pipes and stickies as and where they are. And once again, we've got that Pyro. I do believe it's Himari standing on the pipes right now. And this could potentially spell disaster if they decide to push through from Shutter, but it doesn't look like they intend to. Both teams are going to have to do a charge once again, and as usual, we're just going to see the same play coming out from Sapnu. They do get
a good shot onto Apples! Starbucks doesn't do it! Oh, it's Starbucks him! He He gets actually a lot of cap time. Atari going in for the bomb, takes down to Demoman. This is probably gonna spark a push. They still have the bomb. They only just now pop up their Uber. Superior Uber.
TJ, the flashing is going up.
They're just gonna focus down the heavy. He's hopefully gonna go down. But the arrows of Cider will keep that heavy alive. He still hasn't gone down. He's actually on full HP. Only Cuman alive on the side. Subnupras, really impressive play coming out from Asia Monks. They just managed to keep our players alive on point despite the really crappy Uber coming out from them. And they're just gonna be trying to take second. Yes, they take down Altaria. They're gonna be capping up their second.
Apple's his spy.
But it doesn't matter. They've already kept up their second. Unless he gets a demo or medic pick, even if he trades off with a soldier, it really doesn't matter. There's a Uber advantage for the side of Cider right now, so as long as they can build up the Uber, they're just gonna be in control of the round. Apple's still on that spy class. I'm not really sure what, like,
He deconked in front of him! Turn it on! Hashtag tried his best. Apple's gonna go down, try to go for a backstab, ended up having tried to revolver against 2 scouts, and it just wasn't enough. They do have that full Uber charge, so they can actually just push on through into this midpoint right now. Shingo's gonna be on the point, Uber's gonna be popped really early for the side of the Asian Monks. Himari's gonna be shiny scout of choice. He does pick up the Demo Man, they do pick up the Terrier as well, and this midpoint should go into the hands of the Asian Monks, and they may actually try to go in for another point. And
Shinga, like I said before, a bit overeager, the aggressiveness coming out. It was actually a really good Uber. They picked off Cuman, they picked off Altaria. They could have been pushing into second because they don't even have the Uber yet, some Nukuas. But instead, they're just gonna have to hold mid off of their Shinga pick. They're actually gonna be pushing in with an Uber advantage right now. So really good for some Nukuas. They take down Himari really early and they haven't forced off that Uber. This is really bad for Asia Monks. They're just gonna be steamrolling in, leaving one guy on the cap, one scout. TJ is gonna be leading the push. Stickies get dead. Altaria gets smacked by an air shot, 30 HP. Nothing's gonna come of it. But they don't have the Uber yet. Chongi goes down really early and they haven't got the Uber off. And I think we're just gonna see the same stalemate. South was pushing into Asia Monks last and it's a reset. Altaria could go for an aggressive push because the sentry's still on level 1 and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Cider still hasn't popped up the Uber. Altaria's gonna be in the water trying to get a sneaky play. Uber only just now popped up for Cider. Altaria actually peeks his hit. 38 HP, a bit laggy on the server, but that's fine. Quay on that Tommy Slav, he learned, don't equip the brass beast, equip the Tommy Slav. That's why he was alive just now. 3 players down for Samnu Plus, a pretty bad push from them. They maybe didn't come to Uber as the superior Uber from Cider just made it so that they just could bully the players of Samnu Plus out of last. It's a bit unfortunate that they had such a tanky, conservative lineup, so they can't push out off of the back of those 3 picks, so it's gonna be another stalemate.
Apple's playing peekaboo with the other scout. They do toss out a couple of scatter shots and tickle each other, but that's going to be fine. Chongi's going to be the one watching last, and they are going to be moving out to recap this second point. And once again, we are almost 19 minutes into the game, and nobody has capped the final point yet. That was a really close one for the side of Sabnu, but they just weren't able to pull on through. We got some sticky traps right there, so of course whoever decides to walk on through is going to have a bad day. Shinka's of course going to toss out stickies of his own. And yeah, it's just going to be another stalemate at this mid.
A lot of a closer map than I've expected. Asia Monks actually playing a bit conservative, but that's fine. As I say that, TJ actually is initiating an aggressive Uber trade. He has the worst of Uber, but because the Asia Monks is soloing that demo, he can't really do anything. He's so aggressive and he just gets taken down. Reports gets traded out. Quay gets taken down by TJ. But look at this, the flank from Chongi from Big North takes down the medic and Cute Man. TJ on 26 health gets just taken down. He takes on Chongi, but in the midst of all that, Cider actually goes down. But Apple's on the high ground. He's just taking down everyone, and finally manages to take down Starbuck. So really messy fight. It's gonna be a really slight Uber advantage for Smezzo. I'm not sure if Asian Monks are trying to push out. Look at the aggression from that. Shinka is playing so aggressively near the big dog. And he's just gonna lock everyone out. But hold on, looking at Cho. He wasn't looking at Cho and they just steamroll in. A really smart call from Samnu Plus. Apples goes down, but Chongi gets traded out. They didn't cap off that second, so now they can actually push in. But do they realize that there's a sentry? They haven't taken it down now. They're wasting time taking it down, Sentry goes down, Quay goes down, Shinka respawns, kicks down Repulse, but it doesn't matter. They just cap off their point, and really good plays coming out from Subnautica, and they finally take the first round of this map.
Yeah, that was actually really messy on their last point. It was just a lot of small fights in a lot of different places, but eventually Subnu do stand on the point, and they are going to be grabbing that first point of the day on CP Gully Wash. Gonna follow Shingo for his rollout this time around. And apparently Subnu players are extremely fast. Altera gonna be really low. He's gonna trade!
Wow.
Apparently with Shinka, the Repulse standing on the high ground, he's gonna be on the nipple run, 132 health. Spots the medic is actually really low. He's gonna jump across, trying to pick up the medic!
Gets the medic of Cider, really impactful bomb coming out from Repulse, really experienced player, been playing for a really long time.
Full wipe, ladies and gents.
Full wipe, they managed to protect the medic. The remaining players of Asia Monks, they just tried to steamroll in to equalize Ubers, but they just could not get that medic pick. Full Uber advantage, and they're just trying to secure that lead. 1-0 advantage in terms of rounds, not that big. 9 minutes left, anything could happen. This game has been super close so far. A lot of back and forth action. Chongi goes down, doesn't manage to get anything for that death. And they're still gonna have this Uber advantage. The players are just gonna be buffed up. Altair actually bombing in! Couldn't get an air shot onto the demo man, but it doesn't matter. Shinka's just trying to get like aggressive ground with just being there for some reason. He doesn't even have a buff and he's trying to do these sorts of things. And the Subnu players are reading him like a book. Shinka gonna be staying in water and they are reading him like a book. They just jump in from up top. Shinka goes down and they only now pick off that Uber, and they just get that point super easily. They barely had to pop off the Uber and they already had to run, like they already won the round.
Yeah, that round went by extremely fast compared to what we had for the previous two. I think it was mainly because of the extremely fast rollout coming up from the both side, for the side of Subnip Plus. And it does look like they're going to do the exact same thing. Once Repulse has his buff, he's just going to jump straight across to get a Voltaria. It does look like they're going to do double Solid Bomb. He does spot the Demo Man right there. He's not going to pursue that double Solid Bomb. Voltaria's going to be jumping down and going across. Spots the Scout, tosses up in the air. Can he get the air? The answer is no. Going to go face to face and trade apparently. Starman's going to go down. Sorry, he doesn't trade. And Chongi eventually does go down as well. Cider trying her very best to keep everyone up and healthy. Demo Man going to be really low, but Cider's going to go down.
Repulse gets Cider and Shinka out of nowhere. We couldn't even see them on the screen. Smezo gets taken down by Himari. Ubers are equalized and it's still a mid-fight right now. Advantage for some new pros, they have all the positioning in the world. Himari just runs around Cuban's trap. Is he gonna try for it? Just gets piped down in the face for his troubles. And it's just gonna be a mid-fight win for some new pros. They do have a slight Uber disadvantage, but it's probably gonna be a stalemate. Chongi is on that direct hit. That might be the tilt factor we were talking about just now. But 2 rounds down, 7 minutes left. There's still a decent amount of time left for them to make a comeback and maybe go to a golden cap. Hopefully not, we're behind time, but it'll be interesting if they can at least get a round on this map. It's been pretty close so far, a lot closer than what I was expecting. I was expecting more of a roll so far and it's been really close. But the fact of the matter is, 2 rounds up, they need to start making some plays and start doing something else.
Yep, it's really on the side of Asia Monks to do something about this this ad that they currently have, because something points are going to be 2 points up. We do see Starbucks trying to see if he can get anything done. The Solis are going to come peeking on through into the face of the entire team of Subnu Plus. They pop that Uber really early. Smezo trying to milk it as long as he can, doesn't have it yet, and he makes it out!
But Shinka goes down. It was actually pretty good Uber counting from them, but they just couldn't get anyone. In fact, they lost. No! Altara with the bomb. He was on the back. I mean, no one noticed that. He even gets down the scan along with that. Really good play coming out from Altara. They haven't even bothered that Uber. Chongi going in. Actually takes down TJ with the direct hit. The tilt factor is on, but in the end, they still have that Uber advantage. Shinka gonna be posted up in River, trying to get this pick. Down Altaria. Altaria should have seen that coming with his Division 1 experience, but still Uber advantage. Shinka's gonna be trying again, trying to get a force. Doesn't manage to hit the pipes this time. He just goes down, and they haven't forced up that Uber. No demo man on a last defense. This looks like a round.
Repulse gonna go straight deep and get smacked out of the sky. 57 health. Here it is gonna get popped, and this is not looking up for the side of the Asian Monks. They don't have that Uber charge. The Medics gonna be standing on the point all alone. Smezo somehow makes it out. Repulse jumping back on the point, linking up with everyone, and that is gonna be that with everyone standing on it 3-0 with a little under 6 minutes left on the clock. It's not the end of the game yet. There is still a possibility of going 3 rounds really quickly, but the Asian Monks really have to step up the game if they want to get those games.
It's probably a map win for Subnu Kuros at this point. As I said before, projectiles really strong on this map so far, and the soldiers, Repulse and Altara, are playing pretty well so far. Shinka goes down again, like the first man down on the entire mid fight. I'm not really sure what's going on. I didn't see what happened, but the Asian monks are just gonna be sandwiched at their throat. Himari and Quay, the scouts going down. Chongya 29 HP tries to shoot a rocket, goes down. Cider actually gets out for now, but they're on the chase. Altaro, you can see, going for a really fast pace. He's just kind of bomb in, takes the left spawn, doesn't shoot at anything, shoots at the walls, but what is this? They haven't kept off second and they're already trying to spawn camp. Might be a bit over eager. There's a pyro right there. Chongi takes out Altaria and Smezzo goes down. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're just throwing because they think they've already won, but I wouldn't count that out right now. Chongi on 17 HP is really low, but 4 players down for Samnu Plus. They're probably gonna get that second. Yeah.
We got a couple of players still behind the Asian monks. This is going to be Repulse jumping up, trying to get the up that Sully inside Riverside, which he does. Successful. Altera going to be spawning for the forward spawn. I do believe Repulse is still behind them. And
He's in front of them.
he's in front?
Wait,
He's behind them.
Oh, he's behind them. Wow, this is so weird.
Oh, this could spell disaster, but the Pyro's going to come out. He's going to get spotted out. He has to make a play. He has to make a play. The medic is going to be right there, but he decides to go straight for the Sully instead. He's going to back out.
What?
That is the Repulse play going down the drain.
How did he get out? And in the midst of that, Kiman just pipes down Cider. He actually goes down along with Altara to the pipes of Shinka with Repulse on low HP. They do have heals, but they have a man disadvantage. They're actually clumped up in the big door area, no height advantage for Samnu Plus. And he's just gonna jump in, he gets air shot, but it doesn't matter. Shinka, he was like just in front of his team. He didn't have anyone with him, no scouts, no soldier, no medic obviously. A Pyro is actually gonna be at the big door, so...
Yep, Chongi's running that direct hit.
At least he's
jumping up!
Come on!
Oh, Chongi!
Altara gonna be on 3 HP. It's a direct hit though, so he cannot hit any of this shot.
Where's the splash damage? Chongi!
Come on,
Chongi! Chongi, please! No! Oh my goodness me. Shinka's gonna be able to land some sticks right there to take down a couple of players. Repulse and Altera are gonna go down for the side of Sapnu Plus. And midpoint is gonna be the hands of Asian Monk, but 3 minutes and 9 seconds left. We are genuinely approaching trash time. We've already got apples on the engineer. They're just gonna start building that. They're just parking the bus right now. They're just parking the bus.
For sure, they're just trying to pad their stats, trying to get the motivation and spirits high after this map, because there is still one more. You cannot count them out yet. If they win the next map, they still have a chance. So a bit of an Uber advantage, actually a pretty big Uber advantage. They're sending Shinka into water.
Pop the Uber charge.
And they pop off their Uber charge.
He's getting absolutely denied. Sentry's right there. They got a Pyro as well. They do pick up TJ, but
they drop 2 in response.
Yeah.
Shinka just going in solo in water. I'm not really sure what he's trying to do. The Repulse gonna be standing firm on that point. He's gonna be challenging the scout. He just runs out. Chongi also goes down. Altaria is just gonna be reloading his rockets and just gonna push out. Hopefully, 3 players down for Asian Monks. Just gonna be hoping for some good plays. Altaria takes down Quay, gets traded out by Starbucks, and yeah, it's just a failed push.
Yep, we're just gonna watch people hanging about inside spawn. We've got TJ coming up from Riverside, and it does look like the second point will most probably go back in the hands of Southern Cross. A little under 2 minutes left. This is, of course, trash time. We are already going to be at 3-0. And yeah, the winner of the first map is going to be Southern Cross.
Hoping for some really cool TM moments. Starbucks manages to force out the Uber. Spencer goes at 33 HP, then pops it. Starbucks actually staying alive somehow. He's gonna be challenging the soldier. He goes down. The fossil has something in him. Then he's going on the cat. He's 31 HP. He probably but he gets so much cap time. There's still Quay and Chongi on soldiers. Chongi coming in with the direct hit. We never know. Quay on the direct hit as well. If you can get a crucial air shot, that would be a really cool frag clip. If they can do something with this Uber advantage, then they could maybe raise their spirits. If they get around, that would be nice. Smezzo goes down to a really nice sniper pick from Himari. They actually had the Uber advantage either way, so it didn't really matter. Repulse gonna be on 108 HP, gonna get a resup. Soldier of Quay off the very hit. Of course, takes down Kuman easily. Finally, they get around. Obviously, both sides are throwing a bit. It is trash time, 50 seconds left. They're just trying to pad their stats, trying to go for air shots, getting crucial, cool 6Ks. Not really much gonna go on for now. Interesting to note is that the demo man were like both sides are actually a bit slow on mid fights at times. Kuman gonna be rolling out through big door, Shinka through choke. He's just dropping off the drop down. He predicted him with ease, but it doesn't even manner, he just jumps through the drop down. Altara is going to be picking up the sniper. Really big play coming out from him. He literally predicted it and he still died to him. That's how good these soldiers are. It doesn't even matter, they're just good, man. Altara are going to be sandwiching them from the big door.
Calm down, big boy.
Monka S coming in the final seconds of the round by Altara. I think that was a 5k coming out from him. That's gonna be a morale booster for sure. Henry Ong, my favorite player of all time. And yeah, that's it. Just gonna be a 3-1 for the favor of Samnu Cross. They take the first map pretty comfortably towards the end. It was a bit close at first, but you know, let's just take a look at these stats and see how dominant they were.
I don't think we have the logs actually.
Yeah, it hasn't been uploaded yet. It's gonna take a while, but let's just wait a while. But we can just talk about it. Yeah, apparently the logs are a bit messed up, but it doesn't really matter. I think it was pretty apparent that the explosive classes from Samnu Cross especially, they were playing really well and yeah, stats are screwed up. Well, we don't really have stats, but I think the gameplay spoke for itself. Repulse, Altara, Cupman, they went pretty big for their team, and I think that was the primary reason as to why they won. TJ was leading a few really good pushers trying to go for aggressive Uber trades, and he was the rock that made sure that his soldiers and Demoman could go for aggressive plays. On the flip side, Shinka didn't really have anyone to anchor him down. We always saw he was the first man in. He was even like trying to go for sneaky plays on the flank or something, playing around river without buff, trying to go for hero shots, trying to go for insane air pipes, that sort of thing. Chomi was on a direct hit eventually. He didn't manage to get anything really spectacular. Yeah, they held close. They are really good on their defense. And yeah, that's about it. Asia Monks, they're really good on their defense. They managed to hold off a lot of Uber pushers and a lot of Uber trades from Samnu Cross, but they just couldn't push out when it mattered. That's it.
So we're just gonna have to wait and see how they play about on the second map of the day, which is gonna be CP Snakewater. And based on how we've seen them play, I think the crowd favorite right now is gonna be Sapnu. And
sure.
yeah, but who knows? Who knows? You know, Asian Monks could pull a comeback. They were able to pull up a pretty good last point cap in the previous game. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how they play on this map as well. Once again, for those of you who are just joining us on Twitch, a very good morning from the GMT +8. It is going to be 12:59 in the PM, and we are going to be going on to the second map of the night of the day, sorry, which is going to be CP Snakewater. The teams playing are going to be Sapnu Plus facing off against the Asia Mongs, and yeah, we're just going to wait for the server to come back up and the players to join back in, and then we can start the game proper. Yep, so I'm just putting the audio back up on stream right now. I know people inside Twitch chat are panicking that there's no sound at all. So calm down, we're back, don't worry. We are going to be moving on to the second map, which is of course going to be CP Snakewater. The teams are of course still going to be the same bunch of lovely people that we have. Sapnu Cross facing off against the Asia Monks. So just kick back, relax, and we'll just wait for them to get into the server, ready up, and we'll play the second map. It is, I understand, there was a little bit of confusion coming up from the teams. They thought they were just going to play one game, and the winner is going to move on into the upper bracket. But for the first rounds, we're just going to play 2 maps, and we'll count the rounds won. So that is pretty much going to be how we are going to play through the first rounds of games. Later on, we are just going to swap it out. Everything is just done due to time constraints and just planning to cater to other teams to let them play more than a single map. Yeah, so just to cater to all the players who decided to come down.
Yeah, just gonna be waiting for them to ready up right now. It was a really close affair, but ultimately some Nupoas had the upper hand the entire game. It was, after all, them who held Asia Monks at their last for like 10 minutes.
Yep.
It was close insofar as they couldn't really break that last defense with the heavy, the sentry, the pyro, but they were still holding their last and they never really held the initiative throughout the entire time. But they're just starting out really quickly. The first mid-fight of the second map, Snake Water, is going to be starting soon. We're going to be watching Cuban on his rollout. He's going to get there relatively quickly. He's going to get there with full health. And let's see what the demo man of Cuban can do on this mid. Takes down the scout a bit. Shinka on the other hand, not really doing any damage so far. A bit of a slow mid-fight, no really fast aggressive bombs coming out. As I say that, Repulse going in for a really big bomb. That's a lot of damage onto the medic. Doesn't actually clean him up, but Repulse with the flank takes down Shinka, gets him super low. But the players of Asia Monks, they're just dropping like flies. Cider goes down, Starbucks goes down, Choggy goes down, Shinka goes down, Quay goes down. Only Hamari left on the point. Only Altaria like went down for his team, I think. And Himari just gonna be hiding in that corner. And it looks like some Nupoas is just avoiding him entirely. They're just pushing through. So Hamari, W1 doesn't get a single shot off onto Smezo. Stays on full health. And that's trying to be a huge Uber advantage for Smezo right now. They're actually just going in. They're not letting Asian Monks get time to set up their defense. Really smart play. Repulse jumping that soldier. Doesn't get an air shot, but it doesn't matter. A lot of positioning for some Nupoas, and they haven't even popped it off. As I say that, they just popped it off. Repulse standing on point that sticks around.
Yep, Ubers are going to be popped, and that is pretty much a very fast round going out for the side of South Nupoas. They're going to grab that first round up on the point straight away, and just just a lot of aggression coming up from Subnu.
Yeah, it was just off of the back of that really dominant mid-fight. Cider just went down early and they could not equalize Ubers, let alone get frags or anything. Shinka, they're gonna have to change something on this mid if they want to stand a chance of like just staying in this series or the map at all. Altaria standing on the top left, just spamming it down. Repulse was the first one to initiate last mid. They're playing it even slower right now. An aggressive bomb coming out from Chongi. Smezo actually goes down to Hamari. Altaria jumping in, gets a lot of damage onto Asia Mall. Quay goes down to the scatter shots of apples. Repulse gets taken down. Shinka gets traded out. Frags left, right, and center. TJ is the last one alive, and that's it. Scout versus Medic. TJ wins every time. Gets a 3k on the mid fight. Really messy plays both sides, just trading out frags back and forth, back and forth. But TJ is the one who stands firm on that point and takes the mid fight.
Yep, TJ going to be the one coming up victorious, and he's going to be able to cap this midpoint for his team. First midpoint cap is going to go to Subnu. Sorry, well, this is technically the second round, my bad. Very fast going around the first time around, and we're just going to see TJ cap this midpoint, wait for his teammate to link up with him, and we've got the players for the side of the Asian Monk just hanging back. And they're just going to start defending their second point. Both medics did die on the midpoint exchange, so we're just going to have to wait and see who decides to build up the Uber first. Smezo going to be grinding out together with Scout and the rest of his team, just linking up together, as will Cider do pretty much the exact same thing. Just healing the development right now. Yep. Not much building coming up from the side of Cider though, with Smezo already at 75. So we're just going to have to see how they decide to play this through. And right as I said that, Scout comes in and gets that buildy build.
Knowing how TJ has played through this series, there is a small chance that they might Uber trade off of this tiny advantage. TJ really good in leading these kinds of pushes, and they're actually congregating near Saw. We see Chongi hiding near Lobo with the direct hit, trying to go for a sneaky play. But it's probably just going to be a stalemate once again. Interesting to note, Altaria, he is a jumper main. He probably knows a lot of cool little sneaky jumps, not just jumping from window. Repulse just gonna be spamming from there. If Altaria can go for a really sick jump, that would be crucial. Altaria! Going in for the bomb, gets so much damage and he forces him out. But look at this, Hamari on that sniper takes down Cuban. Altaria staying alive for a really long time. Finally goes down to Chongi. And 2 players down for the side of Sub Nupoas. They still have that Uber. Asia Monks, they don't really do anything with these 2 players. They could be trying to muscle into mid fight, like into the mid, trying to force off that Uber, but they're just playing conservatively once again. They are 1 round down. Maybe they don't want to like go even further into the ground, but maybe they could have tried something there. Regardless, Mezzo gonna be pushing in with a full Uber advantage. Actually 50% right now. Hamari once again gets a really good pick onto Q-Man and a really early force. They're gonna take down the soldier, of course, and they're taking Hamari down in the back lines. But overall, it's a decent attempt by Asia Monks. Q-Man did go down, so they can't really press forward even with these 2 picks. Shinka aggressive on the left side of lobby. Gonna meet up with his medic, but as I say that, Altara is going for a really aggressive bot. Gets taken out by the stick of Shinka. Repulse doing so much damage, and they force off the Uber. But Asia Monks, their players are so low. They take down Smezzo. Really good pick from them. Repulse, really low HP. Isn't gonna get chased down, but it doesn't matter. Smezzo is the most important pick right here. If they can keep the medic alive and keep their players healthy, they've already taken second.
Yep, TJ has to go back out for some more heals. And the players of Southern, they're just not gonna be letting up. Not gonna let the players of Asian Monks push out whatsoever. So Asian Monks are still gonna be hanging back. You see them still on the last point, clumping up a little bit on the left side. Delman trying to see if he can gain some ground and toss some sticky trap to see if he can get those picks for his team. Altera just doing what he does, just waiting for something to happen. And yeah, looks like they're just trying to bait them out to see if something can happen. But the Asian Monks, they're not too keen on pushing out. They don't have the Uber yet, so that's probably what they're gonna be waiting for.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that Asian Monks didn't try to push out when they had that heal advantage. When Smezzo was still dead, they didn't try to push out, but it's fine. They have a pretty sizable Uber advantage, but there is danger here. A lot of last pushes work, not because they did a good last push, but because the holding team did a bad push and they like capitalized off of their weakness. And as I say that, Quay goes down really early. They haven't popped up that Uber, but it's a really sticky situation. Haha. Shinka is gonna be leading the push, but he gets dropped. They haven't popped off that Uber, and Sidon just drops to the rockets of the soldiers of Altaria and the pipes and stickies of Q-Man. Just like really weird plays coming out from Asian Monks. They didn't do anything at all. They dropped the Uber even. TJ and Q-Man just gonna be cleaning up. Tower Pyro just goes down and they just cap off that point 2-0 for Samutua.
Yeah, big shame that just ended up with a drop for the side of the Asian Monks. Otherwise, they could have potentially held on to that last point. But yeah, just a huge shame that Sided went down in the end to those random rockets coming out and just weren't able to defend.
Yeah, lack of coordination and direction coming up from Asian Monks. They could have tried to do anything, but they just dilly-dally on that catwalk area, and in the end they even dropped the Uber. A new mid-fight, a new round. Let's see what they can do.
Yep, Altera trying to see if he can get some sneaky jumps. He knows the soul's going to be up there, but he's going to just jump straight across shots. Plus the medic, he's just going to strafe away. Focus down that Demoman. Chica's going to go down. Altera not too long, but he's not too far behind him. Himari's going to go down next after all. Queen going to be right there trying to defend the medic, but we're going to have Repulse jumping straight down onto the medic and finishing him off. And this is pretty much going to be a full wipe with Chongi coming in, the direct hit.
Oh, doesn't manage to finish off that pick. He got the first record off, but of course it's direct hit. You need to hit just clean directs to like just get a kill to begin with.
Yeah.
Smezzo did stay alive, and once again it's the familiar story of these mid-fights. No matter what they try, Asian Monks just can't seem to pick off the other medic without losing their own, and in this case they didn't even do that. So once again, facing uber disadvantage. On the previous map of Gully Wash, they were pretty good at holding off these last pushes, but they haven't held off a single one. 2-0, looking like the dominance of Nupo as I was expecting. Maybe because it's Snake Water, Shinka and the like Chongi and these sorts of players have a bit more trouble on the more open map.
Yep.
And the scouts of TJ and Apples that are doing work right now. Hamari on the sniper class, he did pick off Human twice just now.
Oh, they're already in?
They're already in. They just push up to under. Chongi is gonna be on that Dragon class. Takes down TJ and they haven't focused down the sentry. Really like misplay coming up from Samlu Cross. Atara going down with a pickaxe in his hand. They finally take down the sentry, but 2 players down. They can't really do anything. The power is just gonna be scattered down. And if they're smart, they're just gonna push off the back of these 3 picks. They're actually going slow, good. They're checking everything. They're making sure no one gets behind, but that might have been a mistake. Actually, Shinka overextending a bit, goes down, and without that demo pick and the Uber being popped off, it's actually a really dangerous situation because they haven't kept off second. They can't chase too hard. Wait, they get back at. So they're just gonna be just staying around here, really chaotic fights, and look at that. Quay goes down, Scout on 24 HP, Starbucks goes down. 2 players down for Asia Monks, and they're just gonna clean up. 3 players down for Asia Monks, and they're just gonna try and steamroll into Salah. They're even gonna get an Uber, so very precarious situation for Asia Monks. They're probably losing this
On
round.
the left side, Altera going straight down, spots the medic but getting absolutely denied, but the Devil Man is going to ride that try. He's very bad to defend the medic, but he's going to go down in the end. Altera does go down, Quay goes down not too long after. Cider trying her very best to keep everyone alive, but just too much damage and too many people at that point. 3-0 in favor of the Submit Cross players.
I can really feel the frustrations of the Asia Monk soldiers. I can sympathize. Coming up against TJ, trying to do anything against him is really hard. On the flip side, Repulse and Altaria, they're getting so much damage and work done with their bombs. The scouts of Asia Monks just not denying them. Human outputting so much damage, and once again, we look at him on this mid fight, not really doing anything so far, but being a constant presence. Quay going in for a deep dive, can't get the rocket off. But somehow picks up TJ. This mid fight is actually going in favor of Asia Monks so far, but as I say that, Smezzo just stays alive. Cider is actually the one that ran down my bad, and it's a 4-1. It was looking so promising at first. TJ went down to the rockets of Quay. The players were just swarming all over though, and Cider goes down, and the end result is the same. Smezzo has a full Uber advantage. They're just cleaning up. They're not taking any chances. They've learned not to underestimate this Asia Monk team, and they're just steamrolling through this map so far.
Yep, Repo's just going to jump on through. No respect for the Asia Monk players whatsoever. Just fly into their faces and toss out rocket after rocket to get that damage down. Chogi once again still on that direct hit. We do have a sniper play coming out. Himari is going to be the sniper. Lands a very nice headshot down to Altera. Can he land another one? The answer is no.
He's actually a bit aggro in lobby on 25 HP. It's impressive that he doesn't go down, but the players, they're so weak. And a full Uber push is coming in. They need to be fully buffed now to do anything. Himari on body here just trying to run into the spawn, manages to get out. TJ though, he's got that sight on him. He's taking down he takes down Shinka super early. He actually deads on himself. TJ on the 1v1 of the scouts. No one's really winning so far, but as I say that, even though TJ got a whole Uber on him, the rest of his team was just going down like flies. Smezzo on 35 HP is gonna get chased down. Actually manages to get out. But Asia Monks, they managed to hold off on last push. Finally they managed to hold it off. And now they have a crucial advantage. Altaria gets a lot of damage onto him, doesn't get peppered down by the scouts. He's actually on full HP. It'd be a shame if they wasted his Uber charge, so they need to push into middle.
Yep, Chongi is going to be jumping in potentially with that direct hit, but it doesn't look like Starbucks going to be the scout of choice. Devilman going to try to focus him down!
Oh my gosh, cute man with a really crucial sticky. And for that, they popped off the Uber for nothing. They trade out apples, but it doesn't really matter, does it? They're just gonna push it back to last, but if you notice, there's actually a back cap going on. Even though they're getting all these frags, they're still... Headshot from... He gets the back cap, he's actually destroyed! He's still alive! He destroyed him! Insane rockets from a little bit of a jiggle, and it's actually an insane play from him, because he not only got an air shot, he also got the back cap, so it doesn't even matter that Special dies. He manages to cap off that point, and just managed to stalemate it out right now. So just an insane play from the roamer of Subnu Puras. And in fact, they don't even care, but Uber Cider doesn't quite have it. He's going on 50%, they're just steamrolling in, no respect. Asia Monks, they're just giving it up for free. They're scared, they're playing scared. Chongi is gonna be rattled, not being able to hit any air shots whatsoever. TJ is just gonna be leading through the left side of spawn. He's not gonna try to continue the push. Cider does have an Uber advantage, so it's probably gonna be of a stalemate right now, and the onus is on Asia Monks to push right now.
Yep. So the Asian Monks really have to be the ones put the best foot forward. They are going to be a few points down at the moment, so it's really up on them. Chongi! Smack him out of the sky with the help of Shinka is going to be able to finish him off. That is going to be Altaria dead on that last point attempted jump. They do still have that full overcharge for both sides though. Starbucks going to see if he can get anything done. Hopefully, of course, going to get that medic frag and get that potential drop. There's still a lot of time on the clock, a little under 17 minutes left before this round comes to an end, and it's not impossible. They can still pull out a win and potentially push this into a golden cap round. They're just gonna have to play their best at the rate that things are going so far. Subnu, they do have a couple of rounds ahead of them, and right now they just seem to be turtling on this last. They need to find a way to do something to gain ground for their team. And tactical pause?
Not really sure if it's a tactical issue or if it's a tactical pause or if it's a technical issue. Right now, scores are firmly in the favor of Subnupuas. They're holding Asian Monks at their last. They've been in firm control of the round so far, of the entire map. Asian Monks haven't won a single mid-fight. They're going to be having to change that if they want to have a chance of staying in this series or even winning this map at all. Right now, there's still 15 minutes left, as Alex alluded to right now. There is definitely more than a chance for Asian Monks to come back in this series. But with how they've been playing so far, we saw that hesitation when they tried to push out of last earlier in the round, or earlier in the map rather. They had uber advantage. They had Subnupuas right where they wanted, but they just couldn't do anything. Indecision struck them, and they even dropped off that uber, and Subnupuas won that round. When it should have been Asian Monks pushing into second and in mid-fight, and like the middle off of the back of that uber advantage. Ubers are even right now, but they're on their last. They're gonna have to come up with something creative, something that's not just holding a heavy and a sentry on last. Because while that definitely means that some Nupuas can't push into their last, it means that they're not pushing out either. So the pause is gonna be coming out right now, and that's it. They're gonna be someone actually disconnected from the server. Thankfully, it wasn't Cider. Starbucks gonna be on that sniper class. Gonna be trying to go for a pick right now. But some Nupuas, they don't even need to do anything. They're just gonna be laying low in lobby and Quay goes down. It's actually pretty dangerous because they do have a sniper. It means they're essentially 2 players down. If a soldier or a scout can sack him right now, that could be really dangerous. Altara not really showing respect to Starbucks, just gonna be peeking that. He's not showing any respect whatsoever, and Shinka takes him down for his troubles. And it's just gonna be a bit of a reset right now. Starbucks gonna be switching off, so they're probably gonna try something different to try and push out this loss.
Yep, so both teams still are holding on to that full limit charge, so definitely swapping back onto that scout roll is going to be a big factor for them. They are going to be still running that heavy weapons guide, so that is something that the players for the side of Subnu have to look out for. As of right now, they don't seem too keen to push on through, but hello, what do we have here?
Altaria Spy. Yeah, this is the kind of thing it's fine. It's a really low risk play. They're 3-0 up in the map. They have no reason not to go for it, and it wastes a lot of time. I expect for like Asia Monks to be the one carrying out a spy class, but they're just not trying anything. They're just gonna have Starbucks and Sniper. They're just gonna have a Hamari Heavy just trying to watch out for the jumpers, and now it's a matter of whether they can create a distraction. Yeah, it's because Altara was running that big urn. He only had 100 HP. One pipe was all that was necessary to take him down. I would have hoped that they could have coordinated the play with his team a bit more, maybe have something for spam a bit, so that they would be distracted. They even get a they got the Chongy pick, so it was a bit of a distraction, but Shinka was just way too aware. He pipes him down, but oddly enough, an aggressive Uber coming out from TJ. He was the one that popped first, so a worse up Uber, but this is what I was talking about. Shinka is the one in the Uber trade, so he really can't chase down anyone. But as I say that, Chongy just slaps down Altaria, takes him down, 2 players down. Chongy gonna be standing on that battlement area, raiding Chong. No one can jump in because he has a direct hit. And some Nupuas, they see the futility of the situation, they just back out.
Yep.
But wait, as I see that, TJ is actually trying to contest. The rest of the team only now coming in, but it's super precarious right now. Repulse is definitely going down. He's on 5 HP, and that might have been a bit of an overextension. Like, they had no right staying there. They just didn't have any positioning apart from TJ. And if Asian Monks really wanted to right now, they could push into middle.
Yep, they are. Ubers are relatively equal. It's not much of an Uber ad for either side. Cute Man gonna get most of the buffs right now. Potentially gonna be him to lead the charge, but so far TJ has been the shiny player of choice for the side of Subnupuas. As for the side of the Asian Mongols, right now they did the exact same thing, just waiting for the Uber charge before they decide to do anything too risky. But by the looks of it, it does seem like they wish to push out from somewhere. Altera gonna be jumping straight in, and that is gonna be a very early pop coming out.
And he takes such a long time to go down. The entire Uber was based on that single soldier, and Starbucks might even go down. Shinka goes down. Yes, they pop off that Uber, but the frags are just going in the favor of Subnupuas. They take down Shinka and Starbucks. Apples is actually on really low HP, but it doesn't matter. It's a direct hit. He can't splash. And yeah, it looks like a really dominant performance. A really big play once again coming out from Altaria. and they're just gonna be trying to like take control of this lobby and take control of the round. They're trying to push him to last somehow. Repulse on low HP, TJ on half health, but somehow the fact they're going in favor of something plus Chongi, Shinga, Hamari all going down. The soldier standing strong and he gets one shot. Quay manages to get a crucial rocket, but it doesn't matter. Chongi takes down Smezzo. He actually took out Altaria just now. He can't get the shots onto TJ though. It's a direct hit. That's the problem. TJ is gonna be a one-man army. He's gonna take down that pistol, but here's the thing. The scouts, Demo Man, they're just gonna spawn out. TJ unfortunately was just out of could not take down that like he took down the soldier, couldn't take down the medic. It's gonna be a bit of a reset. But Cider, he does stay alive. He does have the boom, but that Shinka check it, he doesn't. But it doesn't matter. The soldier just backs out. Repulse. Getting a lot of damage right now. Mai goes down, Quay goes down, and this hesitation, they're not really popping up that Uber, but right now that might be for the best. They only now pop it off. They take down Altaria. Cuban goes down. Nice play. If they can cap off this point, they only have a single soldier standing on it. They might be able to get this off. But the forward spawns, yes, finally they cap it off. And still 2 players down, no Cuban. Shinka is going to go down to really low HP. Repulse can take it down in response. And yeah, that's going to halt the aggression for now. But they could push in at any time.
Yeah, somehow it's just
Mezzo goes out.
2 scouts are just able to push the entirety of Asian Monks back to the second point. That's a little bit questionable when you have those 2 solis right there. Just use that splash damage. But then again, as I remember, we've got someone running that direct hit, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to use that splash damage. Quay is going to go down in the end inside that Zoro room, and Chongi is going to have to back out. I do believe he's the only one at the front lines at the moment. Nope, Sida's going to be right there by his side, healing him back up. And Sada is going to have that very sizable Uber-Rad, so I would like to see what they can do with this. Demo Man just jumping straight on through Sada! Survives.
He actually got that pipe onto him, but he just had nothing left.
Sada is 15 health right now.
Yeah, there's no, like, it's really ballsy for her to not pop off this Uber. Finally, she pops it off, but it might be questionable. It might have been better for her to pop it off earlier, but now, because she held for so long, the players of some new pros, they already ran out, and in effect, they didn't get a single frag in that entire Uber, so bit of a misplaced opportunity right now. Starbucks goes down really early. Not really sure what he's trying to do there. Smezzo doesn't even have his Uber. He couldn't have got the force out. He needed to kill him to do anything.
Yep, looks like they intend to push in from lower right now. We got Altera already jumping straight forward, but the players of Asian Monks, they're just so far away. This potentially, does look like this point is just going to go into the hands of Sapnu. Asian Monks have no feeling whatsoever in terms of defending this point, and once again, just no respect straight on through. TJ with those meat shots down onto Starbucks. He's gonna go down. Solly's gonna be jumping right there. Can we see even more meat shots? You can when you're shiny. Solly's gonna be jumping up top. Quay trying his very best to get anything done, and Quay's gonna be down. Quay goes down, and you just stand on the point once it Uber fades.
Yeah, really solid push coming out from some new class. I think something that's really interesting is that a lot of the time, Cider and Asian Monks actually have the Uber advantage. They can play those kinds of fights really well. It's just that in the actual utilization of that Uber advantage, they haven't been successful at all, and that's resulted in all these lost rounds. Add to that their failure to win a single mid so far, this looks like a done deal.
Yep, but well, 9 minutes, there's still time. They can find a way.
Nice rocket.
Scattershot's gonna be able to take Quay down. Demo against Solly. Repulse gonna be at 28 health. Has to jump back, grab the health back, get some more heals from that medic. 107 health. Demo fight on this midpoint. 100 damage down. Scattershot from across the map. Shinka's gonna go down. All the person alive is gonna be Cider, making her way back to safety. No one's gonna be chasing Cider at the moment, and doesn't look like she's gonna be able to make it out alive. Apple's gonna be capping the point. Repulse gonna start moving his way onto the second point. And once again, we're just gonna have to see Asian Monks hanging out on last. Altera and Cuteman get taken down for chasing all the way, I guess.
Yeah, it's at least a step up that Cider managed to get out alive, but still an Uber advantage. But in the midst of all that chaos, heavy classes of Cuban and Altera going down, Quay gets traded out, Chongi gets traded out. He was on the direct for sure. And yeah, it's just a damn shame that Cider doesn't have her Uber yet. She's only now 100%. She's gonna get forced out. Starbucks is the only man alive. He needs to get some production done with this Uber, or not, they're just gonna lose this match and the entire series. He's the only player up. Quay actually spawns in. Starbucks just gonna be on that low ground. He's just gonna get scattered down by the scatter shots of TJ. Repulse going in. Manages to do a lot of damage onto Quay. He's on that direct hit, of course. The scout of Hamari is not gonna be able to really do anything. And that's it. It's a 5-0 for this side of Samu Plus. A lot more of a dominant showing from them in contrast to the first map. And yeah, they just were really dominant through the entire map.
Yeah, so congratulations to the players of Sapno. You guys are going to be moving on into the next upper bracket, while the players for the side of the Asian Monks are going to be pushed down into the lower bracket. It's not the end of the world anytime soon. They will still continue to play until they get knocked out. We are, of course, going to be using a double elim method for these games. So once again, congratulations to the players of Sapno for taking the second map as well. I mean, just a really dominant performance coming out for the players of Sapno right there. And is there any player that stood out for you the most?
Yeah, not really single player, but players in general. I think the Sapno class players, they all played pretty well. I think especially on Gully Wash, where it was a bit more even, the explosive heavy classes, especially Altara, Repulse, Cuban, I think they were the breaking factor. On Snake Water, I think the entire team was outplaying Asian Monks as a whole. I didn't think there was a standout player. I think in particular it was sort of like Shinka and the rest of his team weren't really on the same page. Shinka definitely has the propensity to do so much damage and impact. It's just that he's oftentimes just ahead of the team. You can see on the mid fights and team fights, he's so aggressive that he's the first one that goes down. And when you don't have that demo man that you've staked all your hopes on like super early, that's why they were losing a bunch of the rounds. Add to that, they just aren't as established of a team as Sapno Plus. That's kind of why. Yeah.
So there's still plenty of games to go for the rest of the day. We are currently at 1:27 in the PM GMT +8. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome to the AsiaFortress Community LAN 2018. I do believe we have sorted out a couple of issues with regards to audio, and no more echo I'm seeing in chat as well, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good, and at least it's not as bad as what it was previously. So we'll just there's going to be a brief intermission, I believe, because we're going to have to swap out and get some new teams up on stage as well. The next game on stage is going to be My Gaming Edge facing up against High on Drugs. That's going to be the next game up on stage. It is, of course, going to be Gully Wash as well as Snake Water. And concurrently, we will be having Improvised Shenanigans facing off against Herbal Tea. And that will be going on the Game Asia Arena floor. So those two games are going to be running concurrently. I do believe we may bring in a separate set of casters to cast the next match, which is going to be going live up on stage. So just hang tight, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Whoa.
Hello. Whoa. Hello and welcome back to AsiaFortress LAN. We've replaced your previous casters. I am Bedia, and this is my co-caster Hirasahi.
Hello, it's me, HSR.
Today we're going to be casting this match between MGE and High on Drugs. High on Drugs being on the blue team and MGE being on the red team. So I don't know very much about these teams. It's been a while since I've been back on the scene. So here you're gonna have to tell me a bit more about these two teams because you've been here around, you've been here longer than I have. So based on what I have here. Hello. I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking.
I don't know why the boost is picking it up.
Yes, experiencing technical difficulties. Please hold. Hello.
Yeah. So every time you adjust, okay.
Anyway, back to what we have here. On MGE, we have Wolfie. Wolfie has been playing Div 2. Wolfie won Div 2 if I'm not wrong.
Third place Div 2.
The third place Div 2, so he has some experience with the game already. We've got Ellie coming from Div 2 as well. I do believe I remember watching some of his matches in the past. We've got Ellie on. We've got two Ellies on this team, which is going to be very confusing. Ellie ELLY on Pocket Scout and ELY on Medic. We've got Zero, who apparently won the Open Pure division. I wasn't around when that happened, so I have no idea what that means. And we have Cyan on Roma. Cyan and Andre, Roma and Pocket respectively.
Cyan is more known for playing Medic on the Wolf Boys team that finished second last TFT season. But he's on Roma this time, which is a refreshing thing to see. And then we have the blue team. Vita, want to take it away?
We've got Pure on Scout. Pure has been a member of this community for quite a long time. I remember when he first started playing. Now he finally gets to play on AF LAN with the rest of the big boys. We've got his fellow scout CH. I don't know much about him. I do know about L. L is their pocket. L has been playing this game for quite a while. I watched some of his matches in Div 3. So should be exciting to see how far they can come in LAN. We've got Blower. Blower has actually been playing in Div 2 to a certain degree. I've seen some of his matches as well. I've casted some of them, I believe. So hopefully we'll be able to see some big plays coming up from him. Got Affixion on Medic and Arima on Demo. Unfortunately, I can't tell you very much about them because I don't know them myself. But maybe we can grab lunch after this and introduce ourselves to each other. How about that?
Well, sounds like a good idea. And while we do not know much about the blue team, we do expect this to be a relatively close game, as we do have the roaming soldier of Flower and L, who both have quite an amount of experience playing soldier, so we will see them probably at the top of the scoreboard. While on the red side, we'll probably see Wolfie up there, along with Zero. So hopefully this will be an interesting game to watch, Vidya.
I hope so, as soon as they ready up so we can actually watch the game.
Yeah.
Unless they're gonna continue to experience all these audio problems just like the ones that we were having.
Well, the LAN definitely gonna have some problems as we do have some delays. But we will...
Murphy's Law. Have you ever heard of Murphy's Law?
Well, I've heard of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, they say.
So now we're just gonna discuss philosophy on this stream because we absolutely have nothing else to talk about.
So what's your favorite color, Vidya?
My favorite color is actually green, but Team Fortress 2 only has 2 colors.
Green.
So we have to pick one of those.
Alright, you know, I remember casting for TFTV, and I remember because we took a 1 hour pre-game, we didn't know what to talk about, so they asked me what my favorite color was, you know? I told them white and black, but those are not colors. So I actually have no idea what my favorite color is.
Your favorite color is non-existent.
Well,
that is the color.
I
It's the
guess
color of my
so.
soul.
We don't have a color indeed. Well,
You have to pick red or blue because there's only red or blue in this game.
you know, my team, I play on Xiao, right? And my team only plays on the red team, which is
Why?
some trivia for you. I don't know why, but it's apparently a thing we have on our team. So I guess my favorite color is red.
So if TCF were to take away the color red from you, would you be able to still win? Maybe
Well, maybe that's the secret to Xiao losing. Maybe if we finally get on the blue team for once, maybe we might lose. I'm not sure.
how long has Xiao been? We shouldn't talk about Xiao.
We shouldn't be talking about Xiao,
We
we
should
should
be
be
talking about the teams on stage.
Exactly, we should be talking about these teams that are playing. Actually, I have no idea who some of the players in the red teams are, being Andre and Ellie with 2 L's, which is going to be very annoying as we have said. So why don't we come up with a system for these 2 Ellies on this team?
We'll just call them Red Medic and Red Scout.
Medic and Red Scout, alright.
If you want to lose your individuality in that manner, then you know.
Well, I guess we will call them Red Medic and Red Scout, although I will maybe try to drag out the Pocket Scout, if I'm not wrong.
Ellie.
The Ellie, you know, drag it out.
Ellie. Okay, we'll call Ellie. Wait, no, but there's already an L on the server.
Ah, that's right.
Ellie and Ellie.
Ellie and Ellie.
Ellie.
I won't be able to differentiate them later on, so we will just leave it at
Ellie
that.
the Scout and Ellie the Medic.
Ellie the Scout and Ellie the Medic, right? Okay. So we should be going live pretty soon, as there is some audio difficulties I heard on one of the teams. So I guess we're stuck here together, observing pregame.
Eating McDonald's.
Well, I think McDonald's. Free advertising.
Sponsor us, please. We need food.
We need food. We're after dying here. We've been in here for 3 days. Alright.
Little well-known fact, LAN only started like today. So how have you been in here for 3 days, Hirosagi? Please explain.
I've been camping outside. I've been so excited for LAN, you know. I've been camping outside the event,
Oh my
waiting for them to
goodness.
start.
That's some dedication right there. Maybe we should make you head admin.
Maybe they should make me hit at me. But for
What
now,
do you say to that, Fishy?
well,
Keep in the future.
I have no idea. And so I guess we don't have much to talk about aside from waiting for these teams to ready up.
What kind of plays are we gonna get out of this too?
Well,
I mean,
okay.
how has the meta progressed? Because I haven't been out.
I mean, the meta is still the same as it has been for the past few past year or two.
Scout-centric.
Yeah, we still focus on the scouts, which will favor the red team more actually. Speaking of that, we will talk about Wolfie on scout because Wolfie is a pretty well-known scout. He did finish third place last season on AFC in Division 2. So we will be seeing some nice plays coming up by Wolfie, assumably. And for either team, I don't actually see a specific off-classer or one who's very talented on one. Maybe that's Pure, who plays known for his spy plays. Maybe we'll see some spy coming up from Pure, who knows?
Well, maybe that will happen, or maybe that won't. Spy is a very on and off kind of play to make. If you go spy and you don't achieve anything on the task, you're basically losing out on one player that you could have for the last fight. Anyway, off classes are interesting to see and all, but in the current state of the game, everything is usually centered on a push with a scout, or at least back when I was around, that was how it worked.
Well, it is still more or less the same thing, as the scouts are still the main focal point of Team Fortress 2 with an
They
Uber
should call it Scout Fortress.
They should call it Scout Fortress, right? Well, we do know that Zero is a pure league open champion demo man. So we will expect Zero on paper to be better than Arima, although we will have to wait for the game to start to see that, although I would expect Zero to do quite an amount of work for the red team over here.
What would you look for in a good demo at this level?
Oh, what would I look for in a good demo? I would look for a demo that knows how to play with lesser amounts of heals, because this is the scout meta after all. And in Division 3, I think the demos are more or less supposed to not be the tanks of the team. I assume the soldiers are supposed to stand out more. But for a demo, I guess it would be to take less heals but still put out a respectable amount of damage.
Well, I think the only way to tell whether these teams can produce that sort of result is through the logs, and you know that's only gonna happen after this game starts.
We will wait for them to start before we,
Get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so let's talk about the hats.
Is that new? Is that a new hat?
I have no idea. This is a bad decision. I have no idea.
That's a new hat? Ooh, it's shiny.
Oh, interesting, dude.
It has flowers inside it. I've never seen it before. You've chosen an excellent topic.
This is an excellent
How about we
topic.
talk about people's real hats? Who's wearing a hat out there?
It is LAN after all. We can see everyone's faces, you know.
Everyone's wearing hair. They're so boring.
Oh man. Well,
If your hats are fancy in game, your hat should be equally fancy in real life.
I mean, even if it's not fancy, maybe you should at least, you know, have the decency to actually wear a hat in real life before we can talk about how nice it is. You know?
Does hair count as a hat? I mean, there are hats in Team Fortress 2 that change.
And we count them as hats, right? That's true. Well, I don't know. I mean, to me, I don't consider it a hat. I don't know about you.
You know that 50% of the classes in Team Fortress 2 are bald?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Alright. This is news to me.
The demo is bald. The heavy is bald. Wait, does a soldier have hair? He's wearing a helmet, he's basically bald.
I guess so. Well, what if you bring us through the medics on both teams actually?
Well, I've seen Ellie play medic before a long time ago. You know, I'm going to keep reminding all of you that I dropped out of the community because NS. But I think the most important thing for a medic at this point in time is just survivability, focusing on being able to stay alive. Like, okay, I'm not saying that staying alive and doing nothing is a good trait, but at least you stay alive and are able to have you're able to put out that healing instead of like, how do I explain this? Being downtime as medic is you being dead. As long as you're alive and with a teammate, you're putting out more healing, and that's already like 100% increase than if you were dead, you know. So at this point in the game, where roamers are basically just throwaways, and you just sack your roamers straight in, you have to see a lot of survivability come up from the medic, because if he can't take a single roamer jumping at him, he's not going to be able to like support his team enough.
Which brings me on to another point actually, because we do know a bit about Ali. He did play medic for other teams before, and assumably I haven't seen Fixian play medic before actually. I haven't even seen him around. So will that experience that Ali has on medic be the turning point for this game? What do you think?
I mean, experience is good and all, but I'm a strong believer in this thing called talent, which is largely unpopular. So who knows whether Afrixian is more talented, or who knows whether Ellie is more talented.
So I guess we will say that Fixian is the wild card here, along with Arima and CH, which we haven't talked about actually. What do you think about CH?
I'm pretty sure I've seen CH before.
You've seen him before? I haven't seen him before.
I think so. I mean, subtle reminder that I haven't been around for a while.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep talking about
Just gonna
that.
keep talking about how you've left the scene. So being a scout main, you know, before you quit TF2, you know, a long time ago maybe, before you quit TF2 you were a pocket scout for TCF actually, who's playing in the afternoon later, right?
Yes.
So as a scout, you have experience on how to play the class. So bring me through it. How important is a scout when it comes to playing at the pocket role?
I mean, as you said before, the current meta is scout-centric, so everything relies on you being able to hit your shots. But it's not just that, it's positioning, rotation, knowing how to work with your flank scout and when to go in. So, especially like for scout, timing is everything. You have the ultimate ability to choose when to go in and when to get out, but sometimes all of that needs to be coordinated with your team. If you go in too fast, you leave everyone behind and then you're just dragging your medic into a fight that's doomed. But if you go too slowly, you're not being aggressive enough. And if you're not being aggressive enough, the rest of your team is just gonna jump ahead of you and get slaughtered. Because remember, you have the highest potential for damage. If you hit all 6 shots, it's definitely gonna do more than if a soldier hits 4 direct. So you gotta make sure that as a scout, you time it perfectly such that no one is shooting at you, but you are doing the most damage.
Alright, so speaking of that actually, let's talk about deathmatch, how important it is in a game like this. So would you think that deathmatch obviously it matters, like you have to kill people in this game, that's the objective of it after all. But what do you think would be sort of the turning point for these teams? If one person hits all of his shots as scout, maybe?
The turning point in what sense?
For example, maybe if CH, this wildcard here, maybe if he goes nuclear, you know, he just starts hitting all of the shots for the blue team and then they start winning. Do you attribute everything into CH, or do you attribute it maybe to his team playing around him? his medics dropping less Ubers.
I mean, yeah, I suppose it's definitely it definitely has to do with other people opening up for CH. But like, Scout is such a, like the double jump that the Scout has is literally one of the most powerful abilities in the game. And sometimes, okay, it's very rare for a player to make opportunities for himself, especially since at this level, like everyone should be looking out for each other. But it is, I would say that for the Scout, it's the most possible to create those opportunities since he moves so fast and his like, I was gonna say his aesthetic, but his up and down dynamic.
He's very mobile.
He's very mobile. That, like I said, he can choose which fight he wants to take and which fight he doesn't want to. And so that ability to get in and out quickly is what's gonna serve best in like creating the best opportunity. So if taking your example, CH were to start fragging out, I think it's highly possible that it's his own like skill and talent coming into play rather than the rest of the team supporting him. So, but for example, if we see CH get 3 kills at mid, and then they still lose the mid, then you'll definitely know CH is fragging out, but his team is not supporting him.
This is a fair point you're making, and it looks like I have run out of topics to talk about here. So we are going to be playing Gully Wash and Snake Water. So what do you think about Gully Wash?
Gully Wash is actually a very interesting match because Gully Wash tends to favor the opponent who is worse. I'm not saying like bad, but worse than the other team. So, for example, I'm just gonna take your teams, TCF and Cell. I think there's a certain trend that TCF is actually better at Gully Wash than Cell, and I don't really think that's because Cell is bad at Gully Wash or TCF is good at Gully Wash. I think it's because it tends to favor the slow play start, the slower gameplay. So like TCF would be able to pull a closer scoreline because it's not as easy to be super aggressive on Gully Wash. Gully Wash is a very stalemate map.
That's true. I do feel like on a map like Gully Wash, the soldiers and the demo man play a massive role in team success, right? So on mids, you have the demo man rolling out, being able to get there so quickly, being able to put up so much damage if he does, knocking out teams at their big door basically, is able to get that fast enough. So I feel like the demos here will have a big part to play on Gully Wash. So in that case, I'll favor Zero to be showing us how well he will do on land. As like the old saying goes,
do it on land!
Alright, alright, so we will be waiting for
while we're doing this, a reminder to all players to please use the names that they've been rostered with, because we're binding up your names in here so we can spectate your game and make you look incredible. So please use those given names such that we can spectate you, because if you change your name halfway through the game, we won't be able to watch you anymore. And I'm sure you want your gameplay to like go big on Steam or something, or Twitch, whatever the kids are using these days.
Well, we will be waiting for them to ready up anytime soon, maybe. Let's talk about Snake Water. So what do you think about Snake Water as a map?
I actually don't really have a big opinion on Snake Water, except the mid is the most critical point. Like, on mid, it's been thrown a lot to the soldiers to make the most aggressive plays. Because the high ground there is just so, like once you control that high ground, it's very easy. It's very difficult for the enemy to push you off. So taking that is probably the most critical part of the mid. But a lot of teams like to do the double soldier stack on mid. And I mean, that creates a lot of exciting gameplay, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the enemy medic to perform in terms of survivability. I mean, when I was talking about survivability just now for both medics, I was actually thinking of Snake Water, where a lot of teams just use the double soldier jump and then the medic dies. I remember watching the TCF Grand Finals versus Xiao, and a lot of the times you were just watching I forgot who the medic was for TCF for a second. You know what? Was it Ifan?
Ifan or EV?
It might have been EV. You would see 26 and can't remember who the other soldier was. Varela jump in straight into them, straight into EV, and he would panic, he'd eat a direct to the face, and then he'd explode, which is obviously not optimal for you when you're on a medic on mid.
Well, so, I'm sure on every single map in Team Fortress 2, medic survivability is important. But speaking of medic survivability, on Gully Wash and on Snake Water, these maps are very full of choke points, you know. On mids, your medic is forced to walk up a very, very tight alleyway, through the big door, all the way up, probably hanging around the corridor area, off the map, probably getting bombed by soldiers. So on Gully Watch and Snakewater, specifically these two maps, I feel like the medic survivability is really tested here. People might think when you talk about medic survivability, you might immediately go to product, but in my opinion, I think that Gully Watch and Snakewater is where you can really prove your mettle as one of the better medics around, you know?
Oh, well, I mean, to prove yourself at LAN is of the highest caliber, you know.
I mean,
If you can do it on LAN, you can do it anywhere.
I mean, you know the old saying, right?
Do it on LAN!
There we go. So now, well, we wait for them to ready up.
What's your favorite color?
Red. Well, before we do favorite colors again, we haven't done match predictions actually. So who do you think will take the first map?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm in for a good time, but I'm not gonna do either team the injustice of judging them straight off the bat. We don't know what their play styles are, we don't know what each player is like truly capable of. Especially since playing on LAN is an entirely different environment than like gaming from home. There's a lot of pressure, people can see you on the stage, there's a lot of distractions, and I think that like playing at LAN could be considered an entirely different skill set than playing from home.
That is true actually, since this is essentially for these players here who are more or less new, their first LAN ever in playing TF2. So it will be a very, very different landscape we're talking about here.
I need your
Hi guys. So we have a guest here. We have Beat.
Wait, how long has it been since you've played the game?
year, 1.5 years.
You know, Vita likes to brag about him quitting the game a long time ago, but has it been 1.5 years?
No. That doesn't mean I can't brag about it.
And the game still looks exactly the same.
For better or for worse?
For better or for worse, this game has remained exactly the same for the last 1.5 years. So let's see whether, you know.
Let's see if they're already up soon. That'd be nice.
You're really like choking out your casters here.
I have run out of topics to talk about.
What's your favorite color?
Red, like I said earlier.
I'm gonna keep asking you that question.
You're gonna keep asking me the same thing, alright? Alright, so going back to the topic of match score prediction, for me, although it's not fair, like Vita said, to judge them off the bat like this, since we don't really know much about these players, I will still give the advantage over to the red team, which is, let me take a look, My Gaming Edge, yes. I will still give the advantage to My Gaming Edge, as they are, in my opinion, they do have the key classes that will do well on these maps.
Well, we'll see. As I said just now, I believe that Kaliwatch favors the team that's gonna lose more. It's much easier for a team to pull an upset is what I'm trying to say. So if you believe that red has the advantage, then I'm gonna say screw you to your face, I'm gonna support blue.
Well, you see, this time it's not just on like Discord or Mumble, you know, he's actually saying it to my face, which is...
Yeah, it's physical.
It hurts, man.
It hurts? Well, it should hurt more since I'm about to say it to your face.
Again, alright.
Screw you.
Well, as we wait for them to ready up, we are gonna, you know... I'm gonna ask you, you know, we talked about your favorite color. What about your favorite food?
Dude, my favorite food is Spanish omelette.
Why Spanish omelette?
Because Spanish omelette holds all of the essentials, like the essential foods that this world has to offer, which is cheese, eggs, and potatoes. You don't really need anything else.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, you can actually create any kind of recipe with that food, but I believe Spanish omelette is the ultimate combination in texture and taste because of your ability to put mushrooms and bacon inside of it.
Well, I mean, I can't argue with a complete answer. I was expecting like a half-baked answer, you know, like something along
I
the
don't
lines
do
of-
anything half-baked. And if you half-bake my Spanish omelette, I'll destroy you.
I was gonna make a pun on that, but you beat me to it, so I can't really talk about that anymore. Although it's nice to hear about your favorite breakfast foods, you know. But speaking of,
Spanish omelette is not a breakfast food.
are you sure it isn't?
It's not a breakfast food.
Incredible.
It's an everyday food.
Alright, as I have received news that they will be raiding up soon, so you don't have to torture yourself listening to us talk about Spanish omelets. So
Did you just say torture? I think he meant regale. I was regaling all of you.
well, I mean,
with
we're
the
all
wonders
here
of the
to
culinary
watching
world.
this stream to watch Team Fortress 2, not you talk about Spanish omelets, you know. So
Well, you asked me the question and I gave you a genuine answer.
well, you did give me a pretty good answer, you know. I appreciate that, you know, like a lot of people who I've casted with give me half-baked answers, you know, when I ask them for their favorite color, they don't even bother to explain why. Like, why don't you like red? Why don't you like
Okay,
blue?
do you know why I like the color green?
Alright, I don't. Come on.
Because
tell me.
green is good for your eyes. It's scientifically proven.
Incredible.
And I like anything that's good for any of you because I love all of you.
love
Oh, look at that. That's pandering right there. I'm a genius.
incredible casting coming up. As we will sit here in silence as we run out of topics to talk about for the fourth time now.
You could ask me like what my favorite cheese is.
I would rather not go into that department.
It's pepper jack.
Pepper jack.
Pepper jack.
Alright.
I bet you don't even know what it is because this country doesn't have good cheese.
Fair actually. That is fair, that is fair. Alright. As we listen to them scream medic into the mic. Are they screaming medic into the mic? I
Yeah,
can't hear it.
they are screaming medics.
Incredible. Well, to this stage, after this match, as we will be playing the Xiao game versus these teams, and
Oh.
it does look like we are going live.
Alright, finally.
Alright, so I'll be watching Zero on this mid. So Zero does the big door rollout.
This Stiggy's onto the shoulder side, controlling the right side very hard. He's gonna meet up with the rest of his team right now. Both teams just controlling their own side. No one really making any commitments yet. Solus going in from the red team straight into the enemy. So much space being taken. Blue team playing a bit too passive there. MGE does force out high on drugs. Back all the way into this second point. They're taking a lot of ground. That was an excellent soldier bomb from MGE. They just decided that they needed to go in, and high on drugs was just not prepared for that.
Well, I did talk about how Zero will be a major factor coming into this mid, but it does look like he didn't do as much as the soldiers did. And they will be pushing in on even Ubers as the soldier bombs in the Roamer of Cyan and gets destroyed by Pure. And Arima does go down to 0, however.
Demo pick for a scout pick. A demo pick for a roamer pick. That's an interesting trade right there. It's not something that can be pushed on Gully Wash in my opinion, but we'll see what the teams come up with. Just a lot of scouting out right now, waiting for the opportunities to present themselves. Neither of the teams are off-classing. It's gonna be a classic Gully Wash stalemate, as I was talking about. Spam coming in from both sides. I do believe that MGE is gonna look for an opportunity to throw their roamer in again. See what Cyan can come up with.
It looks like Cyan will be standing around in lobby looking to jump
Oh,
through.
here we go. Taking a fight with the soldier. It gets taken down really low. Best managed to pick up the soldier without dying. No, that's gonna open up the opportunity for MGE to walk in. At least they should be trying to right now. They're spamming out. Both soldiers spamming from that riverside. Here we go. The soldier jumping in straight onto the medic. Let's get out the force. And that's gonna be quite a good force from MGE. Pure chasing all the way in, but red team knows what they're on about. They are already all the way out, and Pure might actually be caught out here, getting chased down, taken down really low. Now the Uber is coming in onto that top right side. They're trying to take all the space. Stiggy's on the point, and Andre gets decimated, and that's 2 down for the side of MG. Fight happening on the point right now. Ellie has to back out because the rest of his team has already knows that they've lost that point. Got to make sure that Ellie the medic gets out, so that they can refight the second point.
There is a soldier in Cyan coming in through River, though taking a 1v1 versus Arima, but he backs out in the end as his team just groups up and waits for another push, I guess.
He is kind of caught behind. See whether he can make an opportunity onto the medic. Let's take down the scout behind. He's balling that back line.
Well, as now we see them reset. Cyan does go down though, so that it does open a window of opportunity for him to go spy, sniper. Although I don't really know Cyan for these outclass plays. What do you think?
I don't think he'll be doing anything other than Romo. But I want to talk a bit about how the fact that the Uber advantage that FXC definitely possess has run out, and so we're gonna be seeing MG's positioning move up here. But that last push, kind of want to know what went wrong there.
Well, I think it was a matter of not focusing the demo on the point. Andre going right on it without shooting the stickies off and just exploding. Going down with a soldier really didn't help them there. Because now they do pay for their mistake as they hold the second point.
It's gonna be another gully wash choke point fan fest. I mean, we've already seen a trend where Cyan is the playmaker, so hopefully you'll be able to get something done, or else we're gonna, as classic the gully wash, we're gonna be stuck watching this stream for about another maybe 10 minutes.
Well, if you think you've seen it bad on gully wash stalemates, wait till snake water. You see Cyan walking in.
Oh, there we go. Try to pick up the fight. Gets taken on the 61. Not good for the side of MGE. I don't think they want to walk in here anymore.
Well, Cyan will still be just walking around here without a buff though. He might go down here.
It's interesting that High on Drugs is actually holding that big door side that aggressively though. It looks like they are the ones that want to make the play. Baiting out Cyan down to 4 health. I think the scout's gonna go in for it. Oh, the arrow comes in on time. Nerf arrows.
Nerf arrows indeed.
CH gets taken down somewhere. That's gonna put blue team on the back foot. The Uber fight is happening at choke right now. Just trading, going in, blue pocket, dancing around with that Uber. Both teams don't see a minute advantage, but Andre is unable to get out, and now blue team thinks that they see an opportunity. They're gonna be walking in here. Under that.
L does choose to go in from drop down jumps the combo, but doesn't manage to collect anything.
That is a good rocket onto that scout, but the scout is still alive. Now the fight is happening on mid. Just trading left and right. Trading damage left and right. But no one is dying right now. They're just taking fights. Wolfie overextended into the enemy scout. CH with his medic. I think that Blue has lost this fight. They don't have the positioning that red team has right now, and they should be trying to get out. But they're overcommitted and they want to make something out of this. Oh wait.
It looks like Andre does go down to CH here, and the blue team is going to flood right back in through.
Oh my goodness.
Nana.
Okay, that was an error by the casters. Apparently I didn't see what High on Drugs was truly capable of. They made a comeback with their soldiers jumping straight back in. Hell gonna get taken down really low by Wolfie, aggressing really for not much reason. They have the Uber, but they're not choosing not to contest for some reason. I think they believe that MG has the Uber as well, but they're actually still building it up, getting it just right now, and it's gonna be
Zero does look like he's really overextended. Goes down to pure.
Goodness. That is not
going to be good for the last
not
roll.
good. I want to see High on Drugs go in right now. High on Drugs go in right now, and I do get my wish. Pushing straight to the point. Arima is sticking up their point, but he's not getting out any damage because all the players are Ubered. But they just stand on top of it, and no one contests them. All the enemies contesting were just blasted into the back, afraid of the stickies, and that's gonna be the first point to High on Drugs.
Excellent play coming out by the blue team to stand on the point when it really mattered and kept out everything. And it looks like Arima will be relatively slow to mid. While Zero does choose to go big though, so there wouldn't be much of a difference here, as we do see Zero trying to hit that early sticky and the devil to no avail.
Zero walking up onto that left side. He's putting out some damage onto the enemy, but this time it is blue team. We're gonna take the high ground, but there's a rover behind straight onto the medic. Medic gets taken down straight away, and that's a trade for the medic. But now MGE is a bit on. MGE is 3v2 right now. If they can take down Pure, they should be able to secure this midpoint.
And looks like they do. Wolfie going huge with a 4k here to secure his team the mid, winning them the round. Maybe.
Oh, look at that. That's a victory dance right there.
That is a victory dance. Impressive coming out by the team.
Roma hiding above the choke. See whether they can spot him out. Yeah, Wolfie doing work for his team, just spotting him out. Immediately, Blower just gets decimated. Oh, Wolfie is doing a lot for his team on this point.
Our control point has been
See whether they can transition this into a good push into last. All the advantages are on the side of MGE.
They are taking a long time to get into lobby though, as by the time they're in River, their Asphyxian is already on 70% Uber. They have to make this quick if they want to make it work at all. And it looks like they will be bringing on
Here we go.
and
The classic quadruple push, death ball straight into the top right side. He's got a heavy, and the heavy has already denied them a lot of space. A few seconds of the Uber wasted could be critical. The heavy does get taken down, but now the fight is in free flow. Red team very hurt. It's just, and they finally get the blue team gets to get the Uber off, and that's gonna push red team all the way out. MG, unfortunately, taking a bit too long to go into that lobby side, and that's gonna cost them the point.
although with that said, Ellie did manage to make it out, although he should really be running here, and he does. So Ellie does get out with his life intact, of course, with the Ubers being relatively equal, even though the blue medic had people to heal.
Because the consequence of that is Ellie getting out alone without any teammates is that, you know, the Uber advantage isn't going to be as big as it could have been. But that's just the choice you make when you want to commit your entire team into a push. That was a good play by Pure to go to heavy. He denied a lot of space, and Arima just actually, one of his sticky traps just blasted the scout straight into the air, and that lost them a lot of time trying to get onto the top right side. I think pushing through river is a good idea if you're planning to hit straight for the point, but they decided that it would be better to try and take the enemy team's ground from them. And that's why they kind of lost out on that.
Well, we will be taking a look at the Romas here to break the stalemate as Sign does go down without a cluster. I do feel like they should be trying to bust through this big ball.
There's a Uber fight happening at so.
The control point is being
A classic trade. CH gets taken down in the process. I want to see MG do an aggressive push here. They do have more people on flank as well. Sort of chopping straight in on the flank side. People being taken down. It's just a full aggression for the side of MGE, taking advantage of the fact that they got one pick in the Uber trade. Fantastic, a full wipe.
What an excellent collapse coming up behind the blue team.
Excellent collapse.
They
I
collapsed.
was jumping in to try and make something for his team, but there's no one there for
I
him
feel
to
like
make a
they
play
should
on.
be running more than just the heavy and off-classing though. I feel like they should have an engineer out or something. This is
Well, maybe they're they're confident in the fact that Ellie went down and there's going to be a hold on this point.
they do have that 1 point up though that they could abuse if they wanted to.
I mean, it's 19 minutes left. Abusing a 1 point advantage in this stage of the game is not only a dick move, it's unfeasible.
Well, you see Cyan holding close river, trying to spam out that heavy, but he does decide better of it and backs out. And it looks like no one is trying to make the play here on the side of the red team.
I'm sure Cyan is looking for an angle. He keeps... Oh! He
gets
came down to
headshot.
50 by a nice headshot. Kiosk on that sniper, looking for a pick.
He doesn't see anyone, there's no one on the red team speaking the sideline, although we do need to see something coming up from the red team if they do hope to win this point, as none of them do anything actually.
MG is just in that lobby side, gathered very pumped up. Again we see Cyan going to river. I think he's gonna try and make a play again.
Looks like he is going to make a play.
There we go, jumping in straight onto the medic. A lot of damage put out, but not enough to push over the 150 point.
Does the blue team want to make use of this one person? I don't imagine they would as they are 1 point out. Although Wolfie and CD...
Both scouts for high on drugs just get taken down. I think this is gonna signal a push straight away. Wolfie going into that riverside. They want the Uber to come in through this top right gate. Going straight for the medic. Ubers are gonna be favoring high on drugs with more trades coming up. Leaf L is putting out so much damage on this top left side. Gonna be backing out MGE. That seemed like a classic Uber trade situation.
They did move very quickly off. We do see Cyan on that spy class though. He is going to be trying for the back cap, although that sticky smothered all over the point. No one is going to take note of him though as he does. He's right on the point trying to cap it out.
He is capping it out. Can he get it? Can he get it?
He does!
Oh my goodness!
Nice play coming up by Cyan here.
Cyan
Insurance
making a
play.
for his team.
Well,
I did not spot out that spy, but I think I'm equally as surprised as blue team to learn that, you know, Cyan was on spy the whole time.
we do see both demos going to be relatively slow to mid here. I don't know how much that will affect the team, but we do see Arima getting rushed by the Wolfie.
Oh my
Go down.
goodness. Wolfie picking up the scout. It's a lot of dominance in terms of position from MGE right now in their choke side. It's one scout left and Effiction has backed all the way out. So High on Drugs has effectively lost the point.
Point is being
We're
captured.
gonna be back at last.
Well, that was more.
Wolfie rushing down the demo in the beginning, that was huge.
They did go on the side of the blue team here, which is what really won them the point, as they did get that instant pick onto the Rima and just won the mid from there because they lost the explosive damage coming in by him.
To contest this point very much alone. I think he's wondering where the rest of his team is. They do want to contest this, but I'm not sure they're aware that they have a slight Uber disadvantage. So if they move in here right now, it's going to be a really bad
We do see Ellie alone here, though, trying to push the enemy team on, and it does seem that it worked because they did back all the way up the last.
I think Ellie was confident that his medic would be behind him, which he wasn't, but he had the confidence. Here we go, gonna be another Uber trade through River.
We don't see any off-classes here, with Cyan choosing to hold
I
lobby
mean, Science definitely looking for an angle again.
A nice direct coming up from Cyan, but he doesn't get the frag. Slow as well.
Oh, picking out the Scout. The Scout does get the frag. Pure shooting Science straight into the face. I thought that was gonna be a one-man advantage for MGE, but Pure frags out and manages to at least trade for his life.
How did he get that though? I didn't notice how he managed to get all the way in through lower lobby, but it doesn't matter as Cyan is gonna spawn soon and they aren't choosing to move on this advantage. It looks like Cyan will be on that spy again.
Cyan on Spy. Let's see whether he can get anything done. They turned out to Pure on Spy as well.
Pure and Cyan on spy?
They could. This could be a unique situation.
It did seem like
It all
Cyan
depends
saw
on who's
Pure,
gonna
though.
make the play first.
It did seem like Cyan saw Pure, although Pure just close.
Here we go. Cyan isn't a good.
Cyan goes down.
He gets immediately taken down. Pure still alive. It's his turn now. It's his turn. See whether he can frag out where Cyan failed. No,
They do see him though.
looking for another angle. The enemy red team is still standing at Riverside.
Pure does live though, I don't understand how he doesn't! Andre! A huge frag onto the spy with spam.
Andre was spamming from River, and the rockets hit. him. I think that's quite unfortunate, but maybe Pure should choose his direction home a bit more carefully.
Well, it does look like Pure isn't going back in an off class.
Both spy plays failed, so I think they're gonna go with the classic Uber trade. There's force out the Uber. Cyan dancing around on the top right. Finally gets taken out. It's a 6v5. You should be able to confidently hold this. Not enough damage from Zero. Zero swings stickies onto the point, but there's no way he's gonna be able to hold this on his
He
own.
does so much damage!
The rest of the team should be collapsing behind him, but Wolfie's 22, nowhere to be seen. Finally gets taken down, and it's just Ellie. I think it was helping Ellie to back out there.
Those were some clutch pipes coming out by Zero as he does kill 3 on point, although no one on his team did manage to follow up. Although Andre has disconnected from the server.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
L hitting a massive air shot, just denying Cyan from denying the point. Denying Cyan from denying the point.
I think that was a relatively questionable play. But Cyan is going to come up in 2 seconds, although we do see Pure running all the way through.
Yeah, feel confident that with one man down on the side of MGE, he can just take advantage of all that space. I mean, it's pretty clear High on Drugs are going to win this mid. They've taken all that space, MGE is not going to contest that. They don't have any of the advantage.
Zero with the sticky trap.
Wait, what?
How has he done this?
How has he done this? Indeed. And that signals the way all the way into mid. There's no one there for him to frag. He's just gonna sit on that point confidently, looking around.
Cyan turned up his mid win as that was entirely him. Killing 2 people with a sticky trap somehow. Didn't see the trap, but that was insane.
He's gonna push very aggressively forward. I think he's trying to deny blue team from holding on to that second point. But effectively, High on Drugs are already out of that second. Arima getting caught out in lobby. That is very, very, very bad.
Now with this 100% Uber advantage, they look to try and push from the river
They're
side.
doing River again. I actually find that quite questionable. They do have a lot of advantages in terms of numbers, but that advantage has just run
They are
its course.
taking a while though.
Here we go, a bit too slow, moving into the right side. Gonna pull Wolfie onto the point. Now that the rest of the blue team has to drop down and contest them, but they're not fast enough in their reaction. And it's just gonna be Wolfie standing there, haunting the rest of the enemy team.
That was a great play coming out by Wolfie, having the thought just not to go for the frags, instead go for the point.
That is the way you make a push from River. All you have to do is go straight onto the point, have your demo bait you, and the rest of the team, the rest of the enemy will be too scared to contest you because stickies on point are very scary.
You see Zero here going to be putting up some damage onto the soldiers, hitting a nice pipe onto L, but he's not able to get the frag with the blue team being so scattered on this bit. 2 people at Big Door and 2 people on choke, not knowing which direction to go. Asphyxian does try to run up, but he gets sticky straight to the face, and Zero does get the frag onto the demo. It looks like he can be killing the medic.
He's going pipe onto the medic. Oh my goodness. Tons of damage putting up by Zero, getting all that space and positioning, but unfortunately it's just a medic trait. They do pick up that mid, but that I think it's gonna be... Ooh, I'm not so sure actually. MG is running into this second. I think they, with all that space,
Our control point
we're gonna
has
have
been
High and
captured.
Drugs back onto that last.
Oh, we do see that no off tosses coming up by the blue team. They're using Gearing for to try and contest this. As Pure does go down to Cyan though, that might put a spanner into the works as they aren't looking to push anymore. Holding last, just content to be here.
Uber advantage is in the hands of Asphyxian, but based on what I've seen from High on Drugs, I don't think they're too eager to push out. They're probably gonna wait for My Gaming Edge to make a mistake before they're gonna try anything. More of a reactive game play style.
We do see Cyan here trying to get a buff, perhaps going through River, his favorite location to go to, and it looks like Pure is gonna run right into him back first, and he does get out for it though. Somehow, the brainiest play ever.
What I'm seeing right now consistent from My Gaming Edge is that they've always used Cyan to open up opportunities for them, make the plays. Well, it doesn't seem as though High on Drugs has a dedicated playmaker, so to speak. They have people poking in and out here and there, but it's not someone who's consistently good at it, who can produce these results in these situations. Cyan going straight in yet again. Ellie picking up someone on that river. And now we've got the Uber coming in through this river. A counterpart. He's going to be putting that soldier in such a difficult position. Now it's a 5v4. They're going to pass straight onto the point. I don't think there's very much that can be done for High on Drugs here. Losing players, and it makes the score 3-1.
I feel like Arima should just try not to play on the point anymore. Every single last load he's tried that and it hasn't been working out for him. He's getting picked off instantly. And it looks like the demos are not going to be hitting their rollouts yet again. Although we do see that the demos, although last mid 0 went huge, but they aren't really the deciding factor for these minutes. Saying that though, 0 does pick up on him.
Ball positioning right now. And he has the high ground, slamming all of that damage, denying the medic the space at that big door, and that's going to leave the rest of the players unshielded on the point, giving all the advantage to My Gaming Edge to just dominate that mid, leaving one CH alive, running for his life. Well, no one, I think only Ellie has died.
We have lost
Goofy
the
with
control
the
point.
2-shot onto the scout on point, that was great, dude. But Arima again going to be playing on the point. I don't think this is the play to be making here. We do see Silent. He is lower.
I don't think they know he's there. He's going to go straight for the medic. Questionable because the medic doesn't even have overcharge. He's going to pay for that mistake with his life. But all the advantages, the advantage is still in the hands of Ellie. It's a sizable advantage, so by the time Brian comes back, I think if they push immediately, it should mitigate his mistake. They're choosing not to wait for Cyan though. The rest of the red team is just charging in. Same strategy, trying to put someone on the point, but this time there's a Pyro working his way. Gets taken down. Still taking out that sword and giving it to the medic.
Slicing the medic with that Japanese steel folded over 1,000 times.
That's gonna be another round for My Gaming Edge, who are just dominating. So far on this mid fight, I've yet to see High on Drugs get as good as the positioning as MGE has.
You do see Cyan bird watching instead of jumping in to the medic though, as he is so caught out at Big Dog, no one knowing what to do. This flower does look like he's about to jump.
Again, even though red team appears to be losing their positioning, is still better. We've got Flower jumping in alone, but no one is there to back him up. Wolfie trying to defend his scout, and CH trying to pick up on the medic. His shots are just not landing. He's dancing around, but he's not taken out.
The control point is being captured.
Nice frag coming out by Ellie, but Asphyxian does look like he's about to get out here. Scot free with 47% Uber advantage. Uber charge, excuse me. Cyan wanted to chase but does decide better of it, and it looks like there's a pause. So why do you think MGE are so dominant on these mids?
it really is just the ability of the soldiers to take the high ground. I mean, I'm seeing, I know Cyan was bird watching just now, but the fact that he's standing there, watching out for the scouts, watching out for the positioning of the soldiers, he's already a presence ahead of the rest of High on Drugs, and that sort of positioning is what's gonna make High on Drugs more afraid to aggress, have to consider their options, and it just makes them move a ton slower.
You do see both soldiers trying to bomb battlements for whatever reason, and they're not going to be successful, but it looks like they are thinking they have an Uber advantage as they're pushing into river. So Cyan does go in for the sack.
Oh, he does take down.
Oh, Asphyxian
does use the Uber. That's huge from Cyan. Cyan, again, the consistent playmaker. I don't think they're going to wait for him again.
They are bleeding players though.
Andre gets taken down. That's going to set them back on back a foot.
Well, Zero looks unfazed as he does walk forward, trying to set up some sticky traps as they wait for the soldiers to come to river.
I mean, they're so confident that Higher Jux is not gonna do anything about this. Well, that's unfortunate for L, but that's just how that's just what happens when you peek daringly against a demo man.
But it does look like they are going to be using on Wolfie straight in through river as they try to take down a Rima who's not playing on point actually, and Wolfie does go huge, pick up 2 frags. Looks like lots of damage as well, but CH pretty heavy on point.
Oh, so much. Wolfie, the spirit of that push there. Everyone just supporting him as he runs in, gets 2 frags, puts out a ton of damage on the point and caps it off. It's gonna be a 5-1 in favor of My Gaming Edge. I'm not sure there's much that High on Drugs can do at this point.
There is going to be a demo man who hits his rollout for the first time I've seen to mid as he does try to get that early sticky onto the medic but misses, and he does do a lot of damage
onto that soldier. But the space and positioning this time seems to be in favor of High on Drugs. That's gonna be trying to walk forward and aggress onto the enemy team. I think this is it for the mid fight for My Gaming Edge. All they can do is Wolfie. But Wolfie's running in, frags out CH, just jumping onto the medic. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Picking up that one player, but sacrificing his life for it.
Finally, we see the blue team winning out the mid. It's been a long time since I've seen that, and it looks like Fixian is running in first, trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. But there is only 4 minutes left to cap out 4 points. Do you think that's possible?
I definitely think it's possible, but whether it's feasible for blue team to pull such a thing off when their playstyle that seems to be a bit more reactive compared to Cyan who's constantly going in. Got L jumping in, manages to force out the Uber using that shotgun. He should be trying to run away now, but apparently the entire Higher Drugs is just committed into this fight. They do get a frag onto the demo, and now it's just frag chase trading left and right. And actually MG are on the back foot here. They've lost a lot of people.
Wolfie going huge, he does pick up 2 frags. Pure does hit a nice shot. Pure going equally as
Pure 5k going straight for the medic. A lot of damage onto the medic. Can he pick it up? The medic is so low, running straight in. He wants it. He wants it. But he beats. That was so close.
Nice saw coming out by Ellie to protect his own life. His teammates can't do it.
He was literally 1 hit away from being food fest for Pure. Pure on a 5k, but unfortunately not able to follow up on that frag.
Cyan does feed in through mid though, don't know what the idea was there, but he does go down for it. And it looks like the red team is going to be holding choke even though they are man down. With 3 minutes left on the clock, I think this is their time, but we would still like to see a nice push coming up by the blue team, maybe securing an additional round.
At this point, it's all about morale. Can High on Drugs pull themselves together before the next map starts? Just focus on things that they can practice on in this moment in time. Coordination. As I said, I feel like their team is playing more reactively than anything, and that means everything depends on My Gaming Edge making a mistake. But My Gaming Edge seem to be a bit more solid than High on Drugs make them out to be. So My Gaming Edge just using Cyan to eke out all those plays, create advantages for themselves, and so far Cyan has just been showing up for them.
Yeah, although there seems to be a pause here, we can talk about how My Gaming Edge is opting to push in through lower, as you can see Ellie with the full Uber here, running in through lower with Fixian looking none the wiser.
I mean, you've just told them.
I mean, yes, I have just told them as It looks like there's some sort of technical issue going on. I'm not quite sure myself. Although, looking at the scoreboard, oh, it looks like they are going to come right back in.
Our control point has been captured.
Well, it looks like Zero does pick up CH here, and the Pixel is going to be really caught off guard. He does go down to Wolfie and they all go down.
Wow.
Alert. Our control point has been captured.
Well, as we see the players skating in through, we can see
The control point is
going to
being
be going down
captured.
to Andre here, with the scout running away as well.
The dominating performance coming out from My Gaming Edge. I mean, they're just gonna
Secure the
they're just gonna finish this off. 2 minutes left. And My Gaming Edge holding high on drugs on that last point. I think it's just up to them whether they want to, you know, finish up the game. 6-1.
2 minutes left, they are looking like they want to push in through River. They do have to wait for that Uber though, as it is only 90%. But we do see Andre and Wolfie running around River with Zero coming in, and it looks like it will be
20%
a Uber
advantage,
push.
here we go. Push straight in, very aggressive. As soon as they get it, Wolfie gonna be on that point again. Is anyone gonna stop him? Is anyone gonna stop him? Yes, the demo is coming in. Ellie gonna get picked up. Ellie the medic gonna get picked up by Pure running in through the lower. Almost takes up the other Ellie the scout as well. But unfortunately, that's all Pure was able to do for his team. They do manage to hold this last, so it's not gonna be a 6-1. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, I think the best we can do is take this next
Control
point
point
and
is being
hold it.
protected.
Oh, it looks like Fixian is going to be on the second point here, trying to cap it off so they don't
I think
lose one more point. But as I say that, Sion does come in through, trying to get the toss. Sion is bouncing around. He does finally go down to Pure.
Question was, I think he thought that high on drugs would be closer to the point of that. They are on crits right now, just wanting to farm that damage right straight across the point. The rockets are not landing though.
The crit streak.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
The only person to be taken out by that crit streak is Andre, who was foolishly contesting the point. But
There is only 56 seconds, so with Andre going down, this could be their one opportunity to try and blast through the choke point. The choke point here.
they don't seem very eager. I think one pick was
Sion
not
does go
enough.
down.
It's such a safe playstyle, but it's not working against. It's not working against My Gaming Edge.
So as we see the Romans trade damage here, no one appears to be wanting to do anything. There is 30 seconds left though, they should be trying for anything really.
I guess they're just gonna hold it out and wait for Red Team efficiency. Going straight in with that Uber, striking out everyone because the quick streak can do nothing against Uber.
Flower is going to be...
Oh!
It's a nice ash shot on the
Nice
side.
air shot on the side.
The consolation prize as they do meet everyone else with the Fixian using Uber on no one. Oh, they do use crits onto Pure.
I mean, he's just trying to pick up Elia, get a frag movie clip. There you go.
Doesn't manage to pick up.
Doesn't manage to pick it up in the end. But that's gonna be 5-1 in favor of My Gaming Edge. Good plays coming out there from Cyan. I really feel as though Wolfie is the spearhead and Cyan is the butt in that, you know, Cyan will whack you from behind.
Well, honestly, all I was seeing was really just Sion fragging out, as Sion was the sole playmaker coming out for MGE, making all the plays necessary, forcing out Fixian. He's definitely the MVP for me, although I would make a strong case for Zero. Was able to put out a lot of damage onto mids, winning them some last pushes as well.
I mean, you've got to give credit to Wolfie. Wolfie was their dedicated pocket scout apparently. Every time I saw Uber go in, Wolfie was the one that would push with his medic, his team behind him, just using that Uber to make all the space and then move the point in order to win out those last pushes.
It was Wolfie, according to the scoreboard, did manage to do a lot of work as he was hits above heels over his teammates.
It's over. I'm gonna pull up the logs here.
Fucking broke that now. Don't do it. Sorry.
Well, as we do wait for Snakewater, what do you think Snakewater is going to be like after that dominating performance coming out by My Gaming Edge?
I mean, I'm gonna be clearly honest here. My Gaming Edge have produced a lot of better results due to the fact that they have Sion on Roma, and as you know, on Snakewater mid, Roma is one of the critically important classes that will be used in order to win out that mid fight. And how Sion is performing, just as you said, head and shoulders above the enemy team. Probably probably gonna see them winning mid a lot more.
Well,
Yeah, you talked about how Snake and Gully are such explosive class dependent maps, and seeing the performance that Sion was putting out, probably gonna see him carrying his team a bit more as well.
hopefully that is the case, as we did see the domination coming out by Wolfie. Every time I got on his camp, he would just frag out, like he'll kill 2 people, 3 people. Although I don't talk enough about Pure though, I did see Pure hit some nice kill streaks here and there.
I think Pure is working with his team a bit more under the radar. That's the issue here. It's like plays will come out for the side of High on Drugs, but it's not really well coordinated. There are times where it seems like they have the positioning, but they're choosing to move forward at different times, and they're just as I said, they're just reacting a lot more to what My Gaming Edge is doing rather than going out and seizing those opportunities themselves. Like no one is opening things up for them, and additionally, they're not making a concerted effort as a team to make these plays happen.
Well, speaking of playing as a team, I didn't manage to talk a lot about Blower and L, although we did say they were the more experienced players coming up from their team. I didn't really see much opportunity for Blower to make plays such as Cyan, like as if he wasn't there, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe he's not looking for them. Maybe he's trying to support his team in the back line, but it's not doing very much. Cyan is still wreaking havoc.
Although we did see Pure try and go for the sacks himself, so maybe Blower is more of the flank watcher, Pure is more of the flank, the one that makes plays, I guess.
We'll see whether they can change things up on Snake Water. Fresh map, fresh game, go into it clean and find out, use the last game to find out what's wrong and fix those things.
Speaking of having a clean game, I did see Ellie not making much mistakes, pushing in always so flawlessly. Every time they push into last, more or less it was a conversion. What do you think? Do you think that played a very big role in their 5-1 victory over?
Could be, but again, I'm gonna just throw as a scout main, I'm gonna throw everything to Wolfie, spearheading those pushes, hitting his shots, knowing which targets to focus, when to get in, when to get out. That's critical in making the push. That's critical in winning a good push.
That is true. As we also didn't talk much about Arima here. Although every single time I watched Arima try and roll out, he didn't really manage to hit it, but
like demo presence on Gully Watch didn't seem to be a critical factor. I think it's just only on last, Arima kept trying to hold that last point. That's basically his biggest mistake.
That was a very massive mistake coming out by him as he refused to change.
And a lot of the time, I know
really affected them.
A lot of the time, High on Drugs are like, they want to contest the point, but they're afraid, and so no one is jumping onto it, and it's giving a lot of time to My Gaming Edge. And that time for My Gaming Edge is when Arima gets taken down because he's trying to contest point alone. Where that's not really the job of the demo. The job of the demo on last is to stay alive, make sure his stickies are denying the space that the enemy is trying to take. And with Arima always on point contesting alone, it's the same thing as like you wanna make the enemy choose. So if Arima is standing on point, the enemy doesn't have to choose. They just have to frag the demo and stand on point. But if Arima is standing away from the point, he can put stickies, but the enemy has to choose whether they want to stand onto the point or get onto the demo. And the fact that they have to make that choice creates enough distance or enough space for High on Drugs to save themselves, I guess.
Although that being said, we did talk a lot about Cyan making plays himself, jumping in, getting those forces, getting those picks, but we didn't really talk much about Ellie, the one that dwells. As I think it's a she managed to hold her flank really, really well, preventing people like Blower from coming in, wreaking havoc on the flank that was usually just her alone. So we can talk about how rock solid she was holding down that flank area. And also for Andre, I did see him spearhead the Uber pushes, and he did do a pretty good job at not dying, while Zero sticking up the point. So props to all of the team, I guess. They all just played really well.
Well, hopefully it'll be a bit more even. Now that they've detected the problem, now that they should be discussing and detecting the problems that they've had, hopefully all of this will get sorted and we'll see a more interesting match. I mean, it's just a dominating performance coming out from My Gaming Edge.
Well, I guess it is, as all 6 players have assembled in the server right now. We will be waiting for them to go live, hopefully shortly. And who do you think look to take this map?
I mean, all evidence points to my gaming edge, right? On a Gully Wash, or already a map that is so how would you say, dominant for soldier performance. Critically, we're gonna be looking at how the soldiers perform. And since we've already demonstrated Science potential, I'm just gonna have to give it to my gaming edge. I think they're gonna pick this up a 4-1 or 4-2.
Well, hopefully that is the case, as all signs do point towards MGE taking this eventually. But I would like to see people like Arima, because the Snake Water rollout doesn't seem to be too hard to hit. There are less walls, less ceilings to block you, less those hateful obstacles in your way to get to mid. So I do feel like Arima can have more of an impact on this map, but that's up to him, honestly.
Ooh. Just gotta wait. Gotta ready up.
Alright, as we do wait for them to ready up, I do feel like I didn't talk about CH much during that game.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, every time I saw CH I was in the kill feed.
And you're right, I did see CH a lot on the kill feed, but I did also notice that CH was always usually the one last alive on mids, escorting his medic back, or playing the heavy outclassing on last. Seeing him go heavy multiple times, defending that last. So maybe, you know, maybe he's the designated off-classer for this team.
Again, if that's the designation, sure, it would fit. But we need to see High on Drugs produce more, what should I say, daring gameplay, or else we're gonna be seeing history repeat itself on the Snake Water map here.
Well, it looks like we are going live here, as I will be watching Zero on this rollout.
Here we go. Zero ahead of the demo, putting out a ton of damage into the enemy team. Charging across the point is Cyan. Cyan does get taken down. Blower, that is a little bit damaged though, but they do seem to have more health to fight the enemy team with. High on Drugs picking up another soldier. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Wolfie running straight into the demo man, does get a ton of damage. It's just him versus both scouts left. But that's a fight that's lost.
Well, we go into that mid seeing Cyan just jumping straight in with no regard for his life whatsoever, not waiting for his team to be able to follow up on his damage, and he goes down in vain. So I feel like that is what would happen, looking at, you know, how there was no damage follow up from his team, no one got picks, and then they just slowly got picked apart by scouts.
Yeah, Cyan jumping in alone, not able to get that medic, like that's a 50-50 play. If he gets the medic, it's huge. If he doesn't get the medic, his team is gonna lose.
Well, it does look like they will be content to build Ubers here with no one on off classes. Although that being said, Pure is dead right now, so he might choose to come back as something. But I guess he just chooses to stick and scout.
Well, even Ubers from both teams, it's a classic second Snake Water stalemate.
You wanna run me through what happens in a Snake Water stalemate? You seem to be very experienced with these fields.
So, you see, both teams, well, the blue team will hold by the shack, and the rest of the red team will keep poking their soldiers into that window, but they won't be able to get anything done. They'll stand there, and then they'll basically wait for about 10 minutes. Although we do see Cyan going in aggressive again, landing good rockets onto the soldier, but he's not going to be able to pick it up, using his life to try and take down that soldier, but that's going to give a man advantage. L was 9 health, that was really close, but a man advantage to High on Drugs. Want to see them moving in through Saw here. L jumping straight in. Not sure where he's going. I think he failed the jump.
Man on the floor. Does get taken down really low by Ellie. Ellie does manage to clean up the frag, and it looks like he'll be resetting here, although Blower is holding really aggressively in Saw.
Oh, here we go, jumping down, putting damage into the enemy team. That spots out the Uber, uses his life for it, but Ellie has popped ahead of the rest of his team. It's a 6v4 with the Uber running down the clock on the side of MGE. They're trying to take as much space as possible, but they're using all of their lives just to get an Uber force that is inadvisable. And now the enemy, MGE has to back out their medic through this choke side, or else all is lost for the second point fight.
Wolfie does look like he's hungry for blood though, as he tries to contest, but gets destroyed by a fixed
Oh my goodness, they stayed in there way too long. They had two scouts in their medic for MGE. just standing there taking a fight against 4 other people with explosive classes on the side of high on drugs. I don't know, that didn't seem to be an optimal choice to make, but apparently they thought they could do it, and props to them, they tried, but unfortunately they just got fragged out. And that's gonna put all of the advantages into the hands of high on drugs.
A 50% Uber charge here. They really do need to build this out, as it will be only about a 50% Uber advantage.
How much time is that? Like, you have to, I think calculating it in seconds, it's only about
5 seconds. Especially on maps like Snakewater, where it's so wide open and you can kite the Uber for days actually. So they will need to push in immediately, and it looks like they will be doing just that, as they will be taking the Uber straight through the left side.
Through the left side, popping off right away. Not sure if that's the right decision. Cyan trying to spot the Uber that he preemptively popped, but it's still 5v4. I think all the advantages are in the hands of My Gaming Edge, just holding down that left side. The Uber coming in so early, and all it was used to do was to make space. And that's gonna force High on Drugs to back all the way out, having already lost too many players to that push.
Well, that really was the misplay, as the soldiers die instantly coming into that last push, with Pure being the last alive. I feel like the medic should be focusing tanking the heals on the soldiers instead of the scout, as the scout was completely fine. But that being said though, they do look to contest from grass.
The control point is
Here we go to fight. They're just scouts dancing around that point. They're gonna capture it. I think, yeah, High on Drugs is just gonna give it up. They know the enemy has Uber. Here we go, Wolfie again, eager for blood. Trying to push through this choke, but they're deciding to go catwalk. Andre gonna take the Uber, jumping straight into the enemy team. There we go.
Andre with the damage forces the medic out to use in the end, but it doesn't look like a good situation.
Oh my
as
goodness.
The scouts on the blue team are cleaning up all the people going down on the red side, as Wolfie does manage to pick off Pure, but CH does look like he wants to salvage the situation, killing off Wolfie.
There we go, taking out Wolfie. He is eager, running in. He might be able to pick up the medic here if he can just circumvent the soldier. No, but it's gonna be Ellie backing all the way out, but effectively, High on Drugs have already won this point. They only have a 10%, they only have a 10% disadvantage. It's gonna be an even Uber push into last side. Cyan again trying to make a play. Let's pick up the medic though. Oh goodness, Cyan picking up the medic again is gonna put High on Drugs on the back foot.
They were over eager to push that. We were talking about how CH didn't have a good enough game. Well, how about now? He's having a 7 kill streak, putting out the damage, getting out the frags, pulling out no stops here, as this is the second
all
match,
the
the best of 2. All the stops here, excuse me. As we do see Andre Moy jumping in, but not being able to get kill.
I think he's just trying to make space for the rest of his team. They use Uber, but into absolutely nothing, making the advantage for High on Drugs 20%. I mean, it felt like an Uber that was just used in order to take all that space. They did get 2 frags, but it's not going to be enough for them to push in here, I don't think.
Well, they do look like they want to aggress straight in though, as the Uber
I mean,
are equal.
the spawners. Oh my god! Flower destroying Andre. That's such a morale boost. The rest of High on Drugs is just going to be able to confidently hold this point. Health is not good enough for the side.
Oh, jumping straight in. Too happy that he got the double ash shot. Goes in and feeds straight away.
And now Wolfie is looking to turn things around for his team. Come on, Wolfie. He's asking for a buff. He needs that buff. He wants to run in, putting a damage into that Devilman. Fighting it out. He's saying, team, follow me. I'm going to win this game for us. And all the space is actually falling into their hands. My Gaming Edge, their medic is 1 health, forced to back out. But Axion says, we have Uber charge, let's go in, putting it onto the Devil, running straight ahead, but the Uber does come up again for MGE. MGE making counter pushing on all that space, but they've already lost 2 people on the flank side, and CH starting a back cap is gonna force the rest of them to come back and try and stop this point. CH taking this 1v1, can he win it? He does win it! CH, he's on a roll! 8 kill streak, but finally gets taken.
What a god, as he does pick up the frag onto Ellie there. Nice place coming up by CH with the impact frags. It looks like the red team has forced all the way back to last.
That 1v1 victory was just the icing on the cake. Him going all the way back forced My Gaming Edge back into their last. There's nothing they can do to contest now.
Well, it does look like Cyan is going to be picking off Flower. And
Got another pause
like
coming
pause.
since
Someone did drop out the
disconnected.
server. It looks to be Pure. As we do, while we wait for him to reconnect to the server though, who do you think is having the game of their life right now?
I mean, who else but CH, 8 kill streak, winning that 1v1, backcapping, doing everything possible for his team. We see Wolfie again trying to spearhead a lot of these pushes, but this time his team seems a little less confident in running in with him. Goodness gracious.
Well, CH having a game for himself, as it looks like the pause will be undone as hopefully the player reconnects to the server soon, as Pure does reconnect, as you see him right there. And now we do see Cyan spamming from lower.
I'm just gonna refresh the HUD. There's even Ubers for both teams. I'm expecting a long stalemate this time.
Cyan looking to make the play here as he's hanging around the lower area, trying to find a way to jump. As Pure looks like he's gonna meet him, but I guess he runs away instead. And it does look like this just will be a stalemate on last.
I mean, again, we're seeing Cyan trying to peek into that lower side. This one of the medic forces out the Uber. What? He just turned around, the medic was right there. Reaction time, turn 180 and just forced out the Uber charge. Now we're gonna see Ellie force as well. It's gonna be Uber advantage in the hands of Ellie. All the Uber being flashed around. I think this is a complete collapse for the side of High on Drugs.
The full wipe coming out from behind.
Cyan with that reaction time immediately saw the medic and was like, wait a second, that's not my medic.
Because he does get the force onto High on Drugs. And they do push in on that advantage, which was not really the best play, as they did force off the Uber, though it could have been worse. But you do see Zero pushing alone, straight in, through mid, trying to get as much damage as possible.
Not getting killed though, I think he's getting a bit nervous. The soldier aggressing for him, but again, going in alone to try just to make that space and sacrificing his life for it. Well, it does seem to have worked, as My Gaming Edge gonna take this point very confidently at an 80% advantage. And they are one player up as well. I think if they choose to, they could push straight in here.
It looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do, as they go straight through Saw, taking this Uber right into the blue team's face. And it looks like they will not be using it as the...
No, they're gonna have to use here. Right now, all blue teams seem to be a bit overextended. The fight happening onto grass. Soldier jumping in, taking out the scout, taking out the demo. All the space into the hands of My Gaming Edge. I do believe Arima and Pure stayed in there way too long, baiting out that Uber charge.
With two people down, it looks like they will be taking the fight straight in through.
Here we go, Cyan
with the force.
Cyan popping out the force. And now the enemy team is just gonna back straight out. They've achieved what they want to do. Andre is caught in there though. It should be worth mentioning that both teams are even numbers right now, and the advantage has just gone into the hands of My Gaming Edge. They're gonna be rushing in here through that left side. 1v1 happening between Ellie and Pure. Pure gonna get taken down. It's just the demo defending the point. I don't think there's much he can do. The scout straight into his face. Ellie just running in and getting all the frags for his team.
That's the first point going to the hands of My Gaming Edge off the play of their scouts, as they do frag out everyone. Nice play coming out by Ellie and Wolfie combined together to pull out 4 frags to kill everyone in the blue team.
I think it was an excellent decision made by My Gaming Edge to stay in that fight. Once they fragged out the scout, there was all the momentum that they needed to move in and just clean up the rest of the enemy team. We've got a fight happening in this kitchen side here. Blauer getting taken down by Cyan yet again. Cyan into that flank side is going to create a lot of trouble for the enemy team. Look at them dancing around trying to ash on each other. Both of them just collapse onto the floor.
And you see birdwashing Cyan, the Bloodlust trying to chase after the frags, but decides better of it as he does go lower to pick up the pack before he does jump in like now. Looks like Pure is alone and he does go down to the pipe from Zero, and it looks like it's a convincing mid coming out by My Gaming Edge yet again.
I mean, the deciding factor was just the DM fight between Cyan and Blauer. Cyan winning that 1v1 in that kitchen side created a lot of discomfort for the side of High on Drugs. Got L running all the way back in, almost getting fragged out.
It does look like they do use the Uber here, coming all the way in before finally using Arima, going down to a sticky from Zero. CH on heavy, looks like he's about to go down as well, and it looks like a Fixian is alone on the point along with L, and it looks like My Gaming Edge to pick up the second match.
Zero is doing a lot of work for his team on that last point. While all of the enemy were distracted by the scouts running around the point, Zero is just taking his time, landing his stickies and fragging them into oblivion.
So now we do see, how do you think High on Drugs will react to this, as they are 2 rounds down? Do you think they'll finally go for the double soldier bomb?
I'm not sure. Blauer is trying the same thing, but see, you know, it's the same situation. They know what he's trying to do. This time, the Cyan is actually running away. Oh my goodness, Cyan getting taken down by Blower, who knew exactly what he was up to, and that means the number disadvantage goes through My Gaming Edge. They're gonna have to back out all the way here, but Blower is behind. Let's pick up the medic.
The duo does come. The melee duo
the
comes
melee
out
duo
from Zero.
between Blower and Zero. Zero does win it out, but Blower has achieved all he needed to for his team, picking up both the pocket and the medic in that situation, freeing up the rest of his team to just push into the second point here. Cyan again going straight for it, but unfortunately just jumping straight into the enemy team.
Cyan trying to make all these solo bombs work as he goes in again, but this time to no avail, as no one takes significant damage, and it looks like the blue team should be pushing in here. They should not all be tapping, as they will finally take my advice and go in straight through left side, assumably. Although Pure does decide to go from lower.
Here we go, to the top left. They're popping it very early yet again. This is very, very questionable. And My Gaming is cheesing it out with Cyan on that Pyro class, protecting his sentry for as long as possible, but it already wasted the enemy team's Uber, and now the space has to be in the hands of My Gaming Edge. They just try to fight this out, but it's a lost cause. The Uber from High on Drugs just absolutely wasted. Again, with Asphyxian popping it early.
Asphyxian does look like he's gonna live here though, the silver lining. And
I mean,
the scout trying to chase him does manage to get out actually, so it is gonna be a reset on mid. Although Ellie does have 100% Uber right now.
It's the second time that it's happened now that Asphyxian has popped early with absolutely nothing there. They can take so much more space if they just walk straight in first and then use the Uber when they're much closer to the enemy. You know, close that distance, use as much as the Uber as possible for the best things in life. Got Wolfie spearheading the push yet again, putting out so much damage. The Demo trying to get away, but it's effectively
Pure though.
Oh, Pure running in behind, almost picks up the Demo, but it's gonna be another frag. For My Gaming Edge.
But they didn't manage to pick up the medic here, and he does have 82% Uber advantage.
But with only 3 people on that second point, I don't think they're gonna be able to hold this. They're gonna have to back out the last and then use that Uber to re-push out.
Well, they do look like they want to try it though, as they are holding second. But L does go down to an arrow coming up by Ellie, and
Yes.
Cyan does get the force yet again.
Asphyxian forced the bomb here, but Ellie is caught out in such a bad position, and now the scouts for the side of High on Drugs are just fragging out, moving in with that Uber charge, making sure all of the enemy pays one. Oh my goodness, Cyan winning the 1v1 below the point. He's just 31, but he's looking for a frag onto the medic. Gets taken down.
Oh.
But that was absolutely good work by CH and Pure using that Uber to just eke out a victory for their team.
Excellent play coming out by the blue team there. Although we said they shouldn't be defending, and L going down was definitely a sign of that they made it work.
Yeah, maybe they saw something that I didn't, but I feel like that was a losing situation. But good work from CH and Pure, just managing to turn things around for them.
But after all, we don't have the IQ these gamers have, and it looks like there will be another pause, assumably a tech pause, as no one has dropped out from the server yet.
Tactical pause. Is that still a thing?
I have no idea, as we do wait for their players to unpause the game. So who do you think is having the game of their life? I'm gonna ask you this question yet again.
Not sure what it is the game of their life, but I definitely see a higher performance coming out from High on Drugs.
Cyan on Spy!
Cyan, get this Not able to get the frag, just confused by the medic's supreme movement, and that's
Hiding on the point.
but that's gonna put again. That's another opportunity for High on Drugs to make a push here.
It looks like they will be trying to push Pure all the way in.
Here we go.
You can see L jumping straight in.
Using the Uber charge to get out. I'm not sure that's the right option, but he's depending on their scouts to make the frags here. Raw jumping onto the Demo, but the Uber is placed onto him, and that's gonna give him the frag. That's gonna give, excuse me, Zero the frag.
Looks like L will be forced out of Saw here, as he is 3 players down. And
I don't think he notices that the Demo is down. And Zero trying for a sneaky play onto the medic. Not gonna work, unfortunately. He has to back out, but at least he got out alive, which is against the trend for sacking players right now.
it does look like the blue team is not gonna give this up without a fight, and Science
Again,
does
Science
it down.
jumping in alone to make space, but he gets taken down. If Blue contest here, they might be able to win back the point. Here we go.
That being said, Flower does jump straight in, trying to get as much space as possible for his team.
He needs that high ground, but taking that high ground alone and his team just not aggressing with him definitely feels like a one-man army up there.
You see Ellie here trying to clean up the frag.
Ellie dancing around, gets a 3k. Oh, well, a 2k and an assist.
Arima getting that pipe onto Andre to try to jump up with the Iron Bomber, doesn't manage to do it well, and it looks like he will be caught behind enemy lines, unaware of what he has to do now as he tries to kill the scout, but goes down to Ellie
That's
eventually.
unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Not sure why he's positioned down there alone, the rest of his team was backing out.
Well, it does look like Ellie wants to use this Uber here, waiting for Wolfie to come pick him up, and it does look like they will be trying to muscle their way through the right side.
Oh, Ellie taking a lot of damage.
Ellie very brave there, not even able to find what was the source of the damage, but still doesn't
He has
use.
to pop out the bullets in his back. We've got CH and Pure down in the early fight. I think that's gonna seal the fate for High on Drugs. There's not much that they can do here in order to win.
Wolfie going ham here as he does pick off every single member on the side of High on Drugs, and it looks like that is a successful push coming out by MGE yet again.
I'm gonna put that fault to Pure and CH. I'm not sure where they were, but they got taken down way early in the Uber fight, and that just meant that, you know, 2 scouts early in an Uber fight at last. I mean,
well, it does look like Arima having a bit of trouble rolling out here, but it doesn't matter as both teams only getting to mid now, trying to shoot stickers. We do see Cyan on the top though, trying to go for the air shot but misses, and he will need an arrow here before he jumps in yet again.
for him to re-aggress. Definitely gonna try for the medic yet again. Oh, he's just gonna put out a ton of spam into the enemy team. All that space and positioning, again from My Gaming Edge, just gonna give them the edge in this fight.
I see what you did there as CH is looking to contest the second point, although Pure is really low on the second
Pure
point.
is definitely a frag.
He is dead here. And it looks like they will have to concede the second point over to My Gaming Edge as
CH? What is CH trying to do right now?
it looked like they do want to contest though, as
Well, I did say they needed to play more aggressively, more decisively, more concisively, but just peeking without reason right now is the reason why some of their players are just dying on the flanks, and you know, creating these opportunities for My Gaming Edge to push in.
we do see Cyan here coming in from lower, trying to find a way to jump in, make space for his team. Although we don't see anything coming out by High on Drugs, which they should be the playmakers here. They are the ones who are down 3 points right now. As we do see Cyan running straight in through lower, getting one direct onto the demo, but doesn't get the frag. Nice cleanup coming out by Al, and nice pipe coming out by Arima.
Valiant attempt, but not gonna be good enough.
As we do see no
But
one going for the
definitely-
counter sack though. No,
yeah.
Blower is
Blower
trying to
in.
make the play.
They do spot him out. Blower in that lower side, finally rotating out. What? He just shot his own scout, probably checking to see whether it was a spy or not.
As nobody makes the play here, and they are just content to sit on last. There is 9
Not
minutes
fast.
remaining though, not a lot of time coming. But Blower does look like he wants to off last. No, he does not. Alright. It looks like no one will be making the play with Cyan trying
Cyan
to
going in yet again. Cyan slamming his head against that brick wall of being a roamer and just dying again and again. But this one-man advantage that Cyan keeps giving to High on Drugs doesn't seem to be utilized at all. Blower will just peek for a bit and decide that it's not safe enough.
No one making the plays here might be the downfall for High on Drugs, as they are just content to holding last. They only have 8 minutes to cap out 3 points if they want to take this to golden cap, but it will not. There is no golden cap in this best of 2.
This is round robin stages, so no golden
You'll
cap.
see Wolfie going all the way back, getting on that sniper class. I don't see Wolfie sniping all that often, but this will be the first time we're going to see such an off class coming out by My Gaming Edge.
Here we go. See whether he can pick
Cyan
anything up.
going in yet again.
Oh! Misses the shot. I mean, Cyan going in while Wolfie's on sniper.
But Fixian is gonna go down really low here.
Oh!
He was one body shot away from dying, but he does manage to get off scot-free, and it looks like they are looking to push. Where is my gaming edge right now?
Oh my goodness, Wolfie landing the shot straight onto Asphyxian. That's gonna put the advantages in the hands of My Gaming Edge. I want to see them rush straight in here. They have the numbers, they have the Uber, they need to win.
And now
Hungry
they have
for
the
frags.
players as well, as we do see Ellie trying to get the frags onto the blue team here.
The knock-
CH does pick up Cyan though, and Ellie looks like she's about to go down. But she does create eventually. But Zero tries to play the point to no avail as Wolfie gets another headshot onto L, looking to find another headshot onto CH.
Oh my
That's the
goodness,
headshot
fragging
onto
them out.
CH.
Wolfie just doing so much for his team. See whether he can stay alive here, but gets taken down finally by Pure.
Although Andre playing the point does manage to pick
A lot
up
of
Pure.
a lot of time put onto the point. I think that Higher and Drax are not going to be confident enough to push out here unless they are able to secure every exit. No, that's definitely, I definitely think they're just going to stay at last based on their previous play style.
I'm not sure if it's the comms or that Asphyxian just doesn't have his brain turned on right now, as he did miss 3 shots before finally going down to the headshot of Wolfie here. They really need to call that out to him. Either that or he's just not listening, as we do see the sniper coming out by no one, as I am blind. Nice. And
Huge play
Wolfie,
from Wolfie though.
Wolfie with the 3K not being able to get his team that round though, as Wolfie is.
I mean,
Cyan
he only
gets
the thing is he only got those last 2 kills when the rest of his team had already collapsed. So it's basically just I'll keep you in spawn and you can't push out.
Alright, as we do see Cyan here taking the buff, hopefully trying to make a play and not stalemate this out for 6 more antagonizing minutes, as they
Oh,
do
they
trade
actually-
Ubers though.
Trading Ubers in this lobby, a lot of the Ubers are actually going to Zero.
Got Ellie alone, Zero caught out as well, and CH does pick up Zero with, but he goes down to Andre.
3v4. I mean, My Gaming Edge is already 2 points up, and all they have to do is just play around here, make sure that High on Drax gets stuck in this last.
Andre is trying to make a play though, but he does go down to a pipe from the Rima. And it looks like they're going to reset. No, they are actually pushing straight in here, as Pure does try and get a frag onto Zero, but overextends for it and goes down to Ellie. Ellie picking up a 2K here, as they will look to try and take this 2K right into them, as we do see Cyan again trying to kill them. He does kill Asphyxian though, looking to pick up the frag onto Blower, gets it in the end, and it looks like this is a round for MGE.
Oh, they were 4 points up. They were 3 points up, not 2. 4-0 for the side of My Gaming Edge. Again, another dominating performance being put up by them. This time though, Arima blasting straight out the gates. Zero gonna be way ahead of him.
So it looks like Zero is trying to put out as much damage here, but he doesn't get any stickies on anyone, expecting the demo to walk out there, but instead comes out to Saw. And it looks like the soldiers on the blue side will be jumping in here, looking to frag. Ellie gets a nice rocket onto it, but doesn't manage to pick up the
Ellie's
frag. But it looks
still
like
alive.
Pure is going to run straight in through mid though, picking off Zero, and now the red team is going to re-aggress as they do pick off Ellie though. L!
Pure, oh goodness, Pure could not save his soldier, his demo in that point of time. Oh, how unfortunate.
It looks like CH is going to be running back with the medic.
They do
have a
have Ellie.
100% Uber advantage though, as
Yeah,
Ellie
they-
somehow went down.
They should be able to regroup on this second point, find an angle, and just push straight into the enemy team. They only have 4 minutes left, and it's a 4-0. I'm not sure it's possible, but in fact, I'm fairly certain it's not. But they have to at least try.
Well, it looks like the blue team does believe in miracles though, as Flower does try to make the play, create as much space as possible.
They don't even have to use here, they just need to back the enemy team out.
Looks
My
like he
Gaming
wants
Edge,
to go in though.
My
The
Gaming
medic
Edge,
is not following him.
yeah, My Gaming Edge is giving this up for free,
We have secured.
using that time in order to get better positioning on second. L wants it. L is moving into.
Asphyxian
Oh
goes
my
down.
goodness! Asphyxian and CH go down to 0 sticky trap. They moved in a bit too fast. They didn't check for stickies, and now they are on the back foot yet again. Arima dying. It's just another piece of icing on the cake. There's just no way that High on Drax is gonna be able to hold this mid here.
With 3 minutes left, this does look like dead time here, as MGE pick out a very convincing win against them. But that being said though, L tries to get the force onto Ellie, but to no avail. And it looks like they do want to win the last round here, making it a 5-0, 0 jumping in aggressively with no off classes coming out from the side of High on Drugs. It looks like the red team look to roll this straight through.
Yep, it's definitely trash time. There's really nothing High on Drugs can do. They're stuck on last, and the enemy has 100% advantage. The best they can do is try and pull off another round, but Wolfie diving in here with this Uber charge, making the space for his team, putting himself onto the point, doesn't die to the sticky trap, but he's drawing all the attention of High on Drugs onto the point.
Eldo getting some nice rockets, but Ellie does finish him off in the end. Cyan with the 2K! The skill stick involved, and it looks like this will be a 5-0 coming out from MGE.
Well, yeah. It's hard to say what went. I mean, okay, it's not hard to say, but it's self-evident is what I'm trying to get at. That My Gaming Edge just play better. They're more well coordinated. Their scouts play together a lot more. I mean, CH and Pure at their moments, but My Gaming Edge, their soldiers are just so much more willing to commit to fights. You can see every time that Cyan went in for a sack, Blauer was unable to counter sack, and those opportunities that a team is looking for in order to make a push just weren't happening. They just didn't present themselves because no one on the side of High on Drugs was looking to try and make those plays.
That is true though, as we didn't see the Roma of Blauer making any aggressive plays whatsoever, ultimately costing them the game. But this time Cyan didn't seem to have as much of an impact as he had on Gullywash though, but
definitely not.
Win it
I think I
end.
actually feel as though this map, a lot of the scouts pulled through for their teams. A lot more scattergun action rather than crazy bombs, air shots, what have yous in order to, make the plays.
That's right, as we do see both scouts on the side of the red team having so much more points than their teams here. I'm just gonna credit this game straight to Wolfie as I see him leading these pushes and they're always so successful.
You can see that My Gaming Edge, their playstyle has a personality. I mean, it's a very common personality now in AsiaFortress, but at least it's consistent. That Wolfie spearheads the pushes, Ellie washes the flank, and when they need to, they go in together. And all the while, Cyan is on the side, supporting. And whenever there's a stalemate, he's the one that breaks the stalemate. It's tactical, it's classic, but it works, and that's all that matters. And that's how they managed to just pick up on. They just managed to roll over High on Drugs, who kind of played like a puck team.
That is true though.
Reactive playstyle is just not going to work against another team that has a proper personality.
Well, and that definitely showed in the second map as they pick it up 5-0, ending the dreams of High on Drugs.
The logs.
I don't know. Apparently, I played a book. I don't know.
How do we put up logs on screen?
Oh, hold on. For that. I know those stuff.
Well, we're going to be going on to break right now. Just to recap the previous match, High on Drugs, My Gaming Edge picking up both maps, 4-1 on Gullywash and 5-0 on Snakewater. High on Drugs doing their best, but unfortunately My Gaming Edge putting out a better performance with a more consistent roamer and an excellent performance from both Wolfie and Ellie. Props to High on Drugs, they tried their best.
Well, excellent effort coming out by High on Drugs, but it just looks like MGE were the better team today, and now
I mean, I've already talked about this, but My Gaming Edge just have so much. They have a strategy going into fights. They have an overall. To put this into plot terms, they have an overall arcing theme, and with that theme being consistent, High on Drugs, who are playing reactively to their playstyle, just unable to get ahead of their enemy. We're trying to pull up the logs here to show you the game, to show you the results of the game.
Just use it.
Alright, as we do have the logs here. And we can see that CH did manage to get a lot of frags, dying very little amount of times compared to his team as well.
There's no damage stat.
There is no damage stats
That is
though.
interesting, but again, we want to throw this performance to both Ellie and Wolfie. Look at that, both 28 frags. Their KD is almost double, almost triple really.
I would also like to talk about Cyan, who manages to get Cyan with 23 frags as a roamer is unheard of.
I mean, he has 27 deaths as well. So you can see how willing Cyan is to just commit to his brain dead role of I go in, I die, but I do something as I die, and that makes the rest of my team function.
Well, and we can also see Zero here putting out a massive amount of frags for a demo man, but with only 9 deaths.
In such a dominating 5-0 performance, you're gonna be seeing a lot of frags going to the team. Although there is something to be said about Andre only having 13 kills and 4 assists while he's on the pocket roll. Oh, I want to look at these heal stats here. Are there any heal stats?
Apparently there aren't any heal stats, but
goodness gracious.
I will assume that Wolfie did take most of the heals away from his pocket soldier Andre, which might be a reason why he isn't doing as well as L is, but at the same time I do feel like Wolfie justified the taking away of the heals, as he did manage to put up 28 frags for 9 deaths.
Arima 5-21. I don't want to point that out, but that is a considerable factor into why High on Drugs might be underperforming.
Having a demo man that doesn't get to mid on time might have affected the soldiers on the red team, giving them a lot more freedom than they deserve at times.
If you look at it, actually, at certain points, Higher Drugs did manage to pick up the mids, but a small majority of them went to My Gaming Edge.
Well, in the end, I guess we can just credit this win to Wolfie, although I don't think that gives justice to the rest of the team.
It doesn't give justice to the rest of the team, and I'm appalled that you would say such a thing.
Well, I am looking at the stats, just trying to make ends meet here. I mean, we witnessed the game together, we saw what happened, and honestly, looking at the stats, I don't think it was indicative of what actually happened.
Yeah.
So I guess the moral of the story
There's
is logs don't matter.
There's too much inaccuracy here. We can't tell what's really going on, nothing is real. All of you are living on a flat earth.
Well, I guess that's more or less all we have to say for this game, as we will be
waiting for the next match to happen, which will be between TCF and Xiao. Big match, so no. Sorry, I'm not sure which match is happening next. So anyway. Anyway, props to both teams. They tried. High on Drugs tried their best, but again, rather dominating performance coming off of My Gaming Edge. So hopefully in the next match we're gonna see something a little more even. But really, congratulations to My Gaming Edge on winning this round robin match. Excellent performance. I hope to see more of them later. Goodbye.
control point is being captured.
Hello, welcome back to AsiaFortress AsiaFortress LAN. Excuse me, we're a bit pressed for time here because apparently both teams have already gone straight into the live session. So, gonna take you through what just happened. Chess Foundation has already picked up the midpoint and they're pushing into last. The map is Metalwork and
Just Metalworks today, it's just the BO1. I'm here, HSR joined by GTR. We are watching TCF versus Improvised Shenanigans. There's no time to talk as Nasi bombs straight in. Low gets a pick on the Nurse Joy, and Kronos is trying to sticky up the point, but Low is destroying everyone right now, using all the stickies in the world. And it looks like Banana is going to play the point, and they're going to win it the first round.
fairly fast and easy. Oh, that was quick. Almost as fast as they started the game. There was absolutely zero delay. That was interesting.
Alright, now we take a look at Lul. We take a look at Lul here as he does do the default rollout for the Demo Man. Along with Kronos being a bit slower than him, but that's fine as he gets the Lul gets the mid earlier.
We go trading stickies. Lul opting to go into the lower ground, locking a lot of the enemy team into the lobby side. We've got Nazi bombing straight in, doing a lot of damage, and the rest of Improvised Shenanigans are just gonna collapse around the excellent push from the Chess Foundation. Chess Foundation doing a lot of work, both Lul and Nazi coordinating their spam and their dives straight into the enemy team. We're gonna be picking up the midpoint fairly easily. Here we go, Lul pushing into last from the right side, just peeking out a bit. They do have a massive Uber advantage, so this should be an easy fight. We won right here.
NGS does get the medic pick though somehow, even though they have full Uber advantage, further extending their ad as they do look like they want to push in through the left side. They do push into the left side. Lul is peeking and Nasi, they use
The Uber coming straight through, denying the pyro, taking down the sentry in the process. Android getting picked up, now he's pushing straight into that right side, lands a few pipes, but unable to finish off the kill. But the fight is happening around the point. I think this is safely into the hands of the Chess Foundation with all their players up. 2-0, straight off the bat.
Fast! No rust coming out from PCF even though this is their first game on LAN. They do decimate their enemies as they just take rounds over and over again. And
I mean,
Lul hitting his rollout.
consistently showing the presence of Lurl and his pocket. And Roma as well.
So we do see the soldiers on the side of PCF looking at Nasi bombing in but not finding anyone, but he does see Halloween NGS though does get a pick onto the scout swoopsie.
Improvised Shenanigans opting to go to lower. Improvised Shenanigans opting to go to lower this time, but unfortunately the decision put them in a position where the enemy was just spamming straight down into them as they tried to walk out. It's just soaking up so much damage through that choke point, made them have to fall back. Nasi and NGS going super aggressively into this point with the demo backing them straight up. It's just a complete run over by the Chess Foundation. Improvised Shenanigans can't really do much against the superior positioning and DM of the enemy team.
And it looks like they will be opting to push in through the main area again. They are looking to go through the right side as Lul does come over, and they will be using True presumably as there's a heavy on the side of the red team. And the scout runs in, tries to force the Uber, does go down for it. And Lul does focus down the heavy, not able to connect too much with him though. He still lives to see another day picking up NGS, but they still play the point and they win it out in the end anyway.
Lul just creating all that space for his team. Goodness gracious. There's just not much to be said yet. It's such a domination from the Chess Foundation. All their players are long-time friends of each other. Are long-time teammates.
It's looking like the Kronos guy is going to be relatively fast to mid as we do see him trading stickies with Lul. Killer is all the way on their side though as he doesn't go down for it. No one's being punished and the combo is locked into lobby. They aren't even pushing mid, but Halloween does pick up Banana but Lul picks up.
Oh my goodness! He's just destroying them. The positioning of Improvised Shenanigans is a bit questionable. Their soldiers are waiting on the low ground looking for opportunities to jump, but during that time, NGS and Nasi are just standing up there spamming into the team, and every second that they spend trying to make a decision is putting them further and further behind. And especially since Lil doesn't wait for them, he just goes to them, stickies out and pipes flying. he's just wreaking havoc into the enemy team.
We do see Slayer with, again, that 100% Uber advantage. They do look like they want to go in through left. Although they are pushing last all the time, they do have variations in their last pushes, and it looks like they are going in through the left side. Going to be picking up the soldier here.
Oh my goodness. Slamming the soldier, destroying everyone. The Uber push is such a tight man such as Metalworks. The Uber is so easy to just push straight into the enemy team, making it a 4-0 score. This game is going to be over really quick.
As you can see, the banana sniper to mid. You can see some confidence coming up from Banana, as he is known to be able to hit those headshots. We will see on a map unfamiliar like Metalworks in Asia whether he can do the same thing again to the same effect. And it looks like Lul is super fast to mid. The red team not even contesting mid, it appears.
Oh, the mid?
Point is being captured.
The red team has decided that they're not going to go to mid. They're just going to hold second, try their luck there. Interesting choice. I don't think I've ever seen that on LAN.
It looks like Banana will be trying to force a pick here, going in through lane. Trying to pick the spot.
Oh,
Ali does pick out the Nurse Joy with the body shot, and it looks like he will be peeking in from lower. Has the sideline on the medic who's using crits, and they do pick up Killer and GS.
Oh, there's actually a turnaround. All of them walking straight into the crits. Banana hitting a headshot onto the demo, but it's not a headshot of any consequence. The blue team has to back up. Chess Foundation on the back foot here with so many people down for their side. But I would like to see improvised shenanigans move a little faster here. All that space is being given up to them, but they're just slowly moving. But Nurse Joy gets taken down by Nasi. Nasi playing on the lobby side, using the Uber to go straight into the enemy medic. Is he gonna be able to take him down? He has achieved almost nothing with this Uber charge. Just getting danced around by the scout. Only the space has been taken, but now Banana is gonna have to use that sniper to force all the advantages back to his team.
He does miss the body shot onto the scout that was low though, but it looks like it doesn't matter as they are going to push straight in to last from second, as they are picking up frags left, right and center, and it looks like the only two that are up are Cronus and Netch, as they are going to be holding off from main. Banana does pick off Netch though with the hit shot, and he does eat a lot of damage from the stickies.
He's just oh my goodness, who is this killer running straight to the enemy demo? Balls deep. All of blue team are just going straight in, winning DM fight after DM fight and finishing off 5-0.
TCF dominate the competition as they win
goodness.
5.
TCF demonstrating that they are a team that's headed straight for the playoffs.
Well, let's take a look at some logs here. It'll give me some time to bring it up. And yes, this is a best of 1 on Metalworks though, so it is over, and TCF have conquered over improvised shenanigans, and
oh my goodness,
it looks like the logs are going to be broken here.
Well, I guess we're not going to look at that. I mean, it's that last push was just high confidence play. A bit of mockery, honestly. Chess Foundation just steamrolling through, deciding that Uber advantage is for pussies. Just, you know.
Absolute domination coming out by TCF.
I mean, better DM, better teamwork. Not much more to be said.
That's so quick. Alright, as we do have Xiao versus TCF next.
Alright.
Do stay tuned for
that. Stay tuned. That's gonna be one exciting match.
Hello? Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Oh. Back on the panel together with Harvey. Hey. Right, we are going to be having probably one of the the highly anticipated games for the LAN. It is going to be TCF facing off against Xiao. This is pretty much the exact same thing as what we had on the AFC 14 Grand Finals for Div 1. It was TCF against Xiao again. So this is probably going to be a really interesting match. We are going to be having two maps right now. It is going to be Sunshine followed by Gully Wash. And first map is going to be Sunshine. We're doing this weird little format of best of two again, where we take the winner basically on the count of the round. So we're just going to wait for one of the players to come back in for the side of Xiao. I do believe it's Isla or HSR. He's going to come back for the demo man on the side of Xiao. And then from there we can actually start the game proper. Most of the players for the side of TCF are already in there, so we can go through the rosters really quickly for the side of TCF. It is going to be Killer as well as Banana. Those are going to be our two scouts of the day. Nazi and Smiley are going to be our Sollies. Lil is going to be our demo man, and of course Slayer is going to be the medical medicine man. For the side of Xiao, we are going to have Rishi and Aisho as the two scouts, Floaty and 26, who is currently tagged up as AAA. They are going to be two Sollies. Isla is going to be the demo man, and of course Tommy is going to be the medic for Xiao. So Harvey, please give us a lowdown on these teams that are going to be playing in a moment's time.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I think to say that this is the most highly anticipated match of the LAN would be an understatement, because these are the two strongest teams in Asia. I believe they've been playing against each other in the 4 past Grand Finals, AFC 12, 13, 14 and Pure Cup 1. And both teams definitely know each other really well. There's been some roster changes here and there over the seasons, but for the most part the cores on both teams have remained constant. So we're gonna see these two teams so familiar with each other's playstyle clash again at LAN.
Yep, so there is going to be 5 ping all around. This is definitely going to be a huge factor, especially when I believe previously they had Banana with relatively high ping low as well for the side of TCF. Now everyone's going to be on equal grounds. Everyone's going to be coming with that 5 ping, and we're just going to have to see how they perform on these two matches, which is of course going to be Sunshine as well as Gully Wash. For those of you who are just tuning in, a very good evening. It's evening now. It's 5:32 in the PM, GMT's +8. We are going to be having the AsiaFortress Community LAN 2018. One of the matches that is going to be played is going to be Xiao against the Chess Foundation. And we are going to be going live momentarily once they get everything sorted out. First map is going to be CP Sunshine, followed by CP Gully Wash. And do you have any predictions?
I think Sunshine is a relatively scout favored map, and demos can do pretty well. Actually, Sollies can do well as well, you know, like making huge distraction plays. But I think the main thing to look out for is whether Lil can carry his team on 5 ping. I mean, Lil does really well online, playing with 70 ping, consistently standing on par with the other Xiao demos, Season 12, 13 and 14. So I think with Lil on 5 ping on LAN, there will be a huge boost if TCF do wish to take this map and hopefully the series.
Yep, so that is definitely something to look forward to when we see a 5 ping low come to LAN and pounding. So we're just waiting for them to ready up, and yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to this match. I'm sure a lot of people are. We got a bunch of people sitting on the floor in front of the big screen. We got all the players at their stations already, and I believe they're just trying to iron out some small little kinks, and they should be able to go once everyone is sorted. So we've already talked about the teams, and it's just so far, despite I understand, you know, there are people inside Twitch chat, you know, talking about the stuff that's going on. I understand, you know, it's we try to make do. We try to make do. So hopefully we can iron all those technical stuff out, and we won't be as delayed as today. But thank you all for tuning in and for hanging out within our little tiny Asia community. And we hope you guys enjoy what the Asian players have to bring to the TF table.
Yeah, before we start, I think there are two main things that we can talk about with this match. First is that this is Xiao's first match of the day, I believe. So they haven't had a chance to warm up, whereas TCF already played one map
previously, but it wasn't on stream, but they played a map. So they're considerably more warmed up. And the second thing I want to talk about is that Smiley is actually playing on Roma instead of No Game Sense or NGS. So I'm not sure why they have the roster change. Maybe they want to give Smiley a chance to play. I mean, it's a community LAN for fun. You know, teams just want to chill out, play some TF2. That's completely understandable. But maybe there are also some strategic reasons for putting Smiley in on NGS, but we'll just have to see what Smiley can bring to the table.
Yep, so we just got to get some slight changes for the player name because the binds aren't going to be working right now, and that's to be expected. So we're just going to get some small changes, and once that is going to be sorted out, we should be able to start. Everyone gets settled in, everyone gets sorted out, so just change that out a little bit. So who do you think will take the first map? Sunshine, based on the players' merits, based on how you've seen them play. I'm pretty sure you've seen how both teams played before. So for Sunshine, with like the mids and the high skyboxes, who do you think will have the upper hand during mid fights?
I think Sunshine mids can take pretty long to develop in terms of who actually wins the mid. Both solis can do a lot of distraction plays, going behind them into Cafe or Valley. Floaty is probably the best jumper to play sixes in AsiaFortress right now. So I would definitely give him an advantage in terms of the roamer department if they ever decide to run such plays like that. And I also think that taking high ground, especially on Church or Tetris, is really important. So it will come down to which scout pair can actually take high ground and deny soldiers. And with that being said, I have to give the advantage to Xiao here simply because I think on most classes, they actually have the advantage. But we've seen in the past, especially in other regions, Australia, Europe, North America, that individual DM is not the most important thing. And we've seen teams with superior teamwork at ESEA LANs actually cause upsets against what people might call stronger teams on paper. So even though I expect Xiao to win, I don't expect it to be easy for them.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure TCF is definitely going to put up a very huge fight. This is pretty close to a grudge match because this is really like a rematch of AFC 14 Grand Finals in the Div 1 bracket. So this is definitely going to be intense. Xiao hasn't played anything the entire day till now, and technically they haven't warmed up compared to what TCF had. They've been playing a couple of games earlier on. They played CP Metalworks, I think before that they played some other games as well. So they are definitely significantly more warmed up compared to Xiao, but we'll actually have to wait and see if that actually takes a toll on Xiao's performance. But so far, you know, Xiao has been this unstoppable force for against, you know, just countless teams that try to go up against them. So well, I really don't know. I really don't know who's gonna come out on top. And at a LAN setting, it changes everything. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I just noticed that the second map is Gully Wash, and I've actually spoken to one anonymous member on TCF and he thinks that the Xiao's best map is actually Gully Wash.
Oh.
And I believe they banned Gully Wash against Xiao instead of Product, even though they have Fishy and Aisho, the two best scouts in Asia. So I think that's a testament to just how much they respect Xiao's Gully Wash. So considering that Gully Wash is the second map, I think TCF, if they actually want to even this series out, have to put in a big performance on Sunshine.
So once again, for those who are unfamiliar with how we are going to be running the best of twos, it's not going to be win one map and then you win it all. You're going to win both maps or get a higher number of rounds won in total. So if you get 3-1 on the first map and then the second map you get 5-0, you know, you basically the team with more rounds won wins. So we're just going to have to wait for all of them to settle in and sort out. And oh, there we are. We're going live right now. Do a quick hard reset because the timer up there is going to be a little bit ballsed up, but we're going to be Gucci right now. I'm going to follow Lil for his standard rollout onto Sunshine. Going to bump that wall, kind of a bit of a botched rollout. Solly's going to start jumping up top. We're going to have Smiley right there. Red Solly jumping up top as well, trying to see if he can get anything done. Smiley still has dominance on that high ground. Scout down below, eating all that spam, and Aisha could be the first one down. Smiley going to potentially come in from behind them. Tillmans are going to try to very much spam the players of Xiao out. Floaty going down not too far after that. 26 going to be able to go behind and pick up Nasi. And he's currently still behind him inside Cafe, trying to see if he can get some sneaky plays, potentially going to be jumping forward. Fishy going down as well, and 26 is going to be up there. This may spell a little bit of disaster to Force Slayer, but they are just going to start backing out to potentially start defending large because Tommy was taken down.
You see 26 potentially gonna go for a play here. I don't think he's beefing a little bit. I don't think he's been spotted on the medic right now, but Killer takes him down. So it's gonna be a pretty straightforward last push. I don't see any off classes yet for the side of Xiao.
There you go.
Oh, they have an engineer, but yeah, I think TCF are just gonna push straight in, and Aisho might not have time to set up the sentry.
Fishy is going to be that sniper watching the left side of the lanes as well. I think he does land a 50 damage body shot down onto the scout, and he's going to slowly just jitter his way around. I'm apologizing once again. It's just can't help it. Smiley may be coming in from the right side, jumping straight across onto the point. Spot the Sully right there, not able to land that splash damage. Is going to find him out and trade together with 26. 2 players down, but 4 players down for the side of TCF, and the medic is somehow making it out through Valley.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I felt like TCF didn't really all go in together at the same time. We saw some staggered deaths with Killer last to die, and he's gonna spawn in 2 seconds, but Xiao just gonna cap second point with Uber ad here, and we'll see how they approach this mid. They're probably just gonna wait for spawners and sort of posture a little bit before they go in.
Yep, so Aisha is checking his corners, watching out for those stickies, and Solly's going to be jumping around, potentially going all the way behind him. Smiley going to grab that health back and jump onto that lighthouse, getting a backhand for his team. Fishy is going to turn around to see if he can get something done, but the cap time is still going up for the side of TCF. Midpoint is going to be capped by Xiao though, 4 times cap on that point, and Smiley is eventually going to get absolutely denied on the second point with the 2 Solis coming back to deny that cap. But the players for TCF are just pushing them all the way out. Isla HSR, oh, that is going to be nasty down. A little bit of extended right there. Slayer has to pop that Uber charge to keep his teammates alive, and this is not a very good Uber charge. They have no choice but to back up to mid, and this is definitely going to give a lot of breathing space for Xiao.
Yeah, TCF was a little overzealous there. You saw Nasi flying in on his own, but I think Slayer was just giving his team buffs, and they weren't ready, which resulted in Nasi sort of overextending and just dying there.
Some Solly jump in, trying to see if they can rain down those rockets. Smiley is going to make his way back into the valley. Nasi going to spam out from choke, but I do believe we have some action inside valley. Floaty is just rocket jumping his way all the way to the front lines. Look at that jumper made. And we got 26 gaining a lot of ground for his team. Potentially going to go in with this full Uber charge that they have. 40% Uber at. It's going to be a shiny scout and a shiny Solly potentially. And this could spell disaster for TCF. They're hanging out really close to the shutter. And yeah, immediately you can see TCF just buggering out of it.
Yeah, but TCF is really close to Uber, and even though they didn't lose anyone and didn't force Tommy, but they're gonna have an Uber for this last point here. So it's gonna be a stalemate. I want to see some more off classes maybe, but right now it's just cookie cutter classes, and this is probably this is the first stalemate of the round. So we'll see, maybe they decide to send Loti into side or Aisho to switch up sniper.
Aisho just peeking around the corner. Now they're just spamming each other out. You can see Low getting really ballsy, tossing out those blue balls of his own, trying to see if he can get some frags, but the damage is going to catch Aisho right in his face. Nasi going to be able to finish him off. Medic is Slayer just really far forward together with the other Sully. I'm not too sure what they intend to do with this. Potentially go out for a trade. Just look like they are. And yeah, right now we still got a sniper in play. Banana is going to be the sniper for the side of TCF, and we're just going to have to see how they decide to play things through.
Oh, Floaty actually bombs in, sacks for low and gets him. Did you see Tommy pop Uber?
No.
Okay, somehow he popped Uber, I guess, when we weren't looking, so we'll choose to see if they wait for low before they decide to push, but Smiley goes down, so definitely gonna cancel the push there because of a numbers disadvantage.
Oh dear me. Yeah, so they still hold on to that Uber charge, so that is definitely the silver lining for them. Sully's gonna trade a little bit of spam right there inside the lobby area, and gonna keep the camera Nasi to see what he can do for this moment in time. It does look like they're gonna go in for some sort of play. There you go, just pop the Uber charge straight down. Can Logue land the shot that he needs though? 5 picks may not be enough for Logue to land those pipes, and they do successfully chase the players for Xiao out through the cafe. They are gonna be able to grab the lighthouse, and it's potentially gonna be another reset until Xiao gets their Uber charge.
Yeah, if Low was half a second earlier, I think he would have easily killed 2 people, but he didn't, and so we just see an Uber leapfrog situation. I imagine TCF will be building away before Xiao comes in, but Banana goes down, Smiley goes down, 26 gets 2 picks and they haven't even popped their Uber. They should roll straight to last year with the scout on the cap.
Yep, they're just gonna walk straight through. Aisha gonna be the shiny scout of choice. The demo man, the meat shot's just not enough. Finally gonna be able to take him down. Cody goes down as well. The pistols pew pew. The Solly is somehow making it out alive. Nazi gonna bite the darts of Aisha, just left putting everybody to the ground. And 26 just comes in and smacks him out of the sky. First round goes to Xiao.
Not the cleanest of pushes by Xiao, to be honest, considering how good they are as players. But 26 with the 2 key picks didn't really make it mandatory for them to get a very clean push. They just walked in with Uber and shot the demo. Low died really early and they just took a point.
Yep, we're gonna see some very fast Solly bombs coming out. Smiley gonna be right there on Tetris already. The red Solly gonna try to do the exact same thing. Aisho's gonna be right there to deny those jumpers. Bloody gonna be standing up top on Tetris as well for their side. Potentially gonna jump across to try to see if he can get any picks at all. Jumps into the bell tower, spots the players down below. Gonna rain down those rockets and everyone from side of TCF they're a little bit spread out. Bloody has no choice but to go back. Grab some health packs, but meets Smiley face to face and a rocket is gonna end his little adventure. Smiley once again jumping back to the point, trying to get some frags for his teammate. 3 health, can Slayer keep him up and well. The medic is gonna eat the direct rocket! And that is gonna be pretty much a full wipe at the front lines for the side of Xiao, and Frishy just straight up coming in as engineer.
Yeah, second one mid by TCF. Actually, I think, like I said, Sunshine mid takes a while to develop, and we just see people taking the DM fights and then trading. But ultimately, I think it was Killer who put pressure on the combo while Smiley shot the flank. So I guess Tommy was a little bit spread on who to heal and who to help, and HSR was a bit indecisive as well because he had to shoot 2 people from different directions. Full Uber ad here because Slayer survived mid, but Tommy didn't. And we'll see if TCF can convert this last push.
Yep, there you go. They pop the Uber charge and going straight in. Demoman spots the sentry gun. No sentry gun anymore, apparently. He swapped off from the Denji roll. Stickies are going to be outside spawn. Aisha going to be caught out, but so will Low get absolutely wiped from the face of the map. And apparently, despite that Uber charge, they're dropping almost all their players. Nasi's the only one at the front line, and Slayer just puts on his big boy pants and runs back to mid.
Yeah, I think they were a little too hesitant in terms of jumping left side because TCF went in by the right, saw the gun, I believe. And while they were still shiny, they didn't really want to commit because they were afraid that, I guess, Slayer couldn't catch them. And so they didn't really do a lot of damage or get a lot of kills, which resulted in the scouts cleaning up.
Yep, Floaty gonna be jumping about once again, and he's gonna get pushed back from TCF. Floaty gonna be at 94 health, trying his very best to stay alive. Jumps up on that bell tower, has to jump back out through the valley. Cushions his blow, that rocket's still alive, and Uber gets popped for the side of Xiao. They do take down Killer, they take down Nazi, they take down Slayer as well, and that is not looking up for the side of TCF. They definitely have no choice but to back out with no numbers and no heal.
Yeah, this is definitely a last hold here. HSR did go down, but with 3 players down on TCF, including the medic, I imagine that this is an easy second, and I would expect TCF to actually just try and off-class right now. Or maybe they're gonna build because Slayer did die pretty early into the Uber pop, which means an earlier spawn, so he might actually get this before, or rather during Xiao's push.
Yep, Smiley just watching the left side flank for his team. Killer is going to be coming in as that, you're going to get the 7th man up for his team. Just smackety do, and it's going to be coming up level 2 right now. We're going to see Aisho building up that Uber charge for his team. Of course, they do have a pretty sizable Uber ad, and it does look like Aisho may potentially be the shiny scout of choice. Devilman are going to be all clustered up, trying to see if they can push in, and which they probably will. They do get spotted out though, and Aisho is going to be leading the charge. Nazi shoots the wall, I believe, and the wall takes about 150 damage, but it doesn't do much. Sentry is going to get taken down by the Devilman, but they are going to be Ubered, and the Uber is going to fade. They do lose 3 out of their 6 players, and there is going to be a Solly right there who's really hungry for that kill. Smiley going straight down onto the medic, who's trying his very best to juke away those rockets. Isla HSR going to try his very best. The medic just surfed that rocket into another one. Devilman goes down as well, and that is some really crispy rockets coming in from Smiley. He does go down to a trade against HSR, but he did take down the medic for the side of Xiao, and this is pretty big for the side of TCF.
Yeah, and they don't get the forward spawns as well, or like the second forward spawn rather, because they, TCF just kept Spire rolling into mid here with their superior Uber advantage. Tommy and HSR just spawned, so there's not gonna be heals or sticky traps at middle. This is gonna be a pretty straightforward middle, unless Fushy has something to say. He's been spotted, takes a shot, doesn't hit, and they're just gonna turn tail and run. Though Banana does go down, so maybe Xiao can afford to sack one person, but scratch that because Aisho dies to Smiley.
Fishy! Oh!
Okay, give
Okay.
you.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, we did say straightforward mid unless Fishy has something to say about it, and Fishy did have a lot to say about
Fishy
that. Yeah.
just said no more. Fishy said goodbye Slayer, goodbye Uber, and absolutely negated that Uber push coming in for the side of TCF. Xiao are still going to be holding on strong, and this is going to spark a turtle moment for the side of TCF. They have no choice but to hold on to that last point because Lighthouse is already getting captured. Smiley is going to be able to take down Floaty, but he goes down in the end. 26 is going to be able to cap that point for his team. We do have a slight Uber ad for the side of Tommy, and this is definitely going to spark a push immediately the moment they have it. Everyone is just starting to get comped up. They're not even going to bother waiting for Floaty. We are going to have that shiny ice show coming straight down, face first against that sentry gun. Just scatter-shotting it down. Isla going to help him out right there. They got to stand on the point if they want to stop ice show. Everyone's a little bit distracted with everything around them. And Xiao are going to be able to nab another round for the map.
We're just pretty straightforward, you know, go in, focus, the sentry, HSR stickies them out from the right spawn, Aisho stands on point. And there was only really one soldier to contest him, but that soldier was preoccupied by Xiao's other soldier.
Midpoint gonna have another mid fight underway. So all these are gonna be jumping clean across the map. Smiley spots the other players at the other end of the field as we're floating to start jumping straight forward into that Sully. I do believe he lands a nice rocket on him, but it's not enough to kill him. Smiley once again at 58 health, waiting for those arrows. He does grab it in the end, gonna jump straight down. It's a little bit jittery, I'd apologize for that. Nasi gonna be jumping forward and he's gonna get scattershot into oblivion when he face off against Fishy and Aisho, but Fishy is gonna go down, leaving just Aisho up to defend himself together with HSR as well as Tommy. And they're just gonna hang tight on their Tetris, as will the other three players, 2 scouts and a medic for the side of TCF, 1 scout and a demo man for the side of Xiao. Gonna see some major DM fights going on. 2 scouts just dancing about on this midpoint. Killer trying his very best, has his sights down to the medic, but is gonna have to turn his attention onto the other scout to aid him. That is gonna Killer just cleans up everybody, living up to his name. Tommy has no choice but to killbind. Picks up Floaty as well. Killer is going huge with a 5k on this mid, and this is gonna open the doors wide open for TCF with that Faluba charge as well. It may be an easy last point push, provided we don't see another one of that fishy snipes.
Yeah, I mean, this is Killer on 240 Hz basically. I'm not sure if Tommy actually had Uber when Killer went in, but I know Killer was waiting for 185 before he decided, okay, I'm gonna push them. And you know, oh, Smiley actually dies to a headshot from Aisho, gonna potentially delay the push. Unless TCF can get a counter pick, but they can't. Oh, actually Floaty just dies and TCF might just push in Roma for Roma with full Uber ad pushing into last here.
Aisho gonna be the sniper right now. We got a sentry gun up as well at the usual spot. Gonna see some capture line going up on the point though. Killer goes in and that is gonna be the Uber pop. We're gonna see Smiley make his way to the front lines. Nasi gonna be right there. Splash damage is gonna be too strong, but he's gonna get taken down by a scatter shot coming in from Fishy. 26 gonna be standing on the point, standing his ground, tries to defend it for his team. 7 health is finally down, and there you go. TCF take a round, putting the name on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really good Uber from Slayer. I think he multied really well and kept players alive, and TCF actually shot the same players, you know, they called better focus targets compared to their past few last pushes.
Once again, mid-fight gonna be underway. Low make his way to the midpoint, as will Isla, who's reaching there a little bit earlier compared to compared to Lowell. Can't speak right now. Gonna see some rockets getting tossed about from Nasi standing up top outside Cafe. Jumps straight onto the bell tower, spots him. Can he get those shots down? He has to jump back down. 55 health. Scout is gonna come in and finish him off. Just a tickle, and he dies. There you go. Aisho and Fishy definitely going huge. Scout v Scout action. Aisho still at 73. Only damage he took was from that splash damage, I believe, and the medic is going to get picked off. Tommy going down, Banana going down, Low going down, and that is going to be a full wipe on the front lines for TCF.
Slayer was the first to die to, I believe, a floaty bomb, so it really cut off away all the heals from TCF, and then Xiao just played with their scouts, protected their medic, didn't really manage to save Tommy in the end there, but it's still a 1 mid, and they're starting the cap on second. Maybe TCF want to contest because Tommy got a late spawn. They do seem like they want to contest. Nasi jumping in, shooting HSR here.
Smiley gonna be right there, tossing out those rockets as well. Everyone seems to be retreating back into that cafe. 30 health. Nasi has no choice but to back up to wait for some kills coming in from Slayer. Arrow does get tossed his way, so he's gonna be fine and healthy and happy, jumping to get the health pack and the ammo pack, sorry. And it's just gonna be a bit of a standoff at the moment. Xiao players are just gonna start hanging back and probably just gonna grind out their Uber charge.
Yeah, this is a much smaller overcharge differential compared to what I expected, because Slayer was the first to die at mid and Tommy was the last. So I would expect Slayer to maybe have had a 25% ad, but Slayer's just gonna get his Uber here. and so is Tommy, and this is gonna be a stalemate. So I think we should keep our eyes on the roamers to see maybe they're gonna potentially go for a play.
Yep, Smiley.
Oh,
I don't know if that was a beat, but he didn't really get that jump straight through. So gonna see 26 right there, tossing out a couple of rockets of his own. Floaty gonna be 3 health, tries to go behind the lines. He does get the force though.
did Slayer get the health pack or was he already at full health? But regardless, he gets the force. Smiley goes in, forces Tommy as well. And TCF should be playing close here because they're gonna expect the push in from Xiao.
Shiny Aisha gonna be coming in. The left clicks are definitely too strong. Fishy and Aisha working together extremely well. Inside Valley, cleaning up all those players one by one. Health pack is gonna bring him back up into the healthy range. Everyone is just getting destroyed. Fishy gonna get a clean pipe from across the map. And it's gonna be 3 players up to the side of TCF and 4 players up to the side of Xiao. They're just gonna hang tight outside, cap that lighthouse, and wait for the teammates to spawn in. Nothing much happening right now. Everyone's just spawning in, waiting to get each other up. Ubers are going to be relatively equal for both sides, and it does look like they seem to be content just holding on to their respective points and just wait for the Uber charge before they decide to do anything too risky. And it's just going to be a little bit of a spam fest right now. Floaty eating quite a bit of spam, but he's going to be fine. Nasi Giver right there as well, trying to see if he can bait anyone through those shutter doors. At the moment they start coming through, it's going to be a little bit of a nasty surprise for them. And we are going to see some sneaky plays.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe TCF looking to go to Fishy. Does get, I guess, 150 body shot on Nasi, so he has been spotted. We're not sure if Xiao are aware of how TCF are holding last with regards to class composition. Now they are aware because Banana gets a headshot onto Floaty.
Yep, so the Banana with those aggro peaks though. Can he land another shot? Fishy gonna be right there! Or it's gonna be a sniper v sniper. Fishy right there is out for more blood. Can he get that headshot though? 26 picks up Smiley?
Aisho's in lobby, dies to killer. Alright, so I guess they just trade players.
Yeah. Yep. Just gonna spam each other out to see if anything can happen. Both teams are gonna be holding on to that Uber charge. Banana rotating back around, trying to see if he can land that shot that the team desperately needs to push out from this last point.
Yeah, I think Xiao wouldn't really commit anyone except Fishy to potentially die. Because you know, he's the pick class, so you wanna set up a play for him. But the rest of the team are just there to back him up. Of course, if Xiao see a soldier overextended, they're gonna commit maybe Aisho and 26. But for the most part, this stalemate on the side of Xiao is up to Fishy to break, who actually dies, and Smiley gets 26 as well, escaping with 3 health. Killer kills Floaty somehow. So 3 down for Xiao. I guess I wouldn't want to call it a 3-man sack because I don't think they planned for it, but we do see Nasi pushing out here.
Surfs away, doesn't get hit by the splash, and that is going to be the Uber forced for his side, and a slightly better Uber coming up on the side of TCF. Nasi is just going to jump straight on through, has his sights down to HSR, but tosses him clean across the map. He's not going to land any shots after that. Scouts are just having a brawl on the front lines. Fishy at 101 health is going to get taken down. Nasi goes down by 26. Sand Killer going to come in from around behind them at the lighthouse, trying to see if he can get flank around, pick up some nice meat shots. Solly going to be right there. I do believe it is going to be Smiley inside under dungeon, making his way back to the front lines. Floaty going to be behind as well. 26 going to be under, potentially coming up from below. Jumping forward straight down. Spots the medic. Slayer is going to be left out all alone. Scout's going to be coming in. Sol's going to be coming in as well, trying the very best. But 26 waiting for that arrow, gets it, and tactical pulse.
No, it's just lag.
Yeah, just lag. 1-3 in favor of Xiao.
Yeah, I think TCF were not quick enough to push out of last, and Nasi was really unlucky on his part because if he had one more rocket, he would have shot Tommy, who was running away. But instead, he had to run away with his equalizer and couldn't kill Tommy, which might have actually sparked the push out of second.
Low is going to reach mid a little bit earlier compared to the side of compared to the side of Xiao, but they're just going to start fragging each other up. We're going to have someone up on the high ground as well. Nasi going straight down into the face of HSR, potentially going behind that, going to grab that medium-sized health pack and just get back into the fray. I don't think they know where he currently is. He's just going to jump forward, spot the Scouts. The Scouts do spot him, and that is just going to be his streak getting ended. And it's just going to be Low, and Slayer by the skin of his teeth. But the Solly comes in from clean across the map and picks him up, and Low has no choice but to go down with the rest of them.
Yeah, the 2 most important players on TCF dying last. The medic and then the demo, who has a later spawn than the medic. That's gonna be absence of stickies on point, as well as a full Uber ad from on the side of Xiao here, pushing last. They're not gonna wait for low to spawn. I think they're just gonna go in and not have to worry about the stickies.
Yeah, they're just gonna wait to see if they need to do anything about that. And it does look like that's gonna be what they decide to do. Aisha just walking straight on through. He's gonna be shiny. The Devilman is like gonna be shiny as well. The sentry gun should be made short work of. And Fishy gonna be coming in from under the dungeon as well. It's gonna be a little bit jittery, but we can sort of see what's going on. A lot of kills going on in the kill feed, and that is gonna be 4 players down for the side of TCF. The only people up are gonna be Killer as well, trying their very best. The Heavy somehow comes out. Nope, never mind. It's gonna be 1-4 into the favor of Xiao.
Yeah, the Heavy lived for really long there, but he couldn't shoot down Aisho in time, who was on the point because of the minigun spread.
Just gonna follow Lil for his rollout. We are gonna be 8 minutes and 47 seconds left on the server clock, and the current score is gonna be 4-1 in favor of Xiao. So we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can do anything about that and turn the tables. Flo's gonna be up on the bell tower. 26 potentially gonna jump up and join him, jumping forward towards the side of Tetris of the blue team, standing on his own shed house right there. Solly gonna jumping straight forward, and he's gonna get taken down. A little bit of extended scout going in and just getting absolutely fragged as well. Nasi going down. They do pick up Floaty, but that's just 2 people down for the side of Xiao and 3 players down. 4 players down for the side of TCF. A little bit messy, but 26 is still out for more blood, trying to chase them down low. Is going to turn around. The scout is there to help him out as well. Aisho is out for so much blood, and Slayer has no choice but to pop that Uber and save himself, getting that force on Slayer. Oh, this is going to be potentially an easy last point for Xiao.
Yeah, I don't think Low was... I'm not sure if Low was aware that 26 and Fishy were chasing him. I believe Low didn't reload all his stickies. He could have just sticky at the feet and ran out, but or maybe he was aware but couldn't reload in time. But nevertheless, doesn't change their situation here. It's just gonna be Xiao again with a full ad pushing into last.
Yep, so this is they're just going to have to be really careful about this. Banana is on that sniper roll, but he is not going to land any headshots when the players are going to be shiny. There's going to be capture time coming up already. Smiley going to make his way onto that point. The Heavy is going to be right there, right beside him. Banana on that point, trying his very best, but it's just not enough with a full wipe on that last point. 5-1 to Xiao.
I think I've noticed that the mids that Xiao have won, bar one mid, was when all involved Slayer dying and Tommy not dying. And Xiao just managed to keep many players alive, capping second for free and then pushing to last there.
Mid-fight going to be underway once again. We're going to see Smiley up top in that bell tower. Nasi potentially going to jump forward and see if he can get anything done. Try to gain some space for his teammates. We're going to see the Xiao players as well. Currently still on the ground level. With slowly jumping forward, potentially going through that cafe. Grab that health pack and then probably circle around, but the scouts do spot him, so they are going to be well aware that he's going to be coming from behind them. Slayer maybe in a bit of trouble with Floaty on the point, 141 health, 93, 44, and that's 0. So it is, yeah, they're just still going. Floaty is going to be going down, Killer and Slayer are going to be backing out because they're the only players alive, and midpoint somehow goes straight into the hands of Xiao. I'm not too sure how TCF lost so many players.
Yeah, 26 died really early actually. I think he was the first to die on mid, and Floaty was behind a distraction. So theoretically speaking, TCF were fighting a 6-on-4, if I can do my math right. 6-on-4 at the midpoint, and they had one scout looking at Floaty, so at the very worst it was a 5-on-4. But somehow I guess Xiao got 2 quick picks, which completely swing the pendulum, and we just see Xiao taking the mid. The good thing is Slayer does live. Almost dies, gets forced onto Nasi. Floaty goes for the sack and gets Slayer, and Nasi shoots the soldier but doesn't get him.
Not enough rockets. Oh, he's really low now. The splash damage is going to finally take him down. Nasi is going to be standing on that lighthouse, trying his very best to stand the ground for his team, but his teammates are not in this fight yet. Smiley's just watching that last point, making sure they don't get any back cap. Killer making his way back to the front lines as well. Fishy going to be on that sniper roll once again, just waiting for those juicy hits to come on through, and then he can potentially get a click, but maybe he's gonna swap out.
Yeah, the good thing for TCF is Slayer is down, so there's no medic to hit shot, you know. But Slayer's gonna spawn right now with Nasi, and pretty even Uber situation. But do remember that TCF are 4 rounds down, so they do have to push in if they want to have a chance of taking this map.
Low is trying to spam all the way into Cafe, trying to get that pick those damage down onto Tommy. But the Xiao players once again, they're just flooding on through from all those choke points. Coming in from Valley, coming in from Cafe, the left side. They're able to pick up Banana, trying to push forward even more. Nasi yet to spawn. Isla just spamming out those stickies, and it's just the aggression from Xiao is just forcing TCF to go all the way back. Smiley just comes straight out, walking on all those stickies. 14 health, somehow picks up Floaty with the help of Killer. Jumping forward, gets an arrow bit from Slayer. 200 health back on that point, and they do successfully defend this lighthouse. They are going to be able to pick up 3 players. The medic is going to be right there with Smiley coming in from behind them. He's going to be able to pick up Tommy as well as Isla with the help of Killer, and that is going to be huge for the side of TCF. They will be able to push on through, but Nasi is going to be able to jump forward, picking up 26. With Slayer still alive, this is definitely the silver lining that TCF players desperately need.
Yeah, I think Xiao are just going behind for distraction plays to prevent TCF from rolling all the way to last, because that's realistically the only way that they can win. Actually, it's gonna be really, really difficult for TCF considering the time and the round differential. But we do see TCF pushing Valley here with Fushi being spotted, taking a few shots. I think he's looking for Slayer, chooses to go for the Soldier instead but doesn't get him. Slayer does have full act here, so we'll see if TCF decide to rush into last, or rather into lobby and kill all these players in lobby, but I think they're just gonna take it slow.
Yep, just taking it slowly. They do have that full Uber.
Oh, never mind, they're actually going to last from lower.
Cooking straight away. Shiny Killer coming in from behind the Dome Maker right there. The meat shots are definitely too strong, and they're just going to come plowing on through. Heavy weapons are going to be up as well, but sorry, the Sentry Gun going to be up. Killer good is standing on that point, trying to get as much capital time on that point as he can. Nasi going to come in to assist him, but he's going to get scattershotted down, and there's just so much things going on. Side of Xiao, they are going to be 3 players down, but 2 players down from side of TCF. Slowly getting taken down, floating Tommy, everyone getting taken down, and they are going to be able to grab point on the scoreboard. 2-5 with 3 minutes left on the clock. It's ooh.
I'm not sure if it's actually mathematically possible. Maybe if Xiao all like disconnect from their PCs and go for dinner right now, TCF might have a chance to win this, or rather to tie this, but I expect Xiao to not even give TCF a round, because momentum is really important when you're playing more than one map. So TCF might be looking to bring this momentum to the next map and perform better.
Oh, Flurry Fishy going to be able to take down Smiley. 26 jumping straight down onto that scout, trying to land those rockets. Body shot coming out, 6 health, Tickle, and he's dead. That's going to be 3 players down for the side of Xiao, 2 players down for the side of TCF. Going to have a 61 health Nasi. The arrow is going to come in and bring him up into the juicy, healthy range. And right now they're pretty content with just capping this midpoint. Nasi does look like he wants to go in for some aggro plays, but his team is just nowhere near him.
Tommy did survive, and we have 2 scouts standing on high ground. It's going to be really difficult for Nasi to jump in, who just gets denied, but Low backs him up and kills Aisho. And TCF are continuing with the aggression here.
Oh, Urich is going to get poked from the side of TCF. We are going to drop low, but Aisho is going to be still down. Nasi going to see if he can get that headshot. Oh, there you go. Juicy Rockets coming out, but not enough to kill him. Smiley's going to get taken down with the help of Fishy. Banana is going to take down Floaty. And 3 players down from the side of... Oh! Just those stickies on the floor, and that's just going to be an easy Nasi pick.
Yeah, Slayer kills Tommy with an arrow somehow, but I think we all really wanted to see Nasi die to that sticky trap, and we got our wish.
And we are going to see 26 probably going to back. Yeah, there you go. He's just going to go back on that Solly Rose. Smiley making his way to the front lines to link up the rest of his team. 1 minute and 24 seconds left on the clock. This map is definitely going into the hands of Xiao, but I really want to see TCF grabbing up the point and toss it onto the scoreboard. Right now, they're just trying to cap this lighthouse. The scouts are just jumping on forward. Banana trying his very best to open the area for his teammates. Going to get some kills from the medic before he can do anything else. Killer going to be a little bit buffed up. Once again, going to see if he can go forward and push and get even more ground for his team, which they do take lobby. And yeah, Xiao players are just going to be happy holding on to that last, because we've got a pretty sizable Uber into the hands of Slayer. Once they have it, they're just going to go in straight away, no questions asked. Scout turning around, Killer's going to make his way in. Nasi just jumping forward, trying to see if he can keep people inside spawn, and 20 health, he's going to get taken out with 26 bombing him from the other side. Smiley going to see if he can finish off other people, but 4 is going to get in the way. They are going to drop Nasi, but they do drop 2 players from the side of Xiao.
Smiley's in.
Smiley's in, and there's going to be a lot of frags coming up from Smiley. Left just going to be Aisho up, and he's going to try his very best to help, and that is going to be another score on the scoreboard from the side of TCF. 3-5 with 23 seconds left on the clock. And yeah, it's still going to go to Xiao, but I think that the TCF players are grabbing their footing a little on the sticky jumper.
Alright, let's see who is going to be Low's target here. Low is a hitman, double sticky jumping, trying to kill... Never mind.
Tried his best, tried his best. And Xiao are doing pretty much the exact same thing, just tossing everyone forward. And 5-3 in favor of Xiao for the first map. We will be moving on to the second map, which is going to be CB Gully Wash. And generally a pretty dominant performance coming out from Xiao, but TCF, after a while, they did gain their footing. and they were pretty much able to claw back some games.
It was a good match. I mean, even though the last few minutes were basically garbage time, and
Yeah.
I would consider the proper score to be maybe 5-1. But I think the difference was that Xiao capitalized on their advantages a lot better than TCF did. TCF made a few crucial mistakes that actually resulted in the failure or the failing of converting the round, or just simply having to give up points. We saw Frishy get that headshot when Slayer just peeked his head. Credit to Frishy, that was a really tough shot, but Frishy was actually called, like his position was called, so I really expect TCF to keep him in check there. And also when Xiao was pushing last, but they somehow bled 3 players and TCF somehow didn't even cap second, that was also a bit questionable. I'm not sure exactly how they failed, but 6v3 situation when you're pushing, there's really no excuse for you to convert that point.
Yep, so second map of the night is going to be CP Gully Wash. We're just going to have to wait once the map, once we can swap the map out on the server. So in the meantime, we're just going to wait and see. I don't know, based on performance so far, Xiao has definitely been the more dominant one. But TCF have been clawing their way, they have been gaining ground, they have been getting more used to the playstyle of Xiao, and they were able to get 3 rounds off of Xiao on CP Sunshine. But the next map, as you mentioned, is going to be CP Gully Wash, which is probably Xiao's strong map. A strong map for Xiao, I mean. So, I really don't know. I really don't know.
If TCF chooses to ban Gully Wash against Xiao, I think it's a testament to how good Xiao is on Gully Wash. But unfortunately, in this current format, there's no map bans.
Yeah.
So TCF will have to try and see if they can actually cause an upset on Gully Wash, which is a stronger map for Xiao compared to Sunshine.
Yep, just gonna have to wait and see once the maps change, and then we can start again. Second map for these teams are gonna be CP Gully Wash. So current score for the first map, yeah, it was 5-3 in favor of Xiao, and with TCF being able to grab 3 rounds off of them, that's pretty alright. That's pretty alright. So we've got a couple of players who have disconnected. They are gonna be coming back momentarily, I believe. So yeah. Just hang tight. Once everything is sorted, we'll be back momentarily. Okay, finally we're ready for the second map of the day. Well, not of the day, but of like Xiao and TCF. They are already inside the server. We are going to be moving on to CP Gully Wash. We did a little bit of messing about with the settings, and we are going to be going live off the bat. So here we are on this mid fight straight away. Solid Goody jumping straight now. That is going to be 26 is currently behind enemy lines. Aisho and 26 are going to be able to pick up Banana. Nasi potentially going to go in for some plays, but he's going to get absolutely denied and destroyed. Floaty is going to be under that point, going to get some heals, and it does look like TCF are just going to get, yeah, absolutely demolished with Slayer going back with Killer.
Yeah, and the relentless thing about Gully Wash is once you lose mid in this fashion, you are definitely gonna lose second without contest, simply because it's so hard for a roamer to wanna bomb in without being noticed, considering how open the second map is. He can't go from Shutter, or from Baby Door, or from River. So it's just gonna be a 3-second cap with Slayer actually living, so at least it's not a complete roll, and TCF are gonna have to mount a defense here.
Yep, with Slayer staying alive, they do still have that full Uber ad, not even an ad, sorry, equal Ubers for both sides. We're gonna see everyone really healthy, and we're gonna see a play coming up for the side of TCF, potentially trying to see if we can get more room for the team to possibly push out, but right now everyone's just fine with hanging back. Gonna see some damage getting traded at Riverside. That's gonna be 26, he's just gonna jump back and link up with the rest of his team. Floaty goes in, Aisho goes down. That's going to be 2 players down from the side of Xiao, and this could potentially spark a push coming up from TCF. We are already going to see Smiley as well as Scout coming out, pushing forward, but that's just not enough damage to take down. No, I take it back. Fishy goes down. Smiley goes straight down onto the medic, but he gets wiped from that map. Just HSR there. They're going to pop that over really early compared to TCF, who are still holding on to theirs, but they are nowhere near this. So they're trying to milk it as long as he can, and Slayer's still alive, holding onto the Uber charge, pops it just in time, 17 health. And onto that Scout, they're just going to start rushing forward.
Last point. Yeah, I think Aisha went from Baby Door, right? And nobody spotted him.
I didn't even spot him.
Yeah. After the first match, I went over to a TCF table. You know, they were still pretty upbeat, in a good mood, discussing what went wrong. But overall, the team atmosphere was really good. So hopefully they can bounce back from the quick loss from a back cap in the first round.
HSR gonna start spamming out that big door. Slayer gonna eat so much damage, even more damage. He's gonna be taking down 45, and the regen's gonna slowly bring him back up. We're gonna see some Solies jumping forward, and HSR together with Aisho just demolishing the players. Smiley gonna be jumping forward and picking up Fishy, and gonna be jumping back onto that point into the fray. Solly gonna be down below and picking up another player. Slayer is gonna go down on this mid fight, so they have to focus down Tommy. But Smiley going absolutely huge for his team. Just not enough, and that's gonna be a full wipe on the front lines for TCF.
I think Smiley got all 3 kills for for TCF on that mid. I think Banana was really low to begin with, so it really limited their flank power there on that mid. And Slayer also died as well, reasonably early compared to the rest of his team, and Tommy is just gonna have a full butt ad. Like I said, if you lose mid like this, it's a 3-second. Except Slayer didn't survive mid, so it's gonna be a full Uber this ad for TCF as they both last.
Yep, we're gonna see that very sizable Uber ad for the side of Xiao, and we are gonna see some plays coming from TCF as well. Doesn't get the shot, and there's gonna be a shining amount of players coming in from the side of Xiao. Aisho already gonna stand on that point. Scout tries coming to deny him, but just not enough. So only gonna get absolutely juggled in the sky, and Aisho once again just absolutely pounding with the help of his team. A full wipe on this last point, and Xiao bringing in the points.
Yeah, this is why Xiao are so dominant, right? They win mids because they're really good at TF2, and then they're really clinical with their last pushes, as we saw from the previous map. And because they just get a 3-second every time, it just guarantees a round for them.
Yep, once again, just HSR spamming those stickies where they need to be spammed. Solly comes straight into his face though. Nasi gonna land right there, not enough to kill him off. 3 players up for the side of TCF. They do lose Slayer. 3 players up for the side of Xiao, and they still have Tommy. Lil Trunk is very best to see if he can take out people. Tosses a nice, crispy roller right there. Low and the Scout apparently not able to take down Tommy? How is Tommy still alive?
Low.
Tommy with the arrows.
Yeah, Tommy's back on his side, I believe, so he's gonna be safe and gonna meet up with the rest of his teammates. Yeah, I think it was really unfortunate because Low didn't have enough ammo to actually back up Killer there. Otherwise, they probably could have killed Tommy. But Low's rollers, I think, kills Tommy, and wow, Uber advantage completely negated. Slayer's gonna come out of this with an Uber ad. Nope.
That's just gonna be
Yeah,
Aisho getting
okay.
scattershotted down by Banana, who comes in and links up with Slayer, but there's just two of them at the front lines.
Yep. Banana against 26 here with a medic behind him. Should be an easy kill, and he does get 26. Midpoint hasn't been capped, by the way, and it's first mid win for TCF with some Uber advantage to work with here. It's not gonna be that easy pushing into second because the Uber ad is not that huge, and Xiao have numbers, but it's a win nonetheless.
Oh, look at that. Hopefully we get to see something come out of that. Players are just holding on at big door. They're going to see what they can do. Nasi looks like he wants to jump forward. He does spot the Soli up there. Jumps into Riverside. Spots everyone. Spots the sniper. Gets shot as well. But Slayer's going to be right there to bring him back up into the healthy range. They are going to start capping the second point. HSR Stickies are not going to be able to catch anyone. And Nasi just no respect walking through. His team is still behind him.
They're gonna have to go fast if they wanna cap this last point here. I can hear Banana actually outside shouting sniper, so I think they knew that there was a sniper long ago. But Tommy's actually really close to Uber here. TCF do Uber in through shutter, do kill HSR, but Tommy is all shiny, so they're not gonna get any further kills. And here just comes the reverse cleanup. There is someone on the point. Banana does kill Tommy, so it's gonna be heals on the side of
Killer! Killer! He's just standing on the point, so he's going to be right there.
Wow, okay.
Very well played coming up from the side of TCF, grabbing a point onto that scoreboard. 1-2. Still in favor of Xiao, but TCF definitely putting the best foot forward.
Yeah, I don't believe TCF get rounds of Xiao often on Gully Wash, so this is gonna be a huge morale booster. And the way that they conducted that last push with Banana going for a medic was really good.
So far, we've been seeing Low coming in from Big Door instead of Choke, as we see HSR doing. Nasi is going to get caught out because he's all the way in front. We're going to see Banana trying to see if he can pick out that solid. Pews once again coming in just in time. They're going to be able to clean up, but they do lose Slayer. And, with Tommy still alive, 50% Uberat, that is not a good thing.
Yeah, and unless Low gets a really fat sticky trap or Banana goes for a flank play and doesn't get spotted somehow, gonna be a free second here for Xiao with a huge Uber ad. They're gonna take their time to coordinate this push. Gully Wash last is not the easiest last push into, so I don't think Xiao are gonna rush this. Gonna set up and see where the off classes on TCF are, if they have any. And they're gonna push. Low holding River. This is the patented low hold. If you ask any Division 1 player, what is the low hold on Gully Wash? This is what they're referring to. And he's been spotted, doesn't get a kill, and has to fall back to last.
Yep, so they're just going to hang back on last right now. Nasi going to be at the balcony, trying to see if he can spam some players out. But no one's too keen on catching rockets with their forehead, so Nasi's going to be fine. But they pop their Uber Charge, and Isla's going to come straight down low. May get caught out. No, I take it back. Isla gets taken down instead. Floaty does get finished off, and the Sentry Gun is going to take down 26. That's 4 players down for the side of Xiao. The medic is inside River, trying his very best to stay alive, and he's going to get absolutely gibbed with Nasi coming in. Nasi's going to be standing on that point, trying to deny those forward spawners, waiting for those arrows before he decides to jump up top. And this should be second point into the hands of TCF. 21 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock. A lot of things can happen.
Yeah, Aisho died really early in that last push, and Low also survived. But HSR did put the pressure on him. And yeah, I can't go on because Slayer does get forced at mid here by Floaty.
Floaty just hanging up top, gonna get that force, but Slayer at 9 health pops it just in time. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of damage coming in from the side of Xiao.
Aisho
walking straight through Aisho, and Fishy working together extremely well. That's gonna be Aisho down, and Fishy is gonna have to get some heals from his medic, and it's just going to be Banana facing off against the Demo Man as well as Scout, but they're just gonna make their way all the way back out, and Slayer survives.
Yeah, the formula for winning there was kill Aisho and let him kill everything. I guess they didn't really respect just how small a choke that was, and walked into Aisho, and I believe it was 26, who got some really easy rockets on multiple players there.
We're going to see Smiley watching that right side big door. We're going to see a solid jump potentially. Floaty trying to spot those stickies. He's just going to jump straight on through. He spots the other players. I don't think they spotted him. Scout does spot him in the end, but he's just going to start pushing rockets to their faces and start capping the second point. We'll see the make down below as well for the side of Xiao, and they're just plowing on through, leave the Scout to cap, and not giving TCF any breathing room whatsoever. Fishy's going to cap that point. Smiley is going to go down. Floaty going to go under.
Yeah, Tommy does pop his Uber into Shutter, but Slayer does have encounter pops here. This probably is gonna spell the end of the last push for Xiao unless they get some key picks. Nasi just controlling the water right now, does die to Floaty, who's standing on the point.
Oh, Banana not turning around?
Stops him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was preoccupied with their own fights and they just weren't paying attention to the cap time. And Floaty just standing on the point, capturing it for his team and just bringing that score up right now for the side of Xiao. Mid-fight once again gonna be going on the way, and as usual we are seeing HSR landing some very impressive damage onto Slayer, trying to get that damage straight down. Aisho's gonna be the first one to go down on this mid-fight exchange, and everyone is gonna start pushing the Xiao players back through that choke. Nazi coming in from that elbow, and Frishi's gonna be taken down. 26 gonna get taken down. You're gonna see Floaty down below, gonna see if he can actually pick down onto Slayer, but he's gonna go down, and look at those dominations coming out for the players of TCF. It's almost a full wipe. The medic makes it out together with HSR, and they're just going straight back last. Sticky traps right there. Banana manages to survive them.
Yeah, TCF may be down 3-1, but this is plenty of time. Oh! Okay, Nasi doesn't actually even land any shots on Tommy, but just a sec. And we might see Nasi open the door for an off-class, or he might off-class himself. We'll have to wait and see here. 26 posturing to lobby with HSR, but they decide not to push.
Yep, just gonna hang back on this last point. As are the players for the side of TCF. They're not too keen on doing anything too risky, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if people decide to do anything. Yep, we're gonna see some roster shuffling coming up for the side of TCF. I wanna see what they can do about this. Xiao definitely have to look out for something. Just gonna keep the cam on him for this moment in time. And hopefully we're gonna see some juicy shots. The aggro peaks are gonna start coming out. Does he know where the medic is? He does, and that's gonna be Aisho down. That's gonna open the door! Oh, a little bit dangerous.
Wow, Fushi's still peeking him. Okay, decides to back off.
Oh! Banana landing the shot that he needs, but Floaty comes in and just cleans up the players of TCF. Despite Banana opening the door so wide for TCF, they just weren't able to follow through.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I'm not sure how. Okay. Yeah, I think that was really good read on Floaty's part, to be honest, and I don't think TCF were expecting it.
Oh, Smiley gonna come in, has the sights down into Isla, but he's not gonna be able to do much with that. The two scouts are just gonna come in and absolutely clean the floor with his face. Midpoint is still gonna be in the hands of TCF, and yeah, Xiao are just content with falling onto the second point for now. We're gonna see some aggro peeking coming up from Aisho, just walking on through. No stickies left on that choke area. He's gonna get absolutely ragdolled across the map, and yeah, the Xiao players aren't too keen on pushing into mid right now.
Yeah, they might actually push it now that Smiley has spawned, and depending on how long Aisho spawns, they might actually just decide to push big door here. HSR backing into lobby, but Tommy is out in the open with Floaty here. Killer?
Yep. Living up to his name. Pews are gonna be too strong here. There you go. Just flank Tommy from all corners of the map. Aisho is gonna do what needs to be done right now. They're just gonna walk straight on through, leave the scout to cap, and just pop their Uber charger. This should be in the hands of TCF, despite that massive headshot. I guess in the end they did manage to get that cap, and they are gonna get that point onto the scoreboard once again. I do believe there are some. They're gonna face some technical issues for the side of TCF potentially. I do see some of the players standing up, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can sort those out. But man, that hit shot!
Yeah, but wow, that was actually an insane read by Floaty, to be honest. Like, in my short experience of playing in mid Division 1, when we play against a Korean team, whenever they force our mat or kill our mat, they're instantly going to push. They don't even wait for buffs, they instantly catch us off guard because they don't want our mat to reposition or our team to get any buffs. And I think that was what Floaty anticipated, anticipated that TCF were gonna be right around the corner. When a medic dies, you don't have to wait for anything, you just go in with your Uber, right? So, that was, I think Floaty made that really accurate read, dropped like 3 players, HSR got 1 more kill as well in addition, and it was just Nasi and Slayer for that. But when there was a huge fight on second, I believe Tommy was caught out in the open while HSR and another scout were already in lobby. So Low just stickied off Shutter, and Killer took the 185 and killed Floaty and Tommy as well, which resulted in this last push.
Generally a very good play coming up from TCF. It does look like they have found their footing. I do believe they're going to start asking for that unpause right now. And everyone's ready and gearing to go. My bad, I forgot to turn off the chat box, so those are the players right there. Unpausing in 5 seconds, we are going to start counting down. This is still 17 minutes left on that server clock.
Plenty of time. I think you can cap Gully Wash mid to last in like I think maybe 30 seconds, I'm not sure, but it's one of the fastest maps to cap from one end to the other, or just from mid to last.
Here's Low once again going through that choke roll out low, gonna do the exact same thing, and there we are. Gonna see if he can get the damage down to Slayer. Slayer not gonna take much damage this time around compared to how he did previously. Oh, Jasad is piping people out of the sky, plucking the wings off that Solly. Killer gonna be right there to defend his medic, but Slayer is still alive, makes it out with 67 health. Killer doing a massive bang-up job of keeping his medic alive.
Yeah, it's a 3v3 here, but because Demo Man plus high ground, so I don't think they really want to fight into that. Killer just peppering. They might actually try a dry push here, I don't know. They're just posturing, but they do decide to back off. Yep. I think it's a good decision considering the high ground advantage for Aisho and HSR.
Yep, both medics are still alive, and they do have pretty much equal numbers for both teams. And right now it's probably just going to be a stalemate. They're just going to hang back, start spamming each other out through choke as well as the big door, and wait for something to happen again. Everyone seems to be waiting right there. We're going to see Floaty just going straight down. He's going to get the force down onto Slayer. They're going to have to do something with this Uber that gets popped. But
wow, look how far behind Xiao.
Yeah, so far away. No damage whatsoever. And they still got the Uber charge. Trying to get the force onto Tommy! Wow, milks it to 20 health. And he's going to finally pop that onto himself. And they're just going to have to back out all the way, giving up this second point into the hands of Xiao. But once again, you know, they get that very late pop cover from Tommy. They are going to have a pretty tiny Uber ad. I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to do anything with that, but we're just going to have to wait and see if they can pull off, who knows, maybe another banana headshot.
Xiao do have a lead, so they do not have to push into last tier if they do not want to, but it's a 15-minute time on the clock and actually 9 minutes and 36 seconds on the round timer. So they might actually have to want to try something because it's so long, you know, and just make the low risk, high reward plays, go for off classes and see if they can crack this last point. But otherwise, I don't imagine Xiao are on too much of a time bomb here to push, considering how hard it is to push out of Gully Wash last.
Almost. I'm just going to keep the cam here for now to see if we can get anything out of this. But yeah, he's just going to get spammed out and swap back off. So a bit of a shame we weren't going to be able to see another one of those.
Soldiers in?
Yeah, so Floaty just jumping straight on through. Not going to get much done. And Aisho's going to get taken down in that wake as well. So they're going to be 2 players down. They do still have the full Uber charge though. And they do seem to be retreating out through Riverside. Nasi is still going to be out for blood though. Trying to get that spam, that splash damage down. There is going to be an Uber pop straight down. Tommy is going to force out as well.
Really good Uber from TCF here, forcing multiple flashes. And HSR might be caught but gets a last minute flash. Pushy is on the ground fighting alone.
Surf! Oh, not enough, but they're going to clean up some players as well. Killer going to be right there. Can he pick up the medic though? He is going to get caught out. There you go. He's finally going to get taken out. And they're just cleaning the floor. But Slayer did get taken down during that exchange. So respawn times are going to be pretty much about the same. Full wipe for the side of Xiao though. So that's going to be the silver lining. They are going to be able to grab this midpoint and potentially push to the second. I'm not too sure if they're gonna decide to do that.
It all depends on if Tommy gets a forward spawn, and he does. So I expect it to. They might want to push, but Slayer does get a forward spawn as well, and HSR does not get the forward spawn. So no demo man at mid. I imagine this point is in the control of TCF at the moment.
It's probably just gonna be another stand-up for now. A little bit of a jitter right there, shaking his hand. 26, trying to get that mouse hand agility up. It's just gonna be a bit of a spam fest right now. Solis are just looking at each other, spamming each other out. Nasi standing on that point, linking up with the rest of his team. Ubers are gonna be relatively equal this time, so I don't think they're gonna do anything too risky. Just gonna be a bit of a spam fest, wait for something to happen. Maybe we might see a sack, maybe we might see another off class. Who knows, we're just gonna have to wait. But I don't see the teams doing anything anytime soon.
Yeah, the onus is really on the team that is in possession of mid and the team that is down one round. But Low actually goes in and gets a force on Tommy somehow. I guess with the help of Smiley maybe, but Red have used Uber and Slayer hasn't. So they might wait for Low, though Fushi does die, which makes it a 5v5 and
nope, Smiley goes down.
Oh, okay. That definitely will cancel the push, but regardless, it's still a full ad. Once Smiley spawns, I imagine he'll be rolling out as quick as possible to his team to push.
Floaty is under the point. He spots Slayer. He's going to jump forward. There's going to be the Euro pop to the side of TCF. They're just going to walk straight on through, trying to focus down HSR. The splash damage still jumping about. Finally going to get gived, and there's going to be a Solly up there as well. And Nazi is going to chase him up inside River. Trying to see if he can get those shots down. That's going to be a lot of damage down. Splash damage not enough. The health pack is going to come up just in time. 26 is going to be able to regain that health and get back alive to link up with the rest of his team. The medic did make it out though, and that's going to be a really good Uber for the side of Xiao. And I don't know, Banana might come back with something else. He did go down during the exchange, so nope.
Yeah, that 1v1 was really crucial. If 26 died to Nasi there, they would have pushed last, I imagine, considering HSR was down.
They have
but
it.
Now Red is... Oh, big bomb from 26. Does a lot of damage and does get Uber.
Yeah, they popped the Uber charge though, and it's not going to get much done, so tossing the Uber back into the hands of TCF. Xiao are going to start backing out slowly. Smiley going to go down once again, trying to see if he can get anything done, but to no avail. Chloe's going to be hanging about inside up top, and 26 going to link up with the rest of them, and they're just going to rain down those rockets into everyone low. Going to eat all that damage. Someone gets an achievement, so congrats to him. And 26 potentially going to go in for a big bomb. I want to see that jump. Floaty decides it's his turn to go in for the bomb, and he's just going to get absolutely tossed in the air. He's still going to be right there. Finally gonna get taken down. Slayer gonna eat a bit of damage, but they have no choice but to back out. They've got their full charge ready to go. This may be a last point push.
Wow, supreme positioning there from TCF. 4v6 and they don't want to pop, didn't have to pop, and now they're gonna be rewarded with that Uber ad going to last. They do have to go quick while Floaty is down and while Tommy doesn't have Uber.
Yeah, they pop the Uber charge. Scout is gonna start rushing onto the fight. Aisha trying his very best to defend it for his team. The Uber is gonna be right there. Slayer still alive right now. Man. Lots of damage coming up for all those players. Wow. Just stand on it. Tying the score 3-3.
This is TCF. This is the loudest applause I've heard all LAN. I think it's really an appreciation of what a fight TCF is putting up. I repeat, this is Xiao's strongest map and they haven't lost 4 grand finals, so to tie it up on Gully Wash is really impressive.
Ooh. The comeback game from TCF is going to be strong. Slayer is going to be the target of HSR once again. HSR always spamming out that big door, trying to get the damage down onto the medics, and Slayer is still going to be alive, trying to keep his teammates up and healthy. Low going to be at the front line as well, trying to spam each other out. Nasi going to be at the front line as well, taking out Tommy together with Smiley right there, taking up Isla as well. There's going to be 4 players down from the side of Xiao. Only people up are going to be Aisho as well as Floaty, and Aisho is just going to start retreating through the big door. Floaty, but potentially, yeah, he does get spotted out unless he can pull off an enormous play. He's going to spot everybody, but he's just going to get absolutely denied by Banana. And that is huge for the side of TCF. The morale is high and they're just chugging on.
Yeah, I mean, from the booth here, we can hear Nasi shouting and telling his team to stay with him, you know. I think the adrenaline is really pumping. TCF know that this might be their chance to finally take a map, especially on Gully Wash against Xiao. And they're doing it in a really impressive fashion here.
Yep, Smiley. Gotta see if he can come in for Riverside. Once again, they do have that full Uber charge, so if they want to go in, they're going to go in right now. There is going to be something that they have to look out for on that, at the usual corner. There are 2 things that they have to look out for right now, and they're just going to pop the Uber charge. Sentry's going to go right there. Comp Blast is going to be too strong. The medic, they have to focus down Tommy if they want to remove those heals. Solly is still going up there. Sentry finally going to get taken down. Killer, once again, at the front lines. Demoman getting low. He's going to go down as well. Only person up is going to be Nasi. At 200 health. Slayer is still going to be alive. Airshot going down. Ooh, that's down from Slayer. 4-3. To TCF!
I have no idea how they converted the last push. The sentry was really late to go down, but Nasi was just jiggle peeking the corner when nobody saw him. I believe he shot the demo and the pyro. Really impressive stuff from Nasi. I saw him, you know, between you and me, I saw him beef a few rockets, but he's really stepped up here.
TCF definitely coming huge right now. Low is going to start banging out that big door. The medic
Tommy can't even walk out.
Big door, no heals at the front line. Isla is at 48 health. He's going to get cleaned up. Medic is nowhere near them at all. Tommy potentially going to get single out. Has no choice but to back out on his own. 2 scouts are alone at the front line. No heals. Fishy at 32 health. Going to get taken now. Smiley huge. Taking on both scouts. Tommy left all alone, 37%. Slayer gonna be able to get that full charge, no problem. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Second point into the hands of TCF and once again plowing on through on Xiao's strongest map.
Low single-handedly won that map from there. I mean, you just saw Tommy didn't even walk a step out of Big Door. Couldn't reach his team. While Slayer was, you know, keeping his team healthy, and that's why they won the DM fights. And we'll see if TCF do decide to push into last tier.
Everyone is buffed up, and Xiao, they're just grinding it out as fast as they can. I don't think TCF are going to be able to do anything with this right now. It is going to be equilibrium. Smiley just jumping in and jumping about. A very, very good distraction, but nothing much is going to get done. You see the TCF players all hanging about right here, but I don't think they're going to do anything too soon. Ubers are going to be equal right now, so it's probably just going to be a reset, and everyone's just going to stand still, hang tight, wait for something to happen.
some fighting going on the river.
Floaty.
Killer trades with Floaty, yeah.
2 players down for the side, 3 players down, with Smiley just spawning in. And yeah, TCF are gonna start backing out. They're not too keen on going up against all these people.
26.
Slayer, 26, jumping behind the demo man. Everyone's jumping forward. There's gonna be the force coming out from Xiao. Solly's gonna be right there, but yeah, they have Fishy.
Scout on last banana draws 4 players back, which is gonna really delay.
Oh, Slayer had to pop.
26 should go down here, but
26 gonna get taken
yeah,
down.
and they're not gonna contest second. I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, big plays coming out from both sides. This is probably the... Compared to the previous map, this is definitely more interesting with how these teams are playing right now. Tommy gonna try to see if he can keep his scout buffed up and healthy. And as of right now, TCF are just gonna hang tight. Trying to see if he can get those spam out on that point. Smiley gonna need some heals before he can do anything else. And spots the medic, spots the demo, but there's just too much players right there. He can't do anything right now on his own, so all by his lonesome. So just gonna have to wait and see if anything can be done. And once again, this is gonna be the camera for now until something happens. You can hear the comms coming out from both sides. Everyone is shouting over those comms. We're gonna see some aggro action coming out.
Oh, banana sees it.
Oh,
Wow.
there's the beam. He's gonna get spotted out
Oh
though.
my god, 26 gets dropped here and
Body shot
Slayers.
coming out.
Our control point.
They pop their Uber charge for the side of Xiao. They pop their Uber and they walk straight on through, but a much
Oh
better
my
Uber for the side of
goodness.
TCF. Banana's gonna get taken out, but Killer's gonna
TCF
be
one blood
shiny.
here.
He's gonna be able to take down a couple of players. Philly going down as well as Frishy. 5 players out for the side of TCF, including the medic, and someone disconnected for the side of Xiao.
I believe it's
Fishy.
Fishy.
Not too sure if they're gonna call a pause for that, but they're still climbing on through. Lots of shouting. Tommy's gonna get taken down by Smiley, who jumps on through.
Oh,
Yep, Fishy does come back in right now to defend this last point, but Nasi's gonna be under the point.
Wow,
there you
Nasi
go,
wins the
Fishy.
1v1.
Don't right there! Nasi
Wow.
just huge for his team. Currently, they haven't even capped the second point though.
okay, well, I mean,
We can hear Nasi laughing and screaming up on stage. And yeah, Fishy is gonna come in back in time, and they do successfully defend this last point for their team. They do finally cap that second point though for the side of TCF, and yeah.
yeah, all I can say is Nasi is really activated in this map. I mean, consistently leading the pushes.
Yeah.
You could hear him from the booth shouting, chase them, when, you know, Slayer popped the Uber and then getting 2 key picks on Fishy and HSR, which really completely negates this push out of last.
Gonna see some heavy weapons guy action coming out. Frishy comes back into the server and comes back as a heavy guy. And both teams, once again, they do have that Uber charge ready to go, so... That's a very
Wow.
early pop coming in, trying to see if he can get the force
99?
Tommy trying
Oh.
to milk it, and he does so very, very well. Hasn't even popped it yet! Tommy holds on to that Uber for way longer than I expected. Nasi's gonna go down, and it's, oh my goodness, a full wipe.
Oh, low.
Oh, is it a full wipe
Oh,
though?
no.
Is it a full
no.
wipe though?
Oh no! Low! Oh my goodness! Wow,
Lil is still alive on the point. Finally! So much capture time on that point. Fishy comes in to finish the job. Oh, that would have been so close for TCF. We're gonna see some scout action. Fishy
Banana
taking
wins.
down Banana.
Tommy dies?
Tommy's going down.
my
Everyone's going down for the side of Xiao. We see 2 players down. Tommy, Fishy, Aisha going down. Slayer and Lil are down right now, but this is potentially gonna be a push for the
26
26
dies as
going
well.
down. The spawn timers are not gonna be in the favor of Xiao at the moment. The spawners are gonna start coming in right now. Banana's gonna get
Both
taken
gets
down.
2 kills.
Lil is making his way to the front line. Smiley is still inside fighting. The medic is on the point. Smiley trying his very best, just not enough, facing off against Fishy, who is just, the scatter shots are too strong. Tommy coming from here low, just coming in, showing on his face and just getting absolutely demolished. A valiant attempt coming out from TCF, but Xiao do stand victorious on that last one cap. We are going to have 2 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock. The score is going to be 4-3 in favor of TCF. Oh my.
What an absolutely crazy sequence of events there. No, actually it's brought back so many people even though it didn't cap last, which allowed TCF to contest the second, but they do fail the last push in the end.
Yep.
And Xiao is just pushing into mid. I saw a soldier getting bounced. Tommy dies to Nasi somehow. HSR dies. Killer's just cleaning
Oh
up.
my goodness.
Floaty should die here.
Oh my goodness! The Xiao is just crumbling. Fishy going down. Aisho's gonna be at 4 health. And he's just gonna be back in spawn right now. And TCF are
Wow.
absolutely pounding this map.
I can understand the push, you know, given the time circumstances, but they all flooded in from the same door. Didn't really respect the spam and the denying of TCF here, and TCF are gonna have a huge Uber ad pushing into last. They should maybe check, just solidifying their push now. Slayer does pop in. I see his overcharge draining away. Nasi dies, the sentry is down. Smiley's on HSR though.
Just out down, that's right. Solly's gonna be right there. Two scouts are gonna be on the point. The heavyweights guy is gonna be too strong. Fishy's gonna be right there. We're gonna have a demo man inside secret low.
No.
He's gonna be on the point!
Wow. This is not the cleanest of Ubers, but Low was completely 100% unchecked in that last push, and you really can't let a demo have so much space. Not one the caliber of Low, who just did probably 10,000 damage on that last point there.
I want to point something out right now. The previous map went to Xiao 5-3. This map is going to TCF 5-3. If TCF gains one more round, Xiao is going to get pushed down into the lower bracket. It's all on TCF right now to push them down. If nothing happens during the next 1 minute, it's gonna be golden cap and everything is gonna ride on that. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Isla's gonna be standing on the point, spamming out those stickies, trying to see if he can gain ground for his team. But the players for the side of TCF, they are gonna be.
Nasi's in. Does kill Aisho somehow. Good decision, he couldn't kill Tommy. Decided to go for the nearest target.
Low just spawning and floating, making his way to the front lines as well. But it does look like the TCF players are gonna get flanked about. The scout gonna get scattershot out of the sky. Slayer has no choice but to start running back, trying to link up the rest of his team. The Uber is gonna get popped. Nice trade coming up from Slayer. He's gonna be alive. The body blocks are definitely too strong. Floaty is still gonna be shining though. Slightly better Uber coming up from the side of TCF, but Floaty is gonna be able to jump back to safety and potentially crumble back on to the players of TCF. TCF players are somehow making it back out alive. Banana gonna link up the rest of his teammates. We're gonna see the Solly right there. He's gonna get scattershot down. Nasi.
Oh, Floaty behind.
Oh, just comes in from behind them. 9 minutes and 7 seconds left.
Yeah, not possible, but wow, I mean, what a match, and since we're going to Golden Cap, it's really important to consider momentum. And, as you hear a chorus of applause from the crowd, I mean, this is probably, considering the skill level of these two teams, the history behind how Xiao have won the past 4 grand finals, I think this is probably the most, by far, to date, the most momentous match in AsiaFortress history here.
Oh yeah. So right now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with what we are going to do with this, as the first map went to Xiao 5-3, the second map went to TCF 5-3, we will be playing a golden cap on this map, CP Gully Wash. So far, TCF has been extraordinary with the way they've been playing, so can they maintain this momentum and potentially push Xiao into the lower bracket? I don't think they've ever seen what a lower bracket looks like before.
I mean, yeah, they're probably like scratching their heads like, what is a loss, but...
What is a loss?
Like, this is on Xiao's best map, but everything changes at that. Momentum is so important here because you get, energy from just the atmosphere, playing in front of an audience, playing against the best team in Asia. And even though this is Xiao's best map, I imagine that TCF are more than satisfied with their result right now. Maybe the best case scenario is if Low could have kept that last point, but still, getting a win off of Xiao on Gully Wash and going to Golden Cap means that you have another chance to actually send Xiao into the lower bracket here.
I want to point out, I had a conversation with one of the TCF players earlier, who will not be named, but in the event where they push Xiao into the lower bracket, like who knows, in the future seasons of AFC, their team name is gonna be called the Xiao Slayers. So
wow, I mean, AsiaFortress doesn't take lightly to banter, but. Pretty cool thing, I guess.
This is a pretty momentous occasion. I don't think anyone has ever pushed Xiao into the lower bracket before. And that is kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I think the most Xiao has been pushed. I believe TCF might have taken a few rounds and maybe even a map like in the past. But I think the last time Xiao was actually lost was against Burger Apocalypse in Season 11 Grand Finals. Their roster, I believe, they had TJ, Jigglesaw, 26 was still there, Cloverella was playing, they had K-Cod as well, and Aisho was on the other team playing for Burger Apocalypse. And actually, that was his first season, and he actually won Div 1 of that season. So I think this is really something that hasn't been seen before, because this core of Xiao players have not actually been pushed to this extent, as far as I'm aware.
Just huge shout out to the players of TCF. They are performing at their A game. We will be moving on to a golden cap round momentarily once everyone gets sorted out, shake off those nerves, and once they're ready up, we can start. Yep, so it is going to be a golden cap. First team to cap 1 point, basically cap the last point of the opposing team, will take the win and stay in that upper bracket, while the loser will get pushed into the lower bracket. We are just going to reset the servers for a bit, and once we're back, it's straight into the action again. I mean, we are going to be playing on Gully Wash as the golden cap, so...
Yeah, what have you been seeing on this match, Alex? Do you think like one team is doing something really well and another team is doing something not so well, or do you think it's just a scrappy fight?
I don't know.
That could go either way, you know?
Yeah, TCF definitely for Gully Wash. Suddenly they've been bringing the pain, and Xiao are definitely trying their best to counter all of that. But somehow, I don't know, the adrenaline, just the power of the crowd is just giving the strength to TCF. It's like, you know, take my energy, and TCF are just plowing through 5-3 on Xiao's potentially one of their most dangerous maps to play against them.
Yeah, it's definitely their top 2 map. It might be the best, but it's, you know, you can argue maybe Product is the best map, but it's definitely top 2. And I think many people in AsiaFortress, you know, even though I'm sure, you know, everyone loves Xiao because they're so good, and iShow represents us on AsiaFortress at a really high level. So we have an AsiaFortress representative overseas, but I think everyone wants to see a good match, you know. Even though Xiao are a really good team and they're really nice people, but I think people want to see this dynasty come to an end because they want to see, you know, a good grand finals, and this is not even the grand finals, you know.
Yeah, this is not even the grand finals.
Like, TCF didn't even have a say in what map they're gonna play. This Gully Wash is due to the brackets. So it really shows that, you know, they're just, okay, you know, we have to play Gully Wash, whatever, let's do our best, keep it positive, and we'll see what happens. And, you know, they've been rewarded with this win so far.
They've been rewarded so handsomely so far. 5-3. I'm still, my hands are shaking. This is just so exciting. I really did not expect this to come out of the second map. And TCF definitely putting on their A game. Xiao bringing their own game as well. Just so many good plays coming out from the individual players on both sides. Oh, I really don't know what to expect for this for this golden cap. I really don't know who's gonna come out on top. If Xiao really gets pushed down into the lower bracket, that is going to, that's huge.
Yeah, you know, we're already discussing the hypotheticals when, you know, they haven't even started golden cap. But I think it really comes down to if TCF like want to win. I mean, I know they want to win, but to what extent are they going to go to ensure or push their chances of winning? Might they run some off classes, some cheese strats we haven't seen? You know, I think Gully Wash is not a bad map for snipers personally, and I also think that Banana is the best sniper at LAN currently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you know, but at the same time, Xiao have really competent snipers on their own. We don't see iShow snipe a lot because Fushi is also a really good sniper, and OzFortress, his scout partner is Sam, who is arguably the best sniper in OzFort, but iShow is also a really capable sniper. They're just so flexible in their off-classing, and it really opens up a lot of options, especially in a golden cap.
Here we go, we're gonna be going live for the golden cap. TCF and Xiao, everything is going to be riding on this. Will Xiao actually see the lower bracket for the first time? Oh, it's just, I really don't know what's gonna come out. Mid-fight gonna be on the way. It's just jumping straight down into HSR. Smiley going absolutely huge for his team. He's gonna go down in there, but Fishy is gonna go down. There's 2 players now, 3 players down from the side of Xiao in this mid-fight. But you see some Solly jumping forward straight away as well. 26 trying to get anything done, but Tommy has no choice but to back out to last together with the scout. Tommy does survive, so that is definitely the silver lining for Xiao. But the aggression from TCF, holy crap.
This might be the worst possible position in the world to be in as Xiao. Well, second worst, you know, worst is losing, but you're stuck on last. It's golden cap. Both teams have Uber. You definitely cannot make a risky play out of last because you just get counter Uber into and they cap the last point. On the other hand, TCF, the most comfortable position in the world. Gully Wash last is so hard to push out of that TCF can keep running sacks over and over again, try different off classes, low risk, high reward. Smiley goes in, doesn't get Tommy, but so what? It's Gully Wash. TCF are gonna be ready for the counter sack, and they are. Floaty dies. Low somehow dies, I think, to a roller, but well, we still see.
Yeah, no Demo Man, so they're gonna start pushing out. Got to follow Demo Man, HSR right there, trying to stick to the lower door as well, trying to prevent everyone from flanking in from there. Uber gets popped off on the side of Xiao. And TCF holds on to theirs, and theirs are just getting juggled in the sky. Nasi, the Pew Pew
Ooh,
is finally
what a
getting
clutch.
saved by
Yeah.
Slayer.
Wow.
That's going to be a shiny players coming out for the side of TCF. They're going to be able to grab 26 up top, and they're not going to let up. They're just pushing on through. The medic is going to get spotted inside Riverside. Smiley is out for more blood. He's going to be at the front line trying to see if he can fight against that scout. Nasi is going to be falling right behind as well. And yeah, they're just going to have to link up and wait for some more heals coming up from Slayer. They did pop the Ruby Charge a little bit later compared to Tommy, so they're not too keen on pushing in. A lot is going to be riding on this game, so they're going to play a little bit more passively on the side of TCF.
You know, this is one of the times where all 12 people in the server are definitely better at TF2 than I am, but I still have to stress the importance. When you're pushing last with even Ubers, you never want to go 2 people down. You don't want to make it a 4v6, a 3v5, a 2v4, because it gives them a chance to commit their players to force your Uber, while your medic can sit pretty with a scout running at scout speed. So I don't think TCF are in any rush. They know this is a God-sent opportunity for them to finally beat Xiao on Gully Wash. So I think they'll be racking their brains, you know, trying to think of all the different ways to break this last hold.
Yep, so we are going to see TCF deciding to make a move. On the side of Xiao, though, they're still holding on to that last point. Nobody wants to take any risks at all, and Xiao are trying their very best to turtle to make sure nobody caps that last point when they least expect it. But TCF are already knocking at their front door. Nasi is going to get some nice damage down onto Floaty, and Floaty is going to have to wait for some heals. They are just going to spam each other out. Both teams still hold on to that Uber charge.
Smiley goes in. Wow, Tommy went down to 30 health and didn't pop that. Probably a round-saving decision not to pop there. But at the same time, you know, if he dies, that would have been a round-losing mistake. They do decide not to pop, and Tommy, you know, regens back up. And we'll see if Xiao do decide to push out of last here. After all, you can't stay on last all the way. You know, I'm sure they want to win as well. They want to try something.
Yep, so we see HSR setting up the stuff that you should set up right at the usual spot that we usually see. Banana. Or are we going to see another one of those?
Oh, Smiley dies.
No!
Okay.
Yeah, those sticky traps are going to be able to pick up Smiley. And 26 is going to be right there low. Trying to see if he can deter them from coming out. 26 spots those stickies. He's not going to fall for that. So they're just going to hang back for now. We're going to see some solid action coming in inside River. 26 just going to spam out some rockets. And yeah, right now.
Alright, yeah. Banana did fire a shot, so I believe he's been called, so there's no need for us to keep it a secret anymore. And we'll see, the camp's gonna be on him. We'll see if he can break the stalemate and get a headshot on the medic again, and hopefully convert this last push.
Yep, we're gonna see something. Xiao has a response for that as well. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. MGE style. See the silhouette, body shot going down. They do spot each other, so they are well aware that both sides are gonna hold on to that sniper roll. Banana gonna rotate around, trying to see if he can find an angle to assault the players of Xiao, who are just hanging back, trying to defend this point. Desperately trying to hold on. 4 minutes and 30 seconds have gone by already. And I'm on the edge of my seat. I really don't know. Tommy is in the safe spot, so you know there's no way that they're gonna be able to grab him. And as it stands right now, no one wants to make any mistakes. It is just too risky.
Yeah. Oh, Banana goes for a hero shot. Wow. Okay.
Just an
I get
aggro
it.
peak.
Yeah. I mean, it's a low risk play, right? You go down one, but they can't really push out last properly.
I'm trying to think of things to say, but I'm just so invested with what's
Yeah, we
going on
just
right
have
now.
to wait for these snipers to get a pick. You know, like everything is hinging on these two snipers here. As the round timer goes down, maybe Xiao will try for maybe TCF will try for a last ditch push, but we're still 5 minutes away from that, so there's plenty of time for these off classes to make an impact here.
Oh, server? Yeah, I do believe there's an issue with the server.
Oh no.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to check and see if the server is yeah, the server is gonna have an issue right now. The PC that we're running the server off has ran into a problem. So this sucks. This really sucks. Yeah, so we will have to restore the server to bring it back up. I really apologize. You know, some things that happen are out of our hands. And oh man, but so far, like everything that we've been seeing so far coming out from TCF, they have definitely been bringing their A game. We've been seeing a lot of good picks coming out from TCF. Xiao, of course, you know, constantly getting pushed into their last point on their back foot, and TCF just not letting up whatsoever. it's a huge shame that the PC had to go down at the time that it did because, oh man.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any official decision whether you're gonna let TCF cap mid and second and just have a sniper,
Carry
because
on
you know,
from there.
yeah, Banana was on sniper and both teams had Uber, so maybe, you know, as a result of sportsmanship, they're gonna let both teams get Uber, and hopefully both teams agree to it. You know,
Yeah.
it will be a shame, and yeah.
So like based on, I mean, I am at a loss for words on how these two teams have been playing. TCF on the second map, they just started pounding non-stop, and now they're pushing Xiao into a golden cap, and Xiao was holding the last point, and TCF are just not letting up whatsoever. I'm not too sure if the teams came to an agreement if they are going to reset back to the same positions with same amount of Uber for both sides, same roles for both sides. Not too sure if they have agreed on a continuation of that game or if they're just going to restart off straight away. So we're just gonna wait for a moment for everyone to come back into the game. And give me a moment while we check some stuff out.
Spy, it's Pauling. I never
Yep, here we are. We're going live straight away once again. And we will be trying to reset everything back to how it's supposed to be. So TCF will be grabbing this midpoint. I believe Xiao, yeah, there you are. They're just going to be holding that last point, grinding out the overcharge. We're going to keep everything as close to how it's been for the before the servers went down. And good sportsmanship coming from both sides. At least they came to an agreement that we'll continue how we left off. We are going to see once again, the players that were on Sniper, they will remain on Sniper. Everyone will have to get fully recharged first, get into their positions, and then it counts as then we can start. So which should be momentarily for the players of TCF as well as Xiao. So we're just gonna have to wait for everyone to grind out the new recharge and get into positions, and then we resume the golden cap. Yep, right now just grinding out the new recharge. We're gonna see Xiao get theirs up, as will TCF, and everyone is just gonna start resetting into their positions. So
yeah, maybe there should be. I see an admin walking around telling both teams I think they can probably start soon and actually start shooting.
Yep.
Right now it's just ceasefire, but okay, they're paused.
Yep, so probably after the unpause they will be going live. Everyone has done what needs to be done. Everyone's on their respective roles. Yep. So that was one of the main few conditions was for Banana to remain on Sniper because they're not near that spawn. Yeah. And
I'm gonna tell them to unpause when I walk up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, so we will be starting momentarily. Both teams have been given the green light. They have given us the green light as well. And once they are set, the unpause will go down and it's going to be back to some golden cap action. There we go. Both teams going to type out that unpause inside the commands. Anytime now. Anytime now. There we go. Unpause goes down. We are going to be going live. So we're just going to have to wait and see. And
yeah, so everyone in the venue, even Xiao, are aware that Banana has to play Sniper because of the way it was. So all eyes will be on him to see if he can get a crucial pick here.
Once again, both teams do hold on to the full charge. So like we said, with Banana on Sniper, and right now, with how everything has played out, the server going down, everyone's going to be a little bit more passive. No one wants to make any mistakes with how things have gone through. Banana, once again, trying to see if he can get anything done. Trying to see if he can peek around, but doesn't spot anyone worthy of a headshot.
Not sure what's going on because Banana's hitting his teammate and Killer's walking around.
Are they still in ceasefire or? I think they are.
Are they waiting? Maybe they might be waiting for the timer to go down. Nasi.
Probably, yeah. Are they just gonna wait for the? Yeah, I guess they are just gonna wait for the timer to tick down back to however much it was.
Yeah. It was around 4 minutes.
Yeah,
plus.
pretty much.
Yeah,
the players just meeting up against each other. Like this is the whole purpose of AF LAN.
Yeah, Killer is really good friends with everyone in Xiao, so just having a little bit of fun. They're probably just communicating right now in chat what to do.
Yep.
And we should be resuming our game soon.
Yep. So right now they're just waiting for the time to tick down, I believe. Everyone's just having fun, dancing about. We're going to see some unusual taunts. We hear Nasi laughing from the stage. Everyone's just having a good time. So, the scouts coming in, jumping about. Banana right there. Killer going in, talking to the Solis. I'm not too sure what the exact timing was though for the server, the clock.
I think 5 minutes will probably be a good, a fair time. I remember mentioning I remember saying the word 5 minutes or something along the cast. So they might just wait till 5 minutes. I think they probably did receive some instructions from the admin that we're not aware of, but we'll just have to wait and let him dictate the flow of the rest of the match.
Yep, that's fine. They want to make it as close as to the previous, before we got shut down on the servers. So that's fine. But then again, with Golden Cap, the timer doesn't really matter. Because the way we play, we're just going to take it all the way into the final cap. So once the team captures the final cap, that's going to be it. There isn't really going to be a time limit for either side, so we're just going to have to wait and see how things play through.
Yeah, quick shout out to Twitch chat and shout out to Sage.
Ooh.
And I think we have some other Australian American friends as well watching. Welcome to AsiaFortress LAN. This is probably the most anticipated match between the two top teams in Asia, and due to some unfortunate server circumstances, we do have to wait for a while, but we should be resuming shortly.
Yep, we are going to be in the 5-minute range already. So we can see the players slowly starting to make their way into their respective positions. Everyone is going to start forming up, and there you go. I heard people saying the green light, potentially. I heard now. Everyone is starting to get, there we go. We are going to be going live. Trying to see if we can get those shots down.
Oh, Floaty dies.
Floaty, a little bit overextended.
That has to trigger the push, right?
Banana coming out. 26 gonna come in. There's gonna be the Uber. It is gonna get traded. Nasi gonna start getting some capture time up onto the point, but he is just gonna get denied from the players coming in. We are gonna see some players coming from below. This is gonna be huge for the side of TCF.
Wow.
No one is standing on the point.
Huge damage.
Everyone is getting destroyed.
Wow, Lowell and Nasi, like the combo cluster is just going underneath, you know, waiting for the Uber to run out. And I mean, I couldn't hear the comms, but I can imagine Nasi saying, like, timing with low, you know, we're gonna peek the point now, you're gonna sticky it, I'm gonna shoot people, and that's it. Xiao's in the lower bracket.
Please excuse me while I pick my jaw up from the floor, because this is genuinely the first time Xiao has seen the lower bracket with the roster that they're playing with right now, and TCF coming out on top. This is huge.
That has been the storyline of, you know, this match, whether TCF can win, but you have to give props to both teams there. That was an incredible match. Both teams, so many huge plays from both teams. Fushi had some incredible, actually just one, but one really incredible hit shot on Sunshine. And then so many huge plays from every player in the server on Gully Wash. It was just the highest level of Asian TF2 that we've ever seen.
Absolutely huge coming out, and like it need not be said, but Xiao is the crowd favorite to win. And with like the players for the side of TCF coming out on top right now with the help of a golden cat, TCF are gonna take the win and stay in the upper bracket. And Xiao is going to get pushed down into the lower bracket for the first time.
And this isn't even a grand final. Like, this sets up so much for the grand final.
Yeah.
Like, are TCF actually gonna still ban Gully Wash? Look at their performance. Like, after this game, they completely won all the transition fights. Gully is really favorable for Sniper on last, and they have Banana, and it's just the fashion that they won in. It really sets up a lot for the grand finals, and it really makes the map picks and bans a lot more interesting. Maybe TCF actually have the belief that they can win again on Gully Wash against Xiao.
Yeah, this is definitely huge for TCF. There's a lot of things. I'm pretty sure all of them are really hyped up right now. And man, this is just huge for the players of TCF. We will be taking a momentary break while the next team starts to set up. I believe we do have time for one more game up on stage. And that was just overly impressive coming up from Xiao. So please just hang tight and while we set things up.